Chapter 1, The Magical Computer. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the weather had already darkened. In modern society, 9 o'clock is the time when nightlife begins. This is especially true for many young people. However, there are also many people who are still working hard for this beautiful life of their own. Under the bright LED light, Yu Liang took a screwdriver and connected the solid-state drive in front of him to the computer. He is a cybersecurity officer for a large private import-export company. Although it can't be compared with those sales elites, after a year, they can still have a small income of 200,000 yuan. In Yongchang, a new first-tier city, it can be regarded as more than enough than the top. Coupled with the sake of the locals, life is still pretty good. Yesterday, Yu Liang picked up a 1T Great White Shark SSD in the grocery store in the downstairs community. Because I am engaged in this line of work, so the purchase price is not expensive. The reason why I got an old hard drive is to upgrade my computer. After all, his old desktop computer was already in years ago. Of course, if you don't play the latest games, don't draw various blueprints, just do your office work and watch movies occasionally, that's more than enough. It's just that everyone knows it. The longer the computer is used, the more various software is installed in it. Hard drive. When I bought it that year, I felt that the 500G hard drive was big enough. But look now. What's the matter? Back then, my structure was still too small. Today's hard drives, let alone 1T, even 2, 3T are everywhere. Installing the hard disk of the desktop computer is not complicated, and Yu Liang quickly fiddled with it. Then, he turned on the computer, and in computer management, rescanned the disk. The next moment, a new disk was displayed immediately. When Yu Liang was about to carry out the next formatting operation, a dialog suddenly popped up on the computer interface. Do you want to bind the magic hard disk? Whether. What is this? Yu Liang was stunned for a moment, then, he became excited. After all, he is only 25 years old this year, and it has only been 3 years since he graduated from college. He has watched many videos of Elena Nasan on YouTube. So, he's no stranger to things like systems. Could it be that he has become the chosen one? After all, Yu Liang's university major is the Department of Computer Science. Whether it's software or hardware, it's all covered. Although he ended up working as a network security engineer in a trading company, he hasn't given up on his skills. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Taking a deep breath, Yu Liang chose yes without hesitation. The next moment, the computer started running quickly. The old-fashioned fan word, and the sound seemed to get a little louder at this moment, making people a little worried, whether this old guy might go on strike at any time. Fortunately, after a few difficult minutes, the interface on the screen finally changed. Yu Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the few minutes just now counted down like years. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Looking at this attribute, Yu Liang's face darkened slightly. What the hell? Who is this looking down upon? My university major is the Department of Computer Science. I have studied for 4 years, although the knowledge I have learned is relatively old. However, everything remains the same, and he understands the basic things anyway, and he doesn't know how many times he has dismantled computers, switches, service stations, etc. However, the evaluation given to him by this hard drive turned out to be LV 0.9? Not even LV1. As for the LV 0.4 computer hardware evaluation, Yu Liang directly ignored it. He muttered a curse in his mouth. If he wasn't afraid of yelling at himself, he would have scolded this hard-won system away. He promises to scold for 3 days and 3 nights without repetition. The host has just bound a magical computer, and a special gift package is given to novices. Do you want to receive it? Whether. Nonsense, of course choose yes. Although Yu Liang was a little bit worried about the computer's evaluation of him. However, to be a man, one must have a mind as broad as the sky. Therefore, Yu Liang decided not to bother with this ignorant system. With Yu Liang clicked a yes. The computer screen flickered again. This time, a huge roulette appeared on the screen. Everything on the roulette is densely packed with white light spots. It seemed to have petty print on it. However, all the characters are dim and cannot be read clearly. The next moment, the roulette turned directly. After 20 seconds, it slowly stopped, and the pointer steadily designated a small square. Then, the handwriting on the small square lit up. Permanent garbage station. What's going on here? My newbie gift pack should be distributed by lottery. However, what is the concept of distributing a garbage station? The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched slightly, and he moved the mouse to the garbage bin. As a result, a description emerged. When Yu Liang read the above explanation clearly, his eyes were filled with surprise. It turned out that this garbage station has unimaginable magical functions. It is not the kind of garbage dump that comes with the computer system. Rather, it belongs to the garbage dump of the real world. This garbage station has two functions. The first function is to search for all forgotten or abandoned items within a radius of 10 miles from Yu Liang himself. In other words, if something is hidden. However, because of the passage of time, or some reasons, it was forgotten. Thus, these things become ownerless. And through this garbage station, you can see all unowned objects within this range. That is to say, after you pick it up, you can use it with confidence without worrying about being caught by a thief. The second function is a bit mysterious. That's this dumpster, and there's a search option. It can be used once a month. To be able to search for something by name. Of course, this thing must also be unowned. And the range? Worldwide. As long as it is still on this earth, it can be found. At this moment, Yu Liang's heart was shaking. In human history, the valuable period is only a few thousand years. However, in these thousands of years, it is unknown how many precious things have been abandoned or forgotten. Today, there are magic computers and garbage dumps. These treasures may all see the light of day again. Yu Liang suppressed his excitement and clicked on the garbage bin. The next moment, countless words swish, swish, swish appeared on the computer screen. Within a radius of 10 miles, all the unowned things are in it. Of course, the vast majority are truly worthless junk. However, there are also rare things inside. Gold, silver, copper coins, emeralds. Renminbi, US dollars, euros, ghost yuan. Huh, this is it? My goodness. This is Bitcoin. Chapter 2 Bitcoin worth $80 billion. Bitcoin. As a native of Longwa, most of you must have heard of the name Bitcoin. Although the vast majority of Longwa people must have never seen what Bitcoin looks like. However, as a qualified network security engineer who graduated from a computer department with professional skills close to LV1, Yu Liang is no stranger to Bitcoin. After graduation, Yu Liang has been working in this company. Because the company's vice president in charge of network security and head of the network department is an old friend of his uncle Yu Jiang, so his immediate boss treats him fairly well. In the past few years, Yu Liang has traveled to beautiful countries in Europe with his supervisor. It can be regarded as having seen the world. When he was in Europe, a technician from the reception company boasted to him, saying that he bought a few bitcoins before they became popular. And now, it's rich. That's right. Although only a few bitcoins. But it is already rich. The current market price of Bitcoin is already more than 20,000 US dollars. You read that right, if one Bitcoin is sold today, it will be worth 20,000 US dollars, or about 140,000 renminbi. If it is 10 Bitcoins, it is 200,000 US dollars, or about 1.4 million yuan. If this is not considered getting rich, then what is called getting rich? Therefore, Yu Liang was also curious about Bitcoin, and applied for a wallet on the largest virtual currency trading network. However, the price of Bitcoin at that time was already unattainable for him. Therefore, Yu Liang did not buy it. I can only look at the empty wallet and sigh that time is gone. He vowed that if he could travel back to the era when Bitcoin was worthless, he must not buy stocks, houses, or start a business, but buy all his money in Bitcoin. Bitcoin appeared in 2009. The earliest Bitcoin price was generated in 2010. A programmer in the beautiful country exchanged 10,000 bitcoins for 2 pizza coupons worth $25. This is the first time that Bitcoin has a price. 10,000 bitcoins, roughly equal to $50. After conversion, a bitcoin is not even a penny, only a mere 0.5 cents. And now, $20,000. In just over 10 years, it has increased by a full 4 million times. In the world, what kind of business is there anything crazier than it? Now, everyone knows that Bitcoin is worth money. Therefore, as long as there are people who have Bitcoins, they all collect them carefully. However, when this thing was first born, it cost less than a penny. Naturally, not many people care. So, the possibility of Bitcoin being forgotten is not small. At this time, looking at the 11 Bitcoin keys lying quietly in the garbage dump, Yu Liang was so excited that it was difficult to calm down. For Bitcoin transactions, in addition to the secret key, there is also a Bitcoin wallet. It's a place to store your digital currency, which is essential no matter what kind of exchange you use. This storage wallet stores the private key for Bitcoins, which is a secret number, a 256-bit string. Use your private key to access your Bitcoins. This private key allows you to move freely in the market. No matter which Bitcoin trading platform you buy on, as long as the private key is in your hands, you can sell it in any market. At this time, the 11 Bitcoin private keys just appeared in the garbage dump. In other words, these 11 Bitcoins were actually forgotten within 10 kilometers of Yuliang as the center point. As for why their original owners had forgotten them. Maybe it's because the person in charge of these private keys suddenly encountered misfortune, so it's too late to explain? And this private key happens to be known only by him? This is only within a radius of 10 kilometers. So, how many forgotten Bitcoins are there in the world? As soon as this idea came up, Yuliang broke into a cold sweat with excitement. He opened the garbage bin again and found the top global search. Typed Bitcoin into the box. After clicking OK, the machine started running crazily. A full 5 minutes passed. Schwa! Rows of Bitcoin wallets and private keys flowed out like a waterfall. Swipe! Yuliang never imagined that one day he would feel so beautiful when he saw the swiping screen. I don't know how long it took, but the machine finally stopped. Then, Yuliang glanced at the statistics. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. God! 410-3438 Bitcoins. Worldwide, more than 4 million Bitcoins have been forgotten. What an incredible thing this is. You know, Bitcoin is not infinite. Unlike most currencies, Bitcoin is not issued by a specific monetary institution. It is generated through a large number of calculations based on a specific algorithm. The Bitcoin economy uses a distributed database composed of many nodes in the entire P2P network to confirm and record all transaction behaviors, and uses cryptography to ensure the security of all aspects of currency circulation. The decentralized nature of P2P and the algorithm itself can ensure that the value of the currency cannot be artificially manipulated by producing a large number of Bitcoins. Cryptography-based design allows Bitcoins to be transferred or paid only by real owners. This also ensures the anonymity of currency ownership and circulation transactions. The biggest difference between Bitcoin and other virtual currencies is that its total quantity is very limited and it is extremely scarce. The currency system used to have no more than 10.5 million in 4 years, after which the total number will be permanently limited to 21 million. Although mining is far from over now. However, 4 million pieces have been forgotten? This forgetting does not mean being stolen, but that it is really gone. Just like gold will be buried in the ground and sink into the sea, paper money will be burned, torn and so on. Bitcoins, too, will be lost. However, this amount of loss is really a bit large. Already a little dizzy, Yuliang quickly calculated. If every Bitcoin is worth $20,000. So, how much are 4 million Bitcoins worth? $80 billion? My God, do you actually have such a large amount of wealth in your hands? Yuliang trembled with excitement. However, he also knew that this was just wealth on paper. It is not an easy task to actually exchange them into currencies of various countries. If he sold it all at once, it will definitely cause a Bitcoin crash. Therefore, if you want to maximize your benefits, you still need a little bit. Perhaps, these Bitcoins may not be able to sell all of them when he dies. Chapter 3: The Millionaire. After half an hour, Yuliang, who was hot all over, finally calmed down. He clicked the save option without hesitation and saved all the 4 million Bitcoin keys. Then, it is necessary to find a way to exchange these Bitcoins into currencies that you can use. For ordinary people, even if you hold Bitcoin in your hand. But it is not so easy to change to RMB. However, as the saying goes, it is not difficult for those who meet, but not for those who are difficult. Yuliang has enough research on Bitcoin. Before Bitcoin was banned in China, Bitcoin could be converted into RMB at any time on domestic trading platforms. However, since the domestic ban, all trading platforms can only be moved to foreign countries. For example, at present, Yuliang can only trade outside the market. All over the world, there are many platforms for trading virtual currencies. Transactions can be made in any country that does not ban Bitcoin. Of course, you must first have an account of your own. Yuliang thought for a moment, but did not choose his USD account. It's very simple. If you use that account, then when you withdraw cash, you will inevitably incur taxes and fees. Yuliang doesn't want to add bricks and tiles to the beautiful country. If Yuliang only had a dozen or so Bitcoins in his hands, he certainly wouldn't think so much. But More than 4 million bitcoins. Well, if you want to mention them all, you probably have to open an account in a bank all over the world. Yu Liang logged into the Huobi Trading Center where he usually goes, and took a look at the current market value of Bitcoin. A Bitcoin is $20,446. After thinking about it, he transferred a total of 50 Bitcoins into his wallet. Then, he placed an order for 10 pieces separately. In almost a moment, Bitcoin was successfully sold. 10 Bitcoins, in the sea of Bitcoins with a market value of more than $1 trillion, can't even make a little bit bigger waves. However, although this money is not seen by large institutions. However, in Yu Liang's eyes, it was already quite extraordinary. When withdrawing coins, Yu Liang directly chose RMB to withdraw cash. After deducting the handling fee, there are also more than $200,000, which is equivalent to more than 1.4 million renminbi. In just one night, he is now a veritable millionaire. Xiao Liang, it's 12 o'clock, go to sleep, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Mother Hui knocked on the door lightly and whispered. Yu Liang quickly said, okay, Mom, I understand. Although I got a magical hard drive today. However, if you want to fully understand this hard disk, you still need a certain amount of time to study it. Sharpening a knife does not cut firewood by mistake, the body is the most important. Yu Liang washed up hastily, then fell asleep. However, I was so excited today that I couldn't fall asleep. Tossed and turned on the bed until 3 or 4 in the morning before falling asleep in a daze. While sleeping soundly, the phone rang. Open your eyes and see, what the hell is it only 8:30? What thin? It's 8:30? The unit where he works is not far from home, in an office building that can be reached within a 10-minute walk. Although this office building is not new anymore, it is an old building with a history of more than 20 years. However, this location is good, close to the city center, at the intersection of Metro Line 1 and Line 2. Therefore, there are quite a few people who are willing to work here. Yu Liang used to choose this company because it is close to home and convenient transportation is also a major factor. The company clocks in at 9 o'clock and 8:30, which really can't be considered early. He glanced at the notification of the incoming call, and connected. Dad, what's the matter? Did you kid not get up? Ah, how do you know? Heh, you are my son. When I saw you sleeping in the morning, I knew I stayed up late last night. Hey, you are getting older, so you should play less games in the future. Yu Hai sighed and said, I won't be with you. Said, go to work quickly. Okay, thanks Dad. After hanging up the phone, Yu Liang glanced at the phone. Do you still need to go to work after owning this magical hard drive? Hey, let's go. God knows if this hard drive will always exist. After selling all the bitcoins and ensuring that the huge sum of money for food and clothing in this life arrives in the account, let's resign. Yu Liang got up, got dressed, washed up, and ran out. On the way, I bought a pair of flatbread fried dough sticks with soy milk. Arrived at the company at 8:57 a.m., and successfully clocked in using the software DingTalk. However, when I entered the company today, I felt completely different from before. It seems that his mentality has unconsciously undergone a huge change. At the very least, there is no longer the conscientious and cautious attitude of the past. At this time, Yu Liang's mentality was extremely relaxed. It's an attitude of not staying here, but staying there. Along with it, even his eyes and behavior have undergone subtle changes. However, even people who are extremely familiar may not be able to see it. Yu Liang's job is actually not complicated, it is to manage the company's network security well. Of course, if the various departments want to hold meetings, conduct video conferences, etc., he also needs to proofread and help. All in all, this job is quite easy. Plus 200,000 a year. To be honest, although there is no room for development and improvement, it is more than enough if it is used for retirement or to maintain life. At work today, Yu Liang checked the work log. I found that there was nothing I needed myself. So, he began to fish in an open and honest manner. Opening QQ, Yu Liang found an old friend. This old friend is called Tan Yun, and he is an employee of an agency company. His main business is to do various things overseas for clients. The two companies have many businesses, and even Yu Liang is familiar with him. Yu Liang, Mr. Tan, are you there? Tan Yun, Mr. Yu, what's the matter? Yu Liang, I want to open a cash account overseas, how much is the handling fee? Tan Yun, oh, Mr. Yu has made a fortune. Yu Liang, to get rich is to open an account. Tan Yun, alright, I promise to give you the best price. In which country do you want to open an account? Yu Liang, let me think about it, one from Singapore, one from Germany, one from Portugal, and one from the Devils. Tan Yun. Yu Liang? Tan Yun, brother, do you want to open accounts in 4 countries at the same time? Yu Liang, yeah, what's the matter? Tan Yun, nothing, but the handling fee is probably not small. Yu Liang, it's okay, I will prepare the certificates and materials, sorry for the trouble. Tan Yun, alright, wrap it on me. Yu Liang, hey, Mr. Tan, remember to hurry up. Tan Yun, urgent equals more money. Yu Liang, yes. The reason for opening accounts in different countries is naturally because Yu Liang wanted to deceive others. Moreover, Bitcoin is traded in some countries without taxation. This tax rate is also a great fortune. If you can save it, save it. Chapter 4: Repaying the Mortgage. Open the bank card and look at the more than 1.4 million renminbi lying quietly inside. For the former Yu Liang, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. So, how to use this money? Yu Liang already had a plan in mind. Pay off the mortgage. Yu Liang's parents had children relatively early, and the first child was born when he was 24 years old. They often express regret about this, because of Yu Liang, there is no such thing as a two-person world. However, after the country opened up the second child, they immediately responded to the call and gave Yu Liang a younger sister. Therefore, Yu Liang, who is 25 years old this year, has a younger sister who is only 5 years old with a 20-year age difference. Because Yu Hai and Sure Hui both have jobs and are relatively busy. Therefore, the two grandparents who live in the same community take the initiative to take care of the granddaughter during the day. After going to kindergarten last year, it was even more obligatory to take over the pickup and drop-off work. They are not happy when others refuse to let them. Yu Liang's family is a native of Yongchang. This is true regardless of patrilineal or matrilineal. However, the paternal lineage withered, leaving only his father Yu Hai and his uncle Yu Jiang. As for grandparents, I heard that Yu Liang had met these two old people before, but at that time, Yu Liang was still in his infancy, so he really didn't have much memory. On the contrary, it is the mother's line that has spread branches and leaves, and has many relatives. Although grandpa and grandma are not young, they are agile and energetic. Taking care of the little granddaughter every day, she is extremely happy, not only never complaining, but secretly subsidizing her daughter's family. Of course, Yu Liang also has a brother-in-law. It's just that my uncle left Yongcheng a long time ago and developed in Shanghai. I heard that he did well, at least much better than his parents. Houses in Yongcheng, or housing prices in most places across the country. In the past few years, it was like riding a rocket, whizzing upwards. The uncle Yu Zheng who works in the bank urged his younger brother Yu Hai to buy a house for Yu Liang with a loan as early as 4 years ago. That house is in the Changfeng section of the urban area, 138 square meters, for small bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms. This apartment is quite good. When I bought it at the beginning, it was 23,000 yuan per square meter, which emptied all the savings of the family and repaid the loan of more than 1 million yuan. But now, the housing price there has already risen to more than 35,000 per square meter. If you want to buy now, I'm afraid that if the wallets of Yu Hai and his wife were emptied, plus the wallets of the 4 grandparents, it would not be enough. Now this money is just right for repaying the mortgage. As for your own expenses, if you sell 10 bitcoins per day, according to the current selling price, that is a daily income of 1 million. As pocket money, no matter what is enough. And there are more than 4 million bitcoins on hand, and they can be sold at a rate of 10 per day, which can be sold for more than 400,000 days. This really can't be sold out until death. Well, after the opening of bank cards in various countries, the speed will be accelerated. After being busy in front of the computer for a long time, at noon, Yu Liang took a vacation and took a taxi to the Dashani Street branch of China Merchants Bank. His uncle, Yu Jiang, is the director of the credit department of the Dashani Street branch. He is considered a small leader in the bank, and he is also the leader with authority. He was the one who coordinated the loan approval back then. When he arrived at the bank gate, Yu Liang didn't go in directly, but made a phone call first. Uncle. Well, Xiao Liang, what's the matter? Yu Jiang said casually while looking at the document in his hand. Yu Liang is his nephew, his only biological nephew. He is also relatively close to this nephew. The relationship between the older generation is not comparable to that among the only children in modern times. Otherwise, he would not have forced his younger brother to buy a house for his nephew. Uncle, I'm at the bank, are you there? Yes, you go to the 3rd floor, I'm in the office. Okay. Yu Liang opened the door and hurried up to the 3rd floor. Yu Jiang glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" Elders who have a good relationship will not pretend to receive him, but will not take him seriously. Only those relatives who are far away or do not usually move around will treat their relatives as guests. "Uncle, I'm here to pay back the money," Yu Liang said straight to the point. "What?" Yu Jiang raised his head in surprise, with a confused look on his face. He still knows the situation of this nephew very well, even better than Yu Hai, Yu Liang's father. After all, he works in finance, knows a lot, and has seen a lot in the market, far better than Yu Hai, a middle school teacher. "Uncle, I made a fortune and want to pay off the mortgage in advance." "Repay the mortgage?" Yu Jiang finally put down the documents in his hand. His expression was a little dignified, and he said, "Xiao Liang, do you know how much you have to pay back?" Yu Liang's mortgage was not repaid by himself, but by his parents. Although Yu Liang said that he has to pay back the money by himself. But he was still rejected by his stubborn father. In Yu Hai's heart, since he had a son, it was his father's responsibility to prepare a wedding house for his son. As for how his son will fare in the future, there is really nothing he can do. Yu Liang coughed lightly and said, "Uncle, I know, if you pay it back now, it will be around 1.2 million. Yu Jiang frowned and said, "You have 1.2 million? Have." Yu Jiang's face became more and more serious, and he said, "You boy, what are you doing? How come you have so much money?" In this sentence, his tone was already quite severe. Only this kind of elder, who sincerely treats him as a close relative, will treat Yu Liang with such an attitude. If the relationship is not close to a certain extent, dare to speak like this. Guaranteed that the other party will choke you so that you can't get off the stage. Yu Liang smiled wryly, and said, "Uncle, if you don't believe me so much, would I still do something illegal?" Yu Jiang pondered for a while, and said, "That's right, you have the guts to do illegal things. But where did you get the money from?" For ordinary people, 1.2 million is definitely not a small number. As Yu Liang's uncle, he had to ask clearly. Yu Liang chuckled and said, "Uncle, this is what I earned from buying bitcoins." "Ah, what?" Yu Jiang asked suspiciously, "You boy, when did you buy bitcoin?" "It's been many years, but at that time it was just for fun, and I invested my New Year's money in it. After I bought it, I forgot." Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, I tidied up the old computer a few days ago." "Remember." Yu Jiang's expression became extremely strange. "Bought it early? Forgotten? This is such a goddamn excuse." However, looking at his nephew with a calm face, he was silent for a long time and said, "Call your parents over." Chapter 5 Spend 1 million, please draw a lottery. Yu Liang's father, Yu Hai, was a glorious junior high school people's teacher. His mother is an old lady who works in a state-owned enterprise. Although there is no possibility of promotion and salary increase, the job is quite easy and she can take care of her family. After receiving Yu Jiang's call, the couple hurried to the bank. There is no way, as a parent, I suddenly heard my son take out 1.2 million in one breath. Their family is not the kind of wealthy family who treats money like dung. Hearing this suddenly, instead of being happy, he was shocked. However, when they came to the bank and looked at the receipt that Yu Liang had just typed out, they were also stunned for a while. Inside the bank, all money transfer records can be queried. Not to mention that Yu Liang, the holder of the bank card, was right in front of him. Even if he wasn't there, Yu Jiang could find out a note saying he wanted to review Yu Liang's loan qualifications. So, see the name of the transfer party above. Even if the three of Yu Jiang had doubts, they could only choose to believe Yu Liang's words. "Xiao Liang, since you are rich, why didn't you tell me when you bought the house?" Yu Hai asked in confusion. Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Didn't I forget it? Besides, when we bought a house, the price of Bitcoin was not high enough to sell it." Yu Hai's eyes widened, and he said, "Stinky boy, I seem to remember that at the end of last year, there were more than $60,000 in Bitcoin, why didn't you take it out at that time?" Yu Liang touched his nose and thought to himself. "At that time, I didn't have a hard drive yet. Even if you want to take it, you can't take it out." However, there is no need to say this sentence. He coughed lightly and said, "Uncle, I really forgot, trust me." Yu Jiang frowned slightly, and said in his heart, "I believe you a ghost." However, apart from this possibility, he really couldn't imagine where his nephew's bitcoins came from. Could it be that before he went to university, he had already started? "Xiao Liang, how many of that, what coins do you have in your hand?" Sure, Hui asked suddenly. Brother Yu Jiang immediately concentrated his attention. This is the core of the problem. Yu Liang chuckled and said, "Mom, there aren't many more." "Then there are more?" Okay, let me keep it for you." Sure, Hui said as a matter of course, I will save it for you, and use it when you marry a wife in the future. Yu Liang's complexion was a little dark. What the hell, that's more than 4 million bitcoins, even if I hand them over to you, can you really handle them? Yu Jiang shook his head slightly and said, Xiao Liang, how many do you have? Yu Liang said helplessly, it's really not much, that's all. He held up 4 fingers. There are 4 more. Yu Jiang thought for a while and said, sister and sister, this money is earned by Xiao Liang himself, let's put it on him. For bitcoins, that's 80,000 US dollars, equivalent to more than 500,000 yuan. If it was before, Yu Jiang would definitely be worried. But now, Yu Liang has spent 1.2 million to repay the mortgage. This shows that the child has begun to understand. Then, let him handle the money himself. Sure, Hui was quite sorry, but since the uncle had spoken, she listened. Repaying the mortgage also requires complicated procedures. However, under the operation of the insider Yu Jiang, Yu Liang successfully repaid the more than 1 million mortgage. Both Yu Hai and Sure Hui breathed a sigh of relief. They are the ones who are paying back the money, although the combined wages of the two are not low. But the mortgage of several thousand a month is still a huge pressure. Now, that is debt-free. After completing the formalities, the family of 3 left the bank. They first went to kindergarten and brought home Yui, who was almost 5 years old. Yu Liang's family and grandparents live in an old community in Yongchang. However, although it is an old community, elevators were also installed because of the hot renovation of the old community in the past 2 years. It is much more convenient for the old man to go up and down the stairs. After Sure Hui got home, she dragged her parents and chatted. Grandpa and Grandma are also very happy. When their family first bought the house, they scraped together 4 wallets. Because I don't want to have too much pressure on repayment, I chose 60% down payment. The mortgage is the biggest monthly expense for the daughter and son-in-law's family. Now that this confidant's trouble has been solved, he is naturally overjoyed. Although the 2 old people don't know what Bitcoin is. However, as long as it is money earned through legal means, they will admit it. After returning home at night, Yu Liang turned on the computer. However, just when he clicked on the magical hard drive, a sentence jumped out suddenly. The consumption limit of the host has exceeded 1 million renminbi. Do you want to start a lottery? Yu Liang was taken aback. When he was researching this magical hard drive yesterday, he found that there was no other function except for the permanent garbage bin. But now, he understood a little bit. Consumption amount? 1 million? Oh, it turns out that after spending 1 million, you can draw a lottery. Chapter 6 Upgrade, one time becomes permanent. Lottery. Of course there will be a lottery. If you don't draw a lottery, you are an idiot. Yu Liang clicked the draw without hesitation. To be honest, he doesn't have much desire for so-called money now. After all, even according to the current plan, there is a guaranteed income of at least 1 million yuan a day. What kind of bike do you need then? However, the performance of this magical hard drive is too incredible. Therefore, Yu Liang has unlimited expectations for it. Click yes. The next moment, the roulette appeared and began to spin. At this time, Yu Liang suddenly discovered something. Before that, the handwriting on the roulette was obscure, and it was impossible to see it at all. But at this moment, he could vaguely see that the roulette seemed to be divided into several large pieces. Skills, items, other. 20 seconds later, the roulette pointer finally stopped slowly, and hovered over the item skill. Immediately afterwards, a line of words jumped out. Congratulations to the host, you have won the 6th sense, single, do you want to use it? Yu Liang hovered over the 6th sense. The above explanation is quite simple. The 6th sense has the magical function of seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck, and can directly point to the ultimate goal in the dark. 6th sense? Yu Liang is very familiar with this word. It is rumored that the 6th sense has many wonderful functions, and the biggest function is to seek good luck and avoid bad luck as mentioned above. For example, there are 2 roads. If you take this road today, you may encounter a car accident. And take another road, you can reach your destination smoothly. Of course, this is just one metaphor. Therefore, although the 6th sense is a very general term, it has a great effect. Those who are born with a 6th sense. Almost everyone is a successful person. However, looking at the 2 words, single, Yu Liang was speechless for a while. This system is too stingy. Well, but think about it, if something like the 6th sense can be bought for $1 million, it would be too cheap. At this moment, another sentence popped up on the computer screen. Given that the consumption of the host reaches 1 million for the first time, a certain skill or item can be upgraded, single, to permanent. At present, the host has the skill Sixth Sense, single, and the item Garbage Station, permanent. Do you want to upgrade the Sixth Sense, single? Weather. Yu Liang's eyes lit up immediately. What the hell, there is such a good thing. During the novice spree, a permanent item was directly presented, the Garbage Station. Spending 1 million for the first time can also upgrade the skill Sixth Sense, single, to permanent. Well, good, very good. Yu Liang clicked yes without hesitation. So, the Sixth Sense, single, on that screen becomes the Sixth Sense, permanent. Move the mouse and click use on the option of the Sixth Sense. The next moment, Yu Liang's head suddenly became cool. It was an indescribable feeling, like a brick-moving worker who was sweating profusely on a hot day, suddenly entered an air-conditioned room and took a sip of ice-cold fat boy water. That kind of cold, refreshing feeling all over the body. Yu Liang shivered, and then felt his whole body sublimated. After a long time, this feeling gradually subsided. I fiddled with the hard disk again and found that there was no change. Look at the balance in your bank card. Yu Liang sighed. Although in the card, bring the previous deposits, there are still about 200,000. However, no matter how you look at the money, it seems to be pitifully small. So, he turned on the computer and logged into huobai.com. However, just when he wanted to continue selling bitcoins, a vague uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Of course, this feeling is very light and slight. After thinking about it, Yu Liang rummaged through the drawer and found 2 bank cards. Generally speaking, when a person opens an account in a bank, he will only choose one bank. However, Yu Liang has primary savings cards from 3 different banks. China Merchants Bank, because of the uncle's relationship, the loan is also from China Merchants Bank, of course a bank card is required. In addition, the Yongcheng Bank card is his salary card. The Pinyin Bank card was the card he used to buy an insurance before. Now, Yu Liang is on Bitstamp. Bitstamp is one of the world's largest Bitcoin trading platforms. It is headquartered in Slovenia and was established in 2011. Support virtual coin transactions such as Ethereum, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, etc., with a daily transaction volume of more than 3 billion yuan. Bind his own Yongcheng Bank card and then sold 20 Bitcoins in batches. The speed is very fast, and the transaction is almost instant. Here we come to OKEX again. This is one of the world-renowned international digital asset sites, which mainly provides global users with spot and derivatives trading services of Bitcoin, Litecoin and Ethereum digital assets, and belongs to OKEX Technology Company Limited. The Pinyin Bank card is bound to this Bitcoin transaction network. This time he sold 25 Bitcoins. However, just when the 26th piece was about to be sold, a faint bad feeling suddenly lingered in my heart. Therefore, Yu Liang decisively chose to give up. Chapter 7 New Attributes. 45 Bitcoins. This evening, Yu Liang sold 45 Bitcoins in one go. Moreover, Yu Liang's sixth sense told him that this deal would not bring him any danger. Yu Liang is very convinced of this. The magic hard drive has already demonstrated incredible abilities, so how could Yu Liang doubt it? Compared with yesterday, the price of Bitcoin today has risen slightly. Although it only fluctuated by more than $100, it is converted into RMB. That is a Bitcoin, you can get 700 yuan more. In short, 45 Bitcoins brought him a huge income of 6 million yuan. Moreover, the money is still legal. Yu Liang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. At this point, he had already grasped some of the operating rules of the magic hard drive. If this thing wants to work, it must draw a lottery. However, the conditions of the lottery. Consumption. For every 1 million spent, there is a chance to draw a lottery. But the problem is that these drawn prizes are relatively poor, and there is a high probability that they are only single-use qualifications. Well, want to upgrade single to permanent again? I'm afraid it's not easy. Perhaps, this possibility will only be possible when the consumption amount has been greatly increased. Then, there is only one thing he is trying to do now. Consumption. He has to work hard to spend money. Tomorrow, let's set a small goal. Try to spend 1 million. On the hard disk, there is a description of the host. Click to open. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4. Own items. Dumpster, permanent. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Oh, compared to yesterday, his ability has indeed improved. Suddenly, a bad premonition surged in Yu Liang's heart. He thought for a while and turned off the computer. Then, he opened the door and walked out. As soon as he walked to the living room, the door to the parents' bedroom opened. Hui was a little surprised when she saw her son, and said, "Xiao Liang, what are you doing?" "Mom, I'm going to wash up and go to sleep." Yu Liang smiled and said, "Where's Yui?" "Hey, I managed to coax you to sleep." Hui sighed, and said, "Xiao Liang, you need to go to bed early. I came out to tell you to sleep." Yu Liang nodded again and again, and said, "Mom, I'll go to bed after washing up." He paused, and said, "By the way, Mom, the new house we bought has already been delivered. Why don't we move there?" Hui rolled his eyes at him angrily, and said, "That's a new house for you. After your kid gets married, you and your wife can go live by yourself." Yu Liang frowned slightly, and said, "Mom, we live in an old house, the quality of which is not as good as a new house." Hui sighed, and said, "Yi is still in kindergarten here, besides, my parents live in this community. If we move there, they will be lonely." It was only then that Yu Liang came to a sudden realization, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Buying a house is the real big head of consumption. However, at the current price, it is estimated that we will have to wait a few days before we can buy the kind of desirable house. After a night of nothing, Yu Liang woke up the next day and went to the company as usual. Looking through the work log, Yu Liang found that today's work is a little more than yesterday. The most important thing is that the boss has a video conference to be held with the leaders of the European and American branches. He must go to the wiring and online in advance, and must ensure the smoothness of the entire meeting. Logically speaking, this is not the job of a full-time network security engineer. However, in a private enterprise, it is the basic requirement to have one specialty and many abilities. The entire company, just him, a security network engineer, encountered such a thing. If he doesn't go up, who will go up? Although there is a huge sum of more than 6 million in the bank card. But Yu Liang went to the small conference room calmly. Wiring or something, for him, is a familiar job, even with his eyes closed. In a quarter of an hour, he had done all this. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A fragrant wind blew in. "Brother Yu?" A slightly surprised voice sounded. Yu Liang turned his head and saw a pretty little face. It was a little girl in her early 20s, and she was quite beautiful. Although it has not yet reached the point where the country is overwhelmed, no matter who evaluates it, there is no problem in giving it a high score of 85 points. You know, this is no beauty, no filter, no heavy makeup, almost 85 points of plain makeup. This little girl's name is He Linglong. She is 21 years old, she majored in foreign trade, she came here for an internship in the second half of her senior year, and was assigned to do odd jobs in the office. The little girl is not only good-looking, but also youthful and beautiful, which can be called a flower. However, this is not the main thing. This little girl also has a younger sister. Twin sister, He Lingna. However, He Lingna was not in the office, but went to the purchasing department. There are too many students majoring in foreign trade. After graduation, they will be a brick of GM, where they need to go. Oh, and before graduation, it was the same. When I came here for an internship, there was only one person in the purchasing department and one in the office, so the two sisters broke up and went to different departments. Chapter 8. I have 80 billion, and I am very low-key. Logically speaking, this pair of sisters has nothing to do with Yu Liang. However, when He Linglong was processing a document 2 days ago, he accidentally dropped the computer to the ground. As a result, the working hard drive is gloriously reimbursed. However, on the hard disk, there are extremely important files. So, He Linglong turned to Yu Liang, who is a network security engineer. Although Yu Liang is not a dog licker, he still agreed to such a request from his colleagues in the company. Well, of course, in the face of such a beautiful girl's begging, normal people with ability will generally not refuse. Therefore, Yu Liang spent the whole night rescuing the files in the damaged hard disk, and repurchased a second-hand hard drive worth up to 30 yuan, installed the system, and restored it as much as possible. For him, it was just one night. However, for He Linglong, it was a real help. Reaching out and waving his hand, Yu Liang smiled and said, "Shoha, are you here to take the meeting minutes?" "Well, yes." He Linglong nodded vigorously, and then said, "Brother Yu, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I would have been scolded to death." Seeing that delicate and flowery face, Yu Liang's heart throbbed. In fact, Yu Liang is also a person with self-knowledge. He knew that although sister He Linglong was a slim beauty, she was pretty. But just because they are so beautiful, such people are definitely not my kind. In fact, if the pair of sisters were of that kind of cheerful personality, he wouldn't mind putting in some effort to have a dewy relationship. However, after getting to know He Linglong in the office for a few days, Yu Liang knew about it. At the very least, the elder sister among the sisters is a conservative type. Just because he wants money but doesn't have money, talent but no talent, and good looks, it's definitely not going to work, so I put away those petty thoughts and put her she is treated as an ordinary colleague. As long as 2 months pass, their internship period will end, and it is estimated that the two parties will never have the chance to meet again. But things seem to be different now. Shaking his head slightly, Yu Liang smiled and said, "It's okay, just a little busy, don't worry about it." He Linglong folded her hands in front of her body, and said in a low voice, "It's a small matter for you. But if I really don't handle it well, I'm afraid the internship review this time will be." Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "You think too much, the company will generally be lenient towards you interns. So, don't take this matter to heart. Okay?" He Linglong was a little surprised. Isn't Yu Liang always taciturn? Why did he talk so much in one breath today? Moreover, after he said this, she felt much better in her heart. Strange, Yu Liang seems a little different today? However, the thought was fleeting. He Linglong whispered, "Brother Yu, I told my sister about this, and she said, this weekend, I want to treat you to dinner and thank you, is that okay? Please eat." Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Okay, I remember that there is a pickled fish in Zhongshan Square that is very good, so let's go there." He Linglong immediately smiled, she nodded repeatedly, and said, "Okay, don't forget then. The sisters are in the internship period, although they are also paid. But this salary, I am really embarrassed to say it. Even if they wanted to invite Yu Liang to a more expensive place, their sisters couldn't afford it. However, pickled fish. 3 people, add up to about 200 yuan, of course no problem. Although this import and export trading company is private. However, the boss has a lot of energy. It is said that it has a fairly strong background, so it has branches in America and Europe. The company's headquarters, in the capital. And Yongcheng is just a branch. The reason for opening a branch in Yongcheng is because Yongcheng has a famous port in the Dragon Kingdom, and many goods have to enter the country through this port, and then flow to all parts of the country. Today's video conference was held by the bosses of the 3 branches and some senior executives. As for the legendary mysterious boss who never sees the end of the dragon, he still hasn't appeared. The things reported at the meeting are actually very simple, that is, the business of last month, as well as various commonplace things and so on. Yu Liang, as a lineman, listened to the monthly meeting for more than 2 years, and his ears were calloused. In the past, I heard them talk about the transaction volume of tens of millions or even tens of millions of dollars every month. Always feel tall. For the general manager of the branch, he is even more admirable. However, today it sounds like tens of millions of dollars a month, killed in a year is several hundred million. Hey, this small amount of money sounds like a complacent expression. The structure of these people is still too small. I have 80 billion US dollars in Bitcoin. It's not that he has a calm attitude and works silently in the company. At this moment, Yu Liang felt that he was too low-key. At 10:30 noon, the meeting ended on time. After the bosses left, Yu Liang sorted out the machine, and He Linglong also sorted out the shorthand content. She suddenly raised her head and said, "Brother Yu, it's time for dinner, let's go together." Chapter 9 The Sixth Sense, Picking Flies. Yu Liang was slightly startled, and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that you invited me to dinner on the weekend, how did it become noon today?" He Linglong curled her mouth and said, "Thank you for the weekend, and I happened to meet you at noon today, so it's just by the way." She paused, and then said, "I had a work meal at noon, so I can't use this to thank you, can I?" Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, "Okay, it's only noon, let me treat you." He Linglong smiled and said, "No need, I can still afford a work meal." After finishing speaking, she took the mobile phone, lost a few times, and said, "I told my sister, let's go together." Yu Liang's heart moved slightly, even though he knew it, he just had an ordinary work meal with this pair of sisters. Does not involve any male-female relationships. But I don't know why, but my heart is still a little bit ready to move. After the two of them packed up, it was already 11:30. They took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as he came to the lobby, Yu Liang saw a beautiful face exactly like He Linglong's. Sister He Lingna. It's just that, compared to He Linglong who works in the office, Yu Liang and He Lingna don't have much interaction. If it wasn't for He Linglong, this little beauty probably wouldn't even know her own name. "Sister, this is Yu Liang?" Yu Liang waved his hand with a smile and said, "He Lingna, we've met before. The same company, if you don't look up and see you down, you must have seen it." However, as an intern, you certainly cannot name everyone in the company. Unlike this pair of sisters, Yu Liang has a great reputation in the company, so it's normal that He Lingna doesn't know her. Blushing slightly, He Lingna put her palms together and said, Yu Liang, I'm sorry, there are too many people in the company. But don't worry, I will definitely remember you in the future. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, okay, what do you want to eat today? I'll treat you. Don't. He Linglong said hastily, we called you, of course I treat you, what do you want to eat? Yu Liang suddenly realized that the three of them seemed to be the focus in the lobby. If you think about it, a girl with a score of 85 or above without makeup will have a lot of turning heads if she stands alone. So, what if two 85-point girls who look exactly the same stand together? If it was in the past, even if someone looked furtively, Yu Liang might not be able to notice it. But now, his sixth sense is too strong. As long as people pay a little attention to him, it's hard for him not to know. I don't want to continue to show off here, after all, it's downstairs from the company, so it's not very convenient. I don't care, what do you like? Hey, what I'm most afraid of is being casual and indifferent. He Linglong frowned and said, the two of us don't have to eat anything, we can do anything. Yu Liang was about to continue to decline, but for some reason, a thought suddenly flashed into his mind. He almost blurted out, or, let's go eat malatang. Yeah? He Lingna's eyes widened and she exclaimed, Yu Liang, how do you know that I want to eat malatang? Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, I just said it casually. He Lingna looked at him curiously, what a coincidence. Is this a tacit understanding? Ah, what am I thinking? The three left the company and went to a nearby malatang restaurant. Working here has an invisible benefit. That is when eating at noon, there are a lot of choices, and there are many snack bars around. Although most of the surrounding areas are old communities, the city center still has the status and scale of the city center. There are at least 5 restaurants in Malatang alone. Sister He Linglong brought Yu Liang to the nearest house. The three of them took their baskets and picked out what they wanted to eat. Malatang is not expensive, but the word cheap is definitely not the same. For a bowl of ramen, 12 to 15 yuan can be spent. But Malatang is a little careless, basically starting at 20. The three put the basket at the cash register, and He Linglong took 2 bottles of juice, then looked at Yu Liang, and said, Brother Yu, would you like a bottle of beer? Yu Liang shook his head and said, I still have to go to work in the afternoon, let's have a bottle of Coke. He Linglong took the initiative to pay and spent more than 70 yuan. Yu Liang noticed that the pair of sisters didn't eat much, and they were mostly vegetarian. The price of what I ordered was almost the sum of the two of them. However, Yu Liang did not compete with He Linglong to pay. Arguing over such a small amount of money, I can't afford to lose that person. Soon, Malatang was delivered. He Lingna smiled, she added spicy and vinegar, picked up the chopsticks, and was about to start. Yu Liang glanced at it inadvertently, and suddenly, a rather bad feeling came to his heart. Wait a minute. Yu Liang called out hastily. What's wrong? He Lingna asked suspiciously. Yu Liang thought for a while, picked up a new pair of chopsticks, then reached into the other party's bowl and started stirring. Sister He Linglong's expression became extremely strange. What is this guy doing? How rude. However, in the next moment, they saw it. Yu Liang actually picked a fly out of the bowl. It was a small fly, so dead that it couldn't be more dead. It was mixed in a group of food, and it was difficult to distinguish. Chapter 10, Yu Liang becomes Brother Yu. Wow. He Lingna turned her head away, her face contorted, and she couldn't help retching. As long as a normal person encounters this situation, he will feel disgusting. What's more, He Lingna is still a small and exquisite girl. When she thought that she was about to eat this thing just now, she felt a surge in her stomach, and she almost vomited it out. He Linglong widened her eyes and called out, Flies? Her voice was not low, and she immediately caught the eyes of guests from several tables nearby. He Lingna finally felt better, but if you look closely, you can see that there seems to be a trace of water swirling in her eye sockets. It's not sad, it's disgusting. It's too much. He Lingna stood up angrily. However, just when she was about to speak, Yu Liang grabbed her arm and said, Forget it, let's go. He Lingna was startled. Yu Liang didn't take advantage of the opportunity, but immediately let go after pulling. Then, he stood up, picked up a white napkin, and put the flies on the chopsticks on it. Afterwards, he beckoned, turned and left the malatang. The two sisters He Linglong looked at each other in dismay, but they glanced at the flies on the table. The tumbling feeling made them unable to stay here anymore. So, the two of them left together. Inside the store, a few nearby tables saw this scene, and then looked at the flies on the snow-white napkin. Look at the steaming hot and fragrant malatang in front of you again. Immediately, they felt it was hard to swallow. After leaving Malatang, Helena caught up with Yu Liang in 2 or 3 steps, and said angrily, Yu Liang, why are you leaving? You are so cowardly. Yu Liang stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, did you just want to scold me to vent your anger? Yes. Helena nodded without hesitation. Then, what do you do after you're done scolding? They accompany you with a bowl of Malatang, can you still eat it? Helena's face was a little distorted, and that disgusting feeling surged up again. She said angrily, how is it possible, I will never come to this store again. Yu Liang smiled and said, that's it, anyway, you won't go to this store again in the future. So what if you scold it? Can it really relieve your anger? In the end, it's not just embarrassing yourself. Helena opened her small cherry mouth, looking very cute. She felt that this sentence sounded reasonable, but it seemed that she was not very reconciled. Remember, in this world, happiness is the most important thing. Moreover, our time is precious, so it's best not to waste it on arguing with those vulgar people. The sisters He Linglong looked at each other. Inexplicably, they suddenly realized that they looked at Yu Liang differently. Yu Liang smiled and said, I encountered a very unhappy thing at noon today, so let's be happy. He Linglong blinked her big eyes and asked, Brother Yu, what are you happy about? I'll treat you to a big meal. Yu Liang waved his hand and said, come with me. The 3 of them turned a corner and came to the door of a Western restaurant. Yu Liang pushed the door open, led the 2 sisters into the restaurant, and sat down at the booth. Brother Yu, it's very expensive here? He Linglong's expression was a little weird, and she said cautiously. This is the case in the city center, where there are small mom-and-pop shops with affordable prices, but maybe 2 steps away, it is this kind of big shop with a per capita consumption of at least 200 plus. If it was before, even if Yu Liang was a treat, he would not bring girls here. But now. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. It's okay, you have invited me to eat too. Don't talk about that. Helena quickly waved her hand and said, I don't want to eat that again. Yu Liang couldn't help but laugh, took the menu, ordered the dishes, and placed the order. His movements are very skillful, because he has been here several times with the head of the department. Brother Yu, don't we have enough time to eat? He Linglong asked hesitantly. Yu Liang said with a smile, you don't know about our company. We didn't clock in at noon. They said it was half an hour, but as long as we go back within an hour, it's fine. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and felt relieved. This is the difference between veteran employees and interns, and their mentality is completely different. When the steak came, the 3 of them couldn't help but eat it. Halfway through the meal, Yu Liang made an excuse to go to the toilet and bought the bill. After all, it was just a lunch at noon, so they finished quickly and returned to the company. On the way, Yu Liang suddenly saw a door sign. Haishu District Red Cross Society. He moved slightly in his heart, and said, go back first, I suddenly remembered something, and I have to deal with it. Okay, see you brother Yu. He Linglong waved his hand. Helena hesitated for a moment before saying, brother Yu, goodbye. After one meal, Yu Liang changed to brother Yu. Worth it. The 2 sisters returned to the company. Helena said secretly, sister, do you know how much this meal cost? How many? I just checked, $8.89. Wow, so many? He Linglong was dumbfounded, and she tried hard to remember. But in a daze, I couldn't figure out what kind of precious things the 3 of us ate that cost so much money. Black shop, this is definitely a black shop, too dark. Sister, is this Yu Liang a rich 2nd generation? It should, no. But I think he looks very casual. Helena said suddenly, sister, go and find out. What? If he is really a rich 2nd generation, sister, you are responsible for catching him, then there will be a long-term meal ticket from now on. Helena said with a smile, at that time, if you leak a little from your hands, it will be enough for me to eat. You damn girl, see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Chapter 11 1 million, no, 1.8 million. Yu Liang said goodbye to the sisters, and first sent a message to Chen Tao, the company's vice president and network director. Master, I have something to go to the bank to do some formalities, and I'll be right back. Okay, go and come back quickly. Having received the imperial edict, Yu Liang cheerfully put down his phone. Network security engineer, this position is important, it is quite important. The company's network security is all under the control of engineers. If it is a negligence and the company's secrets are leaked, then the loss will definitely not be a small amount of money. Therefore, the bigger the company, the more attention it pays to this aspect. And this position, if it is not important, is really not very important. At the very least, most of the time, the main task of the company's network security engineers is to deal with video links and network problems during leadership meetings. They don't even need to worry about the production of PPT. Just do it step by step. So, as long as Yu Liang asks for leave, he can hang around outside. Of course, it is okay to ask for leave occasionally, but if it happens every day, it is not advisable. Yu Liang first walked into the Red Cross Society of Haishu District. This association is on the 3rd floor of the building, and the layout is not luxurious, but simple 4 or 5 rooms. There are several desks in each room. It looks rather shabby. Of course, Yu Liang knew that there was a lot of negative content about the Red Cross on the internet a few years ago. However, for an ordinary person like him, if you want to donate, there is really no good channel. You know, Dragon Country is not a developed country. In the Dragon Country, there are certainly many rich and powerful people who are as rich as an enemy country. But there are many more poor people. And donations can have a certain effect on solving the living conditions of vulnerable groups. In Manhwa, there are a very large number of people in need of assistance. Every year, tens of millions of people need assistance, including tens of millions of urban extremely poor people who need to participate in the subsistence allowance. In addition, there are tens of millions of people living in absolute poverty in rural areas, as well as the disabled and the elderly over 60 years old who have lost the ability to work. They all need various forms of assistance. Therefore, Yu Liang thought very clearly, if he can help one person, that is one person. Even knowing that the Red Cross has a lot of tricks, as long as 1/10 of the money donated is actually realized. It's also much better than not donating at all. Gently knocked on the door of an office. In this office, several people were sitting at their workstations, not knowing whether they were working or flashing their phones. Hearing the knock on the door, a woman in her 30s stood up and said with a smile, "Sir, what's the matter?" Yu Liang said in a deep voice, "This is the Red Cross, I'm here to donate." A gratified smile appeared on the woman's face, and she said, "Okay, please sit down, sir." After welcoming Yu Liang to one of the seats, the woman took out a form and asked, "What's your surname, sir?" "Yu, the son of Yu Gui, so Yu. "Oh, Mr. Yu, what are your requirements for donations?" "Donation, is there any request?" "Yes, some people's donations will be used for designated purposes. For example, your donation will be used to treat a certain disease, or your donation will reach the account of the disaster area, and the funds will be used for resettlement of the victims and to help them rebuild homes, etc." Yu Liang suddenly felt dizzy, and said, "I understand, but I didn't specify the purpose, it's just an ordinary donation." "Okay, Mr. Yu, please fill in your information." Yu Liang took a form, glanced at it, frowned slightly, and said, "I want to donate anonymously." "Anonymous?" "Yeah, why not?" "Oh, no, of course." The woman took the form and filled in the word anonymous on the name. Then, operate below for a while. Yu Liang was curious, since they are already anonymous, what else do you write? Looking down, he couldn't help laughing. It turns out that other races and positions have been marked, which should mean unknown. After processing the form, the woman raised her head, still with a professional smile on her face. "Excuse me, Mr. Yu, how much do you plan to donate?" Before Yu Liang came, he had already thought about it. At this time, he said without hesitation, 1 million. Ah. The smile on the woman's face froze, she stuttered, and lost her voice for a moment. At this time, there were 3 other staff members in the room. After hearing these words, his eyes widened with disbelief. To be honest, donating 1 million is definitely not the biggest amount. However, a person came over at the scene and told them that they would donate 1 million anonymously. This kind of thing is definitely the first time a big girl encounters it when she gets on the sedan chair. Yu Liang suddenly felt certain, and said, "No, I didn't donate 1 million. The woman's face changed again, the corners of her mouth twitched twice, but she managed to maintain a smile and said, "Okay, you plan to donate 1.8 million. Woman? Colleague? What the hell, is this here to tease us?" Chapter 12. Had a quarrel. Walk out of the Red Cross. Yu Liang looked at the receipt in his hand. It clearly says 1.8 million. Looking at this receipt, Yu Liang was also quite emotional. Before he got the magic hard drive, he never imagined that he would have the day to donate more than 1 million yuan. Since when, money seems to have become unimportant in his eyes. No wonder a certain horse always said that he never talked about money. And another Mr. Wang said, first earn a small goal. It turns out that when the money reaches a certain level, the mentality will really change. The reason why Yu Liang went to donate today is not only to contribute a piece of love, but the most important thing is to see if donation is also a kind of consumption. The reason why I finally chose 1.8 million is to make up a whole number. Yesterday's loan repayment was 1.2 million, plus today's 1.80, the total is 3 million. If what I expected is not bad, then I can go back tonight and draw a lottery twice. Beautiful. Turning around, Yu Liang walked towards the industrial and commercial bank not far away. Do you know how many banks there are in Manhwa? Yu Liang doesn't know exactly how many there are, but he knows roughly that there are more than 4,000. Among them, there is 1 development finance bank, 2 policy banks, 6 large state-owned commercial banks, and 12 joint stock commercial banks. As for the others, they are city commercial banks, housing savings banks, private banks, rural commercial banks, village banks, rural cooperative banks, rural credit cooperatives, rural commercial banks and foreign-funded corporate banks. Among them, the State-Owned Development Bank, the Export-Import Bank of China, and the Agricultural Development Bank of China are policy banks that are not for profit. They are mainly to cooperate with the government's social and economic policies or intentions, usually directly or indirectly. Invest in some projects with large investment and slow capital recovery. Everyone is familiar with state-owned banks because they often deal with them. The 6 state-owned banks mainly include Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agricultural Bank of China, China Construction Bank, Bank of Communications, China Post Bank and Bank of China. The Bank of China is different from the People's Bank of China. Among the 6 state-owned banks, ICBC is the strongest and ranks first in the world. The above 10 banks can be regarded as real state-owned banks. Although Yu Liang has 3 first-level savings cards from different banks, none of them belong to the 6 major state-owned banks. And what he has to do now is to go to all 6 banks. In the city center, the traffic must be congested, and the population density must be huge. However, there are also many advantages that the urban-rural fringe area cannot match. For example, in this area, Yu Liang easily found the branches of the 6 major state-owned banks. Bring your ID card, as long as you go in person. Then, if you want to apply for a savings card in the bank, it is a breeze. People will not ask you why you need to apply for this card. They only hope that the more people who apply for the card, the better. In one afternoon, Yu Liang ran to 6 banks. The establishment of diplomatic relations between workers and peasants in China Post, not one of them. Although Yu Liang also knew that what he did was a bit deceitful, but it was better than putting all the money into the same bank card. At 3:30, Yu Liang returned to the company smoothly. I turned around in the company, but no one came to him. Also, things like network security can happen at any time. What he does the most in the company is to help the leader connect, or help colleagues repair computers. And many colleagues' laptops are broken, and they won't ask him to fix them. Because, in their private notebooks, there are often some indescribable video files. This stuff is quite personal. It's not for ordinary people to see. At 5 o'clock, many people are still working overtime in the company. But Yu Liang patted his ass and left. He didn't go home directly, but entered the community and came to Grandpa's house. Kindergarten can pick up children at 4 o'clock. And Grandpa and Grandma brought Yui back long ago. Yu Liang has just entered Grandpa's house. Yui stepped on her short legs and ran over. Hi. Yu Liang picked up the little guy, smoky her face, and said, Are you good at school? To be honest, when Yui was just born, Yu Liang didn't like her. But, up to now, Yu Liang has hurt her to the bone. Hey, a great guy of 25 years old. To be forced to feel like a father. This is no one else. However, after hearing Yu Liang's words, Yui did not boast about herself as before. Instead, his complexion collapsed, and his big eyes slowly became moist. Yu Liang was startled, and said, What's going on? Tell the big brother. Yui pouted, but didn't speak. Grandpa Shi Tianfeng came over and sighed, Xiao Liang, Yi had a fight with someone in the kindergarten today. Oh, what's going on? They have outdoor activities in their class. Yi and a child both want to play on the slide, but there is only one slide in the kindergarten, and neither of them will let it go, so... Chapter 13 expired and obsolete. Although Shi Tianfeng is not young, he is 71 years old this year. However, he is a hale and hearty old man, and he is always strong, and he explained the matter clearly in a few words. Although the Yu family is a local aborigine. But they are not big families. To say that they are well off is already a great deal of face. Therefore, Yuishang's kindergarten is not a senior kindergarten like the city's number 1 kindergarten or number 2 kindergarten. although they are not far from the first and second kindergartens. But want to get in there? Well, when I first signed up, people said it. Anyone who wants to enter these kindergartens can sign up. But because there were too many applicants, lots were drawn. As for the lottery process. Anyway, someone must be supervising, but who is supervising, no one can tell why. As a result, as expected, in the old community, no family's children were drawn. Rumor has it that children who lived far away but had someone in a high-ranking family were still easy draws. Today, Yui is studying in a private kindergarten. The fees for this kindergarten are more than 3 times that of public kindergartens. This is not counting the cost of musical instrument lessons and drawing lessons. But even so, the hardware, equipment and software, teacher qualifications, of this private kindergarten cannot be compared with the municipal kindergarten. Because it is said that there is a huge difference in the benefits of the 2 classrooms. If you count the invisible benefits, it is hard to say 3 times, and it must be more than twice. As for the hardware. For example, children's outdoor play equipment. Although every kindergarten has similar ones, how many are there in the venue? There is a huge difference in what equipment is there, whether it is good or bad, new or old, and so on. Although the kindergarten Yui attended was not the worst, it was just average. Because there are too few outdoor entertainment items, it is easy for children to have disputes when they are rushing to play. The teachers saw that most of them would play 50 boards each, impartial. However, the minds of the children are different. They just feel wronged. Yu Liang inquired about his grandfather, and learned that the head teacher did not protect either party, but taught the 2 children to be friendly and humble to each other. But in the end result, the 2 children are still not able to play. Because by the time they are educated, outdoor activities are over. That's why Yui pouted, with an expression of aggrieved heaven. Yu Liang rubbed Yui's head with a smile, and said, Don't be sad, next week the big brother will take you to the zoo, have fun. Really? Yui's eyes lit up immediately. Of course it's true. Yu Liang patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, I won't be like my father, procrastinating on what I promised. This Saturday, I have something to do, and on that Sunday, I will take care you go. Not this Sunday. Grandpa interjected with a smile. Why? You forgot, your class will be rehearsing for the past few weeks, and you will be on stage during the June 1st performance. Yui frowned, and said, Gao Gao, let's go after June 1st, okay? Okay, Ari has the final say. Children are like this, when they are upset, they can cry quickly. However, if you coax him, you can smile happily. Yui quickly put the unhappy things behind her, and started asking about something good to eat tonight. After dinner at Grandpa's house, Yu Liang's family went back. Naturally, Shi Hui took care of her daughter. As for her son, he's such an old man and doesn't even have a girlfriend, so it's annoying to watch. If it wasn't his own, he would have kicked him out of the house long ago. Yu Liang returned to the room, turned on the computer, and clicked on the magic hard drive. The host spends 1 million today, and can draw a lottery once. Do you want to draw a lottery? Whether. Yu Liang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, even donations are a form of consumption, and the system recognizes them. However, my own consumption is not 1 million, but 1.8 million. Plus the extra 200,000 spent yesterday, isn't it 2 million? It was as if he had sensed Yu Liang's inner voice. Then, a paragraph suddenly popped up on the computer again. The lottery statistics are a daily activity, and the consumption quota of the next day is invalid. After Yu Liang saw it, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. What the hell are you telling me now? Hey, in this world, cash is king. Only the benefits you get are the real benefits. If I had known earlier, I would directly donate 2 million today. It's a pity to lose one chance to draw a lottery just for a mere 200,000. Yu Liang took a deep breath and clicked yes. The next moment, the roulette spun rapidly. After another 20 seconds, the roulette slowly stopped. However, just when Yu Liang saw clearly what was displayed on the roulette at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Taking a deep breath, Yu Liang rubbed his eyes vigorously. He opened his eyes wide again and stared. Then, he couldn't hold back the fragrance anymore. Leo Sunzi, dialect, meaningless, it's fake. Chapter 14. A single portable space. The pointer of the big roulette stayed on top of the item category. And what the needle pointed at turned out to be, portable space. Congratulations to the host, you have won the portable space, single time, do you want to use it? Item class. Portable space. God. I originally thought it was a Shinhao game. But I didn't expect that the magical hard drive did not disappoint me, and even created a fairy-like portable space. What is portable space? This word needs no explanation at all. Not to mention those who are used to reading online articles, even an ordinary person can guess the meaning of this word after a little thought. Yu Liang moved the mouse, and slowly moved over the word portable space. Then, he saw the above explanation as expected. And it's not much different from what he thought. Portable space, single after binding, a mysterious space attached to the host. Space size, 100 meters in length, width and height, capable of storing any inanimate items. Note, single means, store once, take out once, store once, take out once. Once taken, the portable space disappears automatically. Does the host use the portable space? Whether. Yu Liang hesitated for a moment, then murmured, if I don't use it today, will it also be expired? He asked in the hope of just in case. But the next moment, a line of words jumped out on the screen. When the daily lottery draw is counted, all consumption quotas that do not meet the standard will be invalidated. However, the number of lottery draws and the rewards after the lottery draw will all be retained. Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief and clicked no without hesitation. This was the first time he clicked the option no after the multiple choice question appeared. What the hell, why is this reward today, single, instead of permanent? At this moment, Yu Liang was quite annoyed in his heart. If it was the first time yesterday that he spent 1,000,000 special upgrade rewards, it would be fine if he didn't use them. Although the sixth sense is also a good thing, if compared with this portable space. Anyway, compared to the two, Yu Liang would rather choose the portable space of the permanent card. Upgrade, upgrade. This item must be upgraded no matter what. But how do you upgrade? Yu Liang's thoughts diverged, and he thought of the reminder from yesterday. Given that host consumption reaches 1 million for the first time, it is possible to upgrade a certain skill or item, single, to permanent. Oh, can the skill or item be upgraded from single to permanent when the consumption reaches 1 million for the first time? If it is like this. So what happens when consumption reaches 10 million or 100 million for the first time? Although the magic hard disk didn't give him any explanation in this regard, Yu Liang had vaguely guessed the truth. Well, it's a magical feeling. From his sixth sense. So, the first thing he has to do now is to spend 10 million. This is very simple. In this world, making money is like picking dirt with a needle, and spending money is like washing sand with water. It is even more difficult for ordinary people to earn 10 million yuan. But, want to spend 10 million? Although the housing prices in Yongchun cannot be compared with the 4 super first-tier cities. However, if you want to buy a real luxury house, 10 million is far from enough. Moreover, the procedures for buying a luxury house are quite cumbersome, and you have to take a closer look. Obviously it can't be settled in a day. So, Yu Liang thought about it for a while, and suddenly he thought about it. However, all this will be dealt with tomorrow. Now, the most important thing is to convert Bitcoin into cash and exchange it out. Fang Jian went to major banks today, and Fang Jian applied for a total of 6 cards. The reason why these 6 major banks were chosen is because they are state-owned banks. In the minds of Longwa people, state-owned banks are the most reliable, at least much more reliable than local banks or commercial banks. Yu Liang turned on the computer and started today's operation. First, he selected 6 different Bitcoin trading platforms. The Bitcoin trading platform is actually a digital currency trading platform. Such a platform has been banned in China. However, in the whole world, there are countless such platforms, large and small. Among them, there are at least 20 famous ones. The daily turnover on each platform is calculated in units of hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. Moreover, the suffix of this unit is still US dollars. Of course, it's not just Bitcoin that is traded on these platforms. Virtual currencies include ZN, RYN, Sushi, DYDX, ETH, BTC, SHIB, Doge, etc. Among them, the well-known ones include SHIB, Doge, ETH, BTC, etc. Here, BTC is what we know as Bitcoin. In terms of value, Bitcoin is undoubtedly the largest. But other currencies should not be underestimated. What Yu Liang is looking for are large digital currency platforms. These platforms have a good reputation and a large plate. 30 to 50 bitcoins will be invested in them, which will not attract attention. Moreover, all of these platforms have RMB exchange services. This time, Yu Liang activated a total of 9 platforms. How many bitcoins are sold on each platform? Once he feels something is wrong, no matter how few bitcoins he sells, he will stop immediately. But even so, the total number of bitcoins sold overnight reached 140. Check out the major bank accounts. Even after deducting the handling fee, it reached 19 million renminbi. Plus yesterday's income, it's well over 20 million. Hey, it's only the third day. He is already a multimillionaire. Yu Liang suddenly discovered his attitude towards money. It seems to be more and more indifferent and calm. Chapter 15 Financing does not equal consumption. The next morning, after Yu Liang got up, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, he saw the weird eyes of his parents. If it was before, Yu Liang would definitely not be able to notice it. But now he has a strong sixth sense, and he can keenly detect anything that is a little bit wrong. After all, the sixth sense is really sensitive and unreasonable. Even his own parents are within the perception range of the sixth sense. Dad, Mom, what's the matter with you? Yu Liang asked curiously. It's a pity that the sixth sense can only vaguely detect something is wrong, and can avoid evil. But it doesn't have functions like mind reading, otherwise he wouldn't have to ask. Sure, we picked up the bowl, added the cooked porridge, pushed it in front of him, and said, Xiao Liang, what's the matter with you today, why did you get up so early? Yu Liang was taken aback, and the smile on his face became a bit resentful. He is 25 years old, but he has a habit of sleeping in. I usually refuse to get up before it is time to go to work. If it is Saturday or Sunday, I will fall asleep even more, and sometimes I don't even want to eat breakfast. Yu Hai and Shi Hui had argued over this many times, and they both said that Yu Liang's habit was definitely not up to them. Today, however, Yu Liang got up before 7 o'clock, which simply subverted the perception of the couple. Taking a quick sip of porridge, Yu Liang said, Mom, I have something to do at work today, so I want to be early. After cleaning up the porridge, Yu Liang said vaguely, by the way, don't you want to send Yi to the kindergarten? I'll just go today, drop by. Shi Hui said angrily, you talk to Grandpa yourself. Okay. Yu Liang took out the phone and called Grandpa directly. If it was Yu Hai or Shi Hui who made the call, Shi Tianfeng would definitely be unhappy. I pick up my granddaughter, you two still want to deprive this remaining fun? Really unfilial daughter and son-in-law. However, when the grandson said so, Shi Tianfeng nodded with a smile on his face, and boasted that his good grandson has grown up and knows how to share things with his family. Yu Liang drove hands-free, so both Yu Hai and Shi Hui could hear clearly. The couple looked at each other, and both secretly cursed in their hearts. The old man is too partial. This intergenerational relative is too close. After eating, Yu Liang hugged Yui and said, Gao Gao will take you to kindergarten today, okay? Okay. Yui's voice was clean and crisp, very nice. Although there is a 20-year age difference between the two, the siblings are very close. Kindergarten entry time starts at 7:30. But in fact, at 7 o'clock, parents have already sent their children one after another. At this time, the teacher on duty will take the children who came early to play in the lobby, and wait until the teachers of each class arrive at school at 7:20 before leading the children in their own class back to the team. Moreover, the principal of this kindergarten is extremely responsible, and she will come to the kindergarten early every morning before 7 o'clock. When Yu Liang came to the kindergarten with the child in his arms, the first time he saw the teacher on duty, he couldn't help laughing. What a coincidence! The person on duty today turned out to be Teacher Lu Han, the head teacher of Class 2. And beside Teacher Lu, is the principal Li Chunmei. Hello, Teacher Lu. Good morning, teacher. Yu Yi said milkily. Hey, Yi, good morning. Lu Han replied with a smile, and then let Yi play in the lobby. She was also quite strange in her heart. Yu Yi's child is usually sent by his grandfather, and it is usually around 8 o'clock. But today it was only 7:15, and it was delivered. Yu Liang put his younger sister in the play area, walked up to Li Chunmei, and said with a smile, Principal Li, hello. Ah, hello, hello. Li Chunmei had a professional smile on her face. Principal Li, I have something I want to tell you, is that okay? Sure. Although Li Chunmei was puzzled, she still brought Yu Liang to the principal's office with a smile on her face. Lu Han looked at Yu Liang in surprise and murmured in his heart. Could it be that Yu Yi's parents came to sue? However, thinking about what happened yesterday, she can definitely say that she has no regrets in her heart. However, working in kindergarten for so many years, she has seen many wonderful parents. Shaking her head slightly, she just hoped that she wouldn't encounter that kind of weird stuff. In the principal's office, Yu Liang said straight to the point, Principal Li, I just saw the facilities in the kindergarten and found that they are a bit outdated. I wonder if Principal Li plans to renovate or build new amusement facilities. Ah? Li Chunmei was a little dazed. What is this nonsense? Could it be that this kid is a contractor and wants to pull a project here? She smiled wryly and said, Parents Yui, our kindergarten is a private kindergarten. Although there will be a little funding from above every year, it's really not much. The tuition fees collected can maintain the status quo. It's already very good to repair it, where there is money to renovate and build new ones. Yu Liang nodded slightly, and said, Then, the kindergarten accepts parents' integration. He stopped suddenly, because a strong thought came to his mind. The sixth sense told him. Financing is not equal to consumption. Therefore, no financing is possible. So, he changed the subject and said, Are you accepting donations from your parents? Chapter 16 10 million arrives. Private donation? Li Chunmei was stunned for a moment, and then said hastily, For the better development of the children, of course we accept donations. After a pause, she continued, However, it is not a small sum to renovate the kindergarten. Yu Liang smiled and said, How much do you need? Li Chunmei hesitated for a moment, then said, The renovation method with more money, and the renovation method with less money and less money, I don't know which one you are referring to, Mr. Yu? At this time, Yu Liang has been promoted from Yu Yi's parent to Mr. Yu. Yu Liang frowned slightly, and said, Please explain in detail. As the principal of the kindergarten, Li Chunmei is very patient when dealing with parents of students. But at this moment, she was far more patient than usual. It's like this. Our kindergarten hasn't been overhauled for a long time. The most urgent thing to improve now is the outer wall. You can see that the outer wall has peeled off in many places, which affects the appearance. We plan to focus on repainting the exterior walls and doing some decorations after 2 months of summer vacation. Now, there is still a funding gap of 100,000 yuan in this regard. 100,000 yuan? Yu Liang looked at Li Chunmei silently. The principal's structure was too small. Seeing Yu Liang's silence, Li Chunmei quickly said, Of course, I'm not saying that you must donate 100,000. No matter how much you donate, it will help us solve practical problems. Yu Liang waved his hand and said proudly, Principal Li, if we renovate the entire campus during the summer vacation and build a few more children's play facilities on the playground, it will probably be enough. Ah, I'm sorry, Yu, what did you say? Li Chunmei asked in disbelief. I said, renovate everything so that the kindergarten can look brand new. Li Chunmei was dumbfounded, although she was considered a leader. But after all, he is just the principal of a small kindergarten, even if he usually receives some parents who want to donate. However, it is already quite good to be able to come up with 180,000. Such a generous. That is simply unimaginable. With a wry smile, Li Chunmei said, Mr. Yu, to be honest, what you said requires careful planning and calculation. I really can't answer you right now. Yu Liang nodded slightly. Principal Li was telling the truth. If she utters a number in one breath, there is a high probability that she is fooling people. Such an attitude made Yu Liang appreciate it. Principal Li, how about this, ask someone to calculate and see how much it will cost. Li Chunmei nodded dumbly, but she immediately said, Mr. Yu, the total renovation you mentioned is not a small sum. I'm afraid it will cost at least 3 or 5 million. Yu Liang said with a smile, Now labor is much more expensive than before, and decoration materials are not cheap. There are so many projects, and 3 to 5 million yuan is not much. He knows nothing about his investment in engineering projects. But today, he came here to spend money. Of course we have to go big. Hearing Yu Liang's arrogant tone, Li Chunmei also gasped, her eyes unavoidably suspicious. Seeing that Yu Liang is not very old, he is not bragging. After all, the world is too big. Even if there is an extra boastful parent by chance, it doesn't seem to be a rare thing. Yu Liang looked up at her, and his sixth sense told him that the old woman in front of him was a little suspicious. With a slight curl of his lips, Yu Liang said, Principal Li, give me the company account of the kindergarten. Ah, you want to? I'll put in the donated money to save you from being suspicious. Although Li Chunmei is old and refined, she still blushed after hearing this sentence. But she still sent the company account number over without hesitation. What are you afraid of losing face? As long as she got the money, she would be willing to lose face again. When Yu Liang applied for the card yesterday, even large value transfers were activated at the same time. At this time, he operated on the mobile phone for a while, and transferred 4 million, 3 million and 3 million respectively from the 3 banks with the most money. Add up, there is a full 10 million yuan. Ding ding ding. As the principal and legal person of the kindergarten, Li Chunmei's mobile phone is naturally bound to the school account. She saw with her own eyes that there were relevant reminders in the account. Then, she raised her head little by little, and looked at Yu Liang in disbelief. Previously, Yu Liang's tone was so loud that Li Chunmei thought that she had met a big client. However, even if her head was chopped off, she still couldn't imagine it. The young man in front of him donated so much money to the kindergarten in one go. 10 million. It's not 1,000, and it's not 10,000. But a full 10 million. There are quite a lot of kindergarten students, big, middle and small kindergartens, with a total of 5 grades. Their fees are 3 times more expensive than those of so-called public kindergartens. However, even if all the income is added up, can it be 10 million a year? Well, it is absolutely impossible to rely on tuition fees alone. Unless it is possible to add various cram schools and the 3 melons and 2 dates allocated from the finances. But, this time, it was a private donation. A personal, private donation. At this moment, Yu Liang suddenly became taller in her eyes. The kind that is higher than Tianqi, as tall as the Monkey King. Chapter 17. So low-key. Mr. Yu, you don't need so many. After a long while, Li Chunmei finally came to her senses, and she quickly explained, even if it is completely refurbished, 5 million is the top. It really doesn't need that much. This is renovating a house, not building a house. And even if it's building a house, it won't work. Don't look at the ridiculously expensive housing prices now. However, who actually earned the real big head? All kinds of media have already publicized the mystery of it to the public, and those steel and concrete labors are all small money. Therefore, even if the kindergarten is completely refurbished, it is absolutely impossible to use so much. Yu Liang smiled slightly, and said, Deanly, I donated money, but there are still a few requests, please agree. Ah, you say. First, I don't want too many people to know about this matter. At the very least, I can't disclose it to the media. I don't want to hear any gossip except for you, and a few teachers involved. Relevant teachers? Li Chunmei immediately grasped the essence of this sentence. She quickly said, Mr. Yu, don't worry, I will communicate with teacher Lu Han, and I will also tell the tutor of E's class and the manager of Ant. After a pause, she continued, of course, there are a few others, and I will notify them, but I promise, they will not talk nonsense. After hesitating for a while, she said again, in addition, I will add a tutor and an aunt to E's class. In each class of kindergarten, besides the head teacher, there are 2 helpers. They are the tutor and the management aunt respectively. In other words, there are 3 adults in each class. So, what is the newly added tutor and management aunt in E's class for? Although Li Chunmei didn't explain this point, both of them knew it well. Anyway, from now on, Yu E is in this class. No, it should be said that in the whole school, they will be treated differently. Coughing lightly, Yu Liang said, Principal Li, I don't want E to develop an arrogant and domineering personality, so... Li Chunmei hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, don't worry, our education advocates the equality of all, and we will never intentionally classify children into different classes. Yu Liang nodded slightly. It's one thing to say, but after the money arrives. Can teachers who know the inside story really treat Yu E like an ordinary child? Open the door of convenience, that is 100%. By the way, my parents and family members don't know about this matter, and I hope you can keep it secret. Li Chunmei's eyes widened, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily, and said, okay. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. It turned out that the money was his own, not his family's. Yu Liang stood up and said, if there is more money, let's improve the food for the children in the whole kindergarten, and give the teachers some benefits. This is still too much. Li Chunmei said with a wry smile. Yu Liang said meaningfully, it doesn't matter, if he is satisfied, I will donate another sum next year. Now he is in the small class, if there is no accident, there are still 2 years left in the kindergarten. Therefore, Yu Liang can donate again next year. Li Chunmei nodded repeatedly and sent Yu Liang out of the kindergarten in person. Then she saw it. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Yu Liang took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code for a self-service battery car, and drove the battery car squeaky away. Li Chunmei couldn't help but be tongue-tied. I just feel a little dizzy in my head. Self-service battery car? The person who donated 10 million in one go without any hesitation actually drove away on a self-service battery car instead of a luxury car? Could it be that I haven't woken up yet? She lowered her head and looked at the company account on her phone. The 10 million quietly lay on the account. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, as long as the money was real. When looking at Yu Liang's back again, Li Chunmei felt deep admiration. This is the real rich man. It's so low-key, which is admirable, but also deeply terrifying. School Li, good morning. Li Chunmei just woke up like a dream, and responded to the parents' greetings with a smile. Then, she came to Lu Han's side and whispered, Teacher Lu Han. School Li. Yui from your class, how does he usually behave? Ah, she is very obedient, a very quiet little girl. Well, you should pay more attention to her in the future. Li Chunmei said slowly, tomorrow, I will assign a tutor and a management aunt to your class. Lu Han suddenly became happy. The management of children may seem simple, but in fact there are many things. There are 3 people in a class. If there is a teacher to ask for advice, then it may not be too busy. But if 2 more people are added, the situation will be completely different. However, Li Chunmei said again, the main task of these 2 new teachers is one, and that is to concentrate on taking good care of Yui and make her extremely satisfied with the kindergarten. What? Also, starting from this month, the bonuses of your class teacher and aunt will be doubled. What? Lu Han couldn't help but glanced in the direction Yu Liang left. If the director isn't crazy, it's because of Yu Liang. I really don't know what drug that kid gave the dean to make the dean so generous. Chapter 18 Company Team Building. When Yu Liang came to the company, it was only 8:15, and there was still some time before the card swiping at 9 o'clock. Arriving at his workstation, Yu Liang opened the work log. Take a glance. Oh, today is the weekly system self-test. Putting it on people who don't understand it will feel like a mouse pulls a turtle, there is no way to start. However, Yu Liang is used to it. It's just that it takes a long time, and it's not a big problem. Seeing that everything was fine now, Yu Liang turned on the computer and started to run the software. Not long after, the door of the office was pushed open. Yu Liang glanced at him, and his pupils involuntarily lit up slightly. The person who came in was He Linglong. He smiled and waved at him, saying, Xiaohua, it's so early. The little girl hesitated obviously, and then said, Brother you are so early today. Yu Liang glanced behind her and said with a smile, Why, your sister hasn't come yet? The little girl rolled her eyes and said, Brother you, I'm here. Yu Liang was startled, and said in surprise, Ah, are you He Lingna? That's right. He Lingna gritted her teeth and said dissatisfied, Brother you can even make mistakes about our sisters. This time, it was Yu Liang's turn to roll his eyes. What the hell, you twins look exactly alike, how can I tell them apart? The door opened again, and with a smile on his face, He Linglong walked in with 2 small plastic bags. She first gave one of them to her younger sister before seeing Yu Liang. Ah, brother you, why are you here? Yu Liang turned around, clicked on the computer, and said, Today is the monthly system self-inspection day. I came here early to complete the task. Oh. He Linglong came to a sudden realization, and said, No wonder, I said brother you order it every day. If you came so early today, something must be up. Yu Liang stammered, thinking to himself. Little girl, can you speak? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Are you calling me lazy in disguise? Hey, after all, they are still 2 college students who have not graduated. I haven't fully experienced the beatings of the society, so I can't hold back my words. Of course, Yu Liang doesn't care about them. Brother Yu, have you had breakfast? He Linglong held up the plastic bag in his hand and said, I have rice balls and soy milk here, how about I bring you some? Yu Liang waved his hand and said, I've eaten at home. He Linglong nodded and said, Brother Yu, have you signed up for the company team building next week? Company team building? Yu Liang wondered, when did it happen? Ah, you don't know, the Dingtalk group was already at the top the day before yesterday. Many people signed up, and the 2 of us went too. The day before yesterday? Oh, for the past 2 days, all of Yu Liang's attention has been focused on that magical hard drive. To be honest, he really didn't have much leisure and elegance to pay attention to other things. I opened Dingtalk and found out. The company intends to organize team building activities next Sunday. Because it was a day off, not everyone signed up. Nowadays, those who sign up are basically young people in the company. Of course, because the company allows family members to accompany them, some seniors from the company sign up as families. Brother Yu, are you going? Yu Liang looked up, and suddenly saw a pair of expectant eyes. Of course, Yu Liang understood that this didn't mean that He Linglong was interested in him. It was because He Linglong had not been in the company for an internship for a long time, and there were not many friends he knew and could talk to. If I hadn't helped her, I would have been a passerby. Therefore, when it comes to team building, it is normal for He Linglong to wish to have another acquaintance to accompany her. Okay, the company hasn't organized a team building for a long time, so let's participate. Yu Liang responded, and then carefully looked at the team building content. The group building this time was arranged in a tourist attraction around Yongchang Dongqian Lake. According to the content of the group building, they will take a bus to the Dongqian Lake tourist attraction. And at noon, there will be a self-service barbecue there. In the afternoon, there is also a bicycle race along the lake. Of course, the participants in this competition are basically all young people. And those who work as a family, or are older. Both take part in boat tours. It can be said that the company's arrangements are extremely appropriate, basically taking everyone's situation into consideration. It has to be said that the company has a lot of talents. Yu Liang took a look. Sister He Linglong not only signed up for the team building, but also signed up for the cycling race along the lake in the afternoon. After taking a look at them, Yu Liang readily signed up. Yu Liang was not very interested in the team building of the company before. Not only him, many young people would rather sleep in for a day at home than get up so early to show their faces. The comfort in the bed in the morning is really unforgettable. But, for this team building, Yu Liang glanced at the pair of smiling sisters in front of him. He really looked forward to it. Chapter 19 Get WeChat, One Step Closer. Today is the company's system self-inspection day. Yu Liang is a little busy for a while. At noon, the two girls went to eat together and happened to pass by the office where Yu Liang was. Yu Liang's office is very small, with only 2 workstations. However, one of the workstations has been empty for a long time, and next to the room is the office of Chen Tao, the vice president and network director. The 2 little girls passed the corridor, turned their eyes, and happened to see Yu Liang who was fiddling with the computer. They stopped at the same time, and then looked at each other. As expected of a pair of twin sisters, they didn't even need to speak, they understood each other's meaning just by looking at each other. At noon yesterday, it was said that they invited Yu Liang as a treat. But what about the result? They will never forget the scene in the Malatang shop. If it weren't for Yu Liang's sharp eyesight and quick hands, that dead fly. Thinking of this, the 2 sisters felt a little churning between their chests and abdomens, as if they were not very hungry. And then, Yu Liang actually took the 2 of them to have a big meal. Nearly 300 meals per person. This made them both quite uneasy. If it is an ordinary, scumbag girl who has been tested by society. Eat men, use men, spend men's money, and then speak confidently. This is the opportunity they give men to pursue. Just like this, he was catching boys, and he even called it, licking the dog, spare tire. Then, if you meet someone tall, rich and handsome, kicking the spare tire away is also a normal choice. And in case the tall, rich and handsome man he meets is an emotional liar. Accidentally got pregnant or something. Well, at this time, if you can get an abortion, you can do it. If you can't, then please lick the dog and spare tire she to be a father. As for whether they want to keep in touch with Cao Fushuai in the future, it depends on their fate. If it's such a woman, don't say that Yu Liang invited 300 Western food per capita. Even if a 0 is added at the end, they still eat with peace of mind. However, these 2 little girls are not deeply involved in the world, but they definitely don't think so. What they thought was that they had helped them so much and treated them to a big meal. If you don't go back, I really feel uneasy. Of course, they definitely can't afford the 300 per capita consumption. But there is still no problem with ordinary lunch work meals. He Linglong stepped into the office room with 1 foot, and said, "Brother Yu, it's time for dinner, do you want to eat?" Yu Liang glanced at the computer in front of him, and said without hesitation, "Okay, let's go." He hit the pause button. This thing can be fiddled with any time. How can it be more important than eating with 2 little beauties? Of course, this is also because the wallet is thicker and the courage is full. If you want to go or not, you really need to think about it carefully. The 3 of them got into the elevator and came downstairs. He Linglong asked habitually, "What do you eat?" Yu Liang turned his gaze, and an idea popped up in his mind. At this time, the 6th sense is often the time to erupt. It turns out that the so-called seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck can also be used when picking up girls. "I want to eat, spicy pot." "Wow, that's great." He Lingna couldn't help cheering. The eyes looking at Yu Liang are extremely satisfied. Unexpectedly, twice in a row, what I wanted to eat coincided with Yu Liang's. Although she will not be superstitious about it. But it is undeniable that the favor for Yu Liang is swish swish swish. Of course, this kind of affection is far from reaching the level of the relationship between men and women. "Okay, mala hot pot." He Linglong thought for a while, and said, "There are 3 mala hot pot stores here, let's go, the one on Donggadeo, Tianyi Square." "Sister, that one is the most expensive." "Is it?" Yu Liang wondered, the prices in such a small shop should be the same. Hey, it seems that girls are indeed much more delicate than men when it comes to price. Expensive also has its advantages. He Linglong said, we can see the kitchen of that family, I don't want to meet again. Stop talking. He Lingna waved her hands again and again, and said, sister, listen to you, let's go quickly. Dongbadeo is not far from the company, and it takes more than half an hour to come and go to bring food. Generally speaking, the company stipulates that it takes half an hour for lunch. However, the boss of their private company is extremely enlightened. The prescribed working hours are from 9 to 5. But at noon, everyone was allowed to rest for an extra half an hour. Many colleagues lie on their desks to catch up on sleep. However, don't think that the boss is a saint if he does this. Because when it's 5 o'clock, there are really not many people who can really get off work on time. After lunch, He Linglong hesitated and said, Brother Yu, let's add WeChat. Yu Liang remained calm and said, okay. They all know the ding-talk number that each other uses when they work. But what about WeChat? Yu Liang seems to have heard someone say that in the past few months, they haven't added anyone except their colleagues in the department they belong to. After adding He Linglong's WeChat account, Yu Liang glanced at He Lingna intentionally or unintentionally. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then also took out her mobile phone. The relationship is to get along better. No matter where it comes from. WeChat got it today, and the relationship has gone a step further. Chapter 20 Draw 10 times in a row. In the evening, when Yu Liang came home, he was having dinner with his grandparents. Sure Tianfeng said with a smile while drinking a small wine, when I went to pick up Yi today, Teacher Lu was very enthusiastic about me. She also said that our Yi did very well in school. Really, Yi? Sure Hui said in surprise. Of course. Yui raised her neck proudly, and said, Ms. Lu said that I will be the lead dancer during this June 1st performance. Wow, Yi is so obedient, so smart, so amazing. Everyone in the family is overjoyed. They all thought that this was the position Yi had worked hard to get. Only Yu Liang smiled and said nothing. Yui thought for a while, and then said, Teacher Lu said that if you perform well, you should also recommend our class's program and participate in it. She frowned, obviously not remembering what the teacher said. Sure Tianfeng laughed and said, if you perform well, you can participate in the selection in the district. But, this is just a cut scene. The programs in the district have always been reserved by the first and second elementary schools. There is a very strange phenomenon in Yongcheng Kindergarten. Haishu district is the world of public kindergartens. If there are any programs or events that stand out, it is the primary and secondary schools that stand out. However, in Inzhou district, that is the world of private kindergartens. However, that kind of private kindergarten is completely different from ordinary private kindergartens. That is noble kindergartens, such as Herd Kindergarten, etc., the tuition fee for each semester should be at least 50,000 yuan. In addition, all kinds of extracurricular training, as well as traveling abroad. In short, given the original conditions of Yu Liang's family, it is impossible to even think about it. After dinner, Yu Hai took his family back home. Yu Liang entered the room, his heart beating a little faster. In fact, when eating, he was already a little impatient. But after all, it has been a few days since he got the hard drive, and his energy-raising skills have improved a lot, and he can hold his breath. Now, sitting in front of the computer. Yu Liang turned on the computer and clicked into the hard drive. The next moment, the pleasing prompt bar suddenly appeared. The host spends 10 million today, and can draw 10 times. Do you want to draw? Weather. Yu Liang opened his property panel. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, single time. Number of lottery draws, 10 times. Yu Liang was about to click negative, but with a slight movement in his heart, he suddenly remembered something. The magic hard drive even has such fantasy things as portable space, so if the lottery continues, will there be any incredible things? Could it be that there is any skill or item that is more precious than the portable space? For example, the treasure involving time and karma? Although Yu Liang also knew that he thought this way, it was purely out of insufficiency. But if I can't bear this thought, it's like weeds under the spring rain, growing upwards. He gritted his teeth and clicked yes. 10 consecutive draws begin. The next moment, the roulette appeared, and the pointer turned rapidly. 20 seconds later, the first reward came out. Congratulations to the host, the item has been drawn, map query, single, do you want to use it? Weather. Map query? What is this?
Yu Liang clicked the mouse on the map, and then instructions appeared.
Map query, you can enter the item or person name you want to query in the search bar, and you can instantly lock the location of the other party, with a global scope and a 12-hour time limit. Hey, this thing is pretty good. Although its role overlaps somewhat with the search function in the permanent garbage bin. However, these are two very different functions. The things that can be searched in the garbage station are all things that have been forgotten or abandoned by the world. But this map query can find everything. The only pity is that this thing is the number of uses, yes, single. Hey, good stuff. What the magic hard disk gives are all good things. Each one makes people reluctant to part with it. The draw continued, and after 20 seconds, the pointer stopped. Congratulations to the host, the skill has been drawn, skill duplication, single, do you want to use it? Weather. Skill duplication? What is this? Yu Liang moved the mouse over it, and a row of instructions appeared. Skill copy, single can copy the skills mastered by others to oneself. After each copy, the aging is maintained for 24 hours. Whoa! Yu Liang couldn't help exhaling the fragrance again. This is another super practical ability. Moreover, its value is so high that it is not even inferior to the sixth sense and portable space. I really want to turn it into my permanent skill. Yu Liang calmed down and continued to draw the lottery. 20 seconds later. A third reward appears. Congratulations to the host, the item has been drawn, Vajra Talisman, single time, do you want to use it? Weather. Diamond Talisman? Yu Liang's expression suddenly became extremely strange. This hard drive, why did it start to take the fantasy style again? Vajra Talisman, single time after using it, an invisible and powerful defensive cover will cover the body, which can resist the power of sniper rifles and shelling without any damage, and lasts for 1 hour. Chapter 21 points. Seeing the introduction of this Vajra Talisman, Yu Liang was deeply shocked. What the hell, if you use the Vajra Talisman, wouldn't you become a Superman? With a slight movement in his heart, he murmured and asked, after using the Vajra Talisman, can it withstand the attack of a nuclear bomb? On the screen, nothing changed for a long time. Yu Liang frowned slightly, strangely, when he asked before, this magical hard drive would most likely respond. But this time, why did it fail? He spoke again, can the Vajra Talisman withstand the attack of a nuclear bomb? Finally, a line of subtitles appeared on the screen. If you want to change the host candidate for this system, you can try. Yu Liang's face turned dark. Don't ask. But think about it, if the Vajra Talisman can ignore the power of nuclear bombs. So, how can it be possible to buy it for a mere 1 million consumption? Continue to draw. However, the following lottery draw is quite interesting. The huge roulette disappeared suddenly. Immediately afterwards, another row of writing appeared. There are only 3 lucky draws per day. In subsequent lucky draws, the host can redeem points to purchase rewards that have appeared before. Yu Liang was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. Although the things he drew before were good, each one was a single option. That is to say, after using it once, it is gone. If you want to use it again, God knows that you will be able to draw a second time until the year of the monkey. But now, the remaining 7 lucky draw opportunities are converted into points, which can be purchased at any time in the future. Good news, really good news. Yu Liang couldn't wait to open his property panel. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4, skill copy, single. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, single, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Points, 7 points. Not bad, very good. Sure enough, it is rich and refreshing. Yu Liang put the mouse over the points. The next moment, price marks of various skills and items appeared on the screen. After looking around carefully, Yu Liang couldn't help cursing in a low voice, fuck, profiteer. It is indeed a profiteer. During the lottery draw, no matter which skill or item is drawn, it is a chance to exchange for one. However, at the time of purchase, the price has changed drastically. Thing. Garbage station, residual 1 point. Garbage station, full 10 points. Portable space, 20 points. Map query, 1 point. Diamond talisman, 3 points. Note, the above items are all single time. Skill. Sixth sense, 1 point. Skill copy, 2 points. Note, the above skills are all single. Here, apart from the sixth sense, map query and garbage station, disabled, the required points are at least 2 points.
The most expensive is naturally the portable space, which has reached 20 points. Moreover, they are all single effects.
Hey, what is the garbage station, residual?
After reading the description, Yu Liang was quite speechless. It turns out that the garbage station, disabled, is a garbage station with only the first function. Then, the garbage station, full, is a super item with a second global search function.
Hey, although the hard disk is very powerful, the fee is not very powerful. Yu Liang shook his head and turned off the option. And at the next moment, the main event finally appeared. Another sentence popped up on the screen.
Given that the consumption of the host reaches 10 million for the first time, a certain skill or item can be upgraded, single, to permanent. At present, the survey shows that the host has skills, skill replication, single time. Items, portable space, single time, map query, single time, King Kong talisman, single time. Whether to choose one of them to upgrade to permanent.
Whether.
Yu Liang waved his hand excitedly.
Sure enough, the sixth sense was right.
When his consumption amount reached 10 million, this ability to upgrade, single, to permanent, appeared again.
So, which skill or item do you need to upgrade? Or maybe, wait a few days to see if there is anything new, and then decide?
Yu Liang only hesitated for a second before making a decision immediately. No matter what good things he encounters in the future, he still has other opportunities to upgrade. However, the treasure of portable space. He should have it no matter what. Move the mouse and click yes. Please select the item that needs to be upgraded.
Skill. Skill duplication, single. Thing.
Portable space, single.
Map query, single. Diamond talisman, single shot.
There was no need to choose at all. Yu Liang moved the mouse over the portable space, single time.
And choose OK.
Do you want to upgrade the item, portable space, single, to portable space, permanent?
Whether. Nonsense, do you even need to ask?
Yes. The moment Yu Liang clicked the mouse, he discovered that the world seemed to have changed.
Chapter 22 Permanent Portable Space. Portable space, after binding, a mysterious space attached to the host.
Space size, 100 meters in length, width and height, capable of storing any inanimate items. This time, the item of portable space no longer has a single suffix.
And Yu Liang clearly remembers that single note. Note, single means store once, take out once, store once, take out once. Once taken, the portable space disappears automatically.
In the case of single time, this portable space can only be used once.
Once used, the space disappears.
But now, Yu Liang no longer has such worries. At this time, Yu Liang felt a sense of wonder in a daze. That is, the place where I am sitting now seems to have another space. When he quietly sensed it, a strange feeling suddenly spread.
A brand new and unique space was just like this unfolding in front of him. 100 meters in length, width, and height.
This is a super space as high as 1 million cubic meters. At this time, Yu Liang, who had just entered the space and was standing in the center of the space, looked up and looked around. He suddenly realized that here, he was so small and insignificant. However, at the next moment, he felt it again.
This space has an inseparable connection with myself.
It seems that this space is a part of his body.
Well, the extended part.
He wants to control everything in this space, just like the brain directs the limbs to make actions such as walking, dodging, striking, and defending.
He can also control everything in this space. Moreover, this feeling is getting closer and clearer.
Yu Liang thought for a while, and said silently in his heart, "Quit." In the next instant, his body returned from the space to the bedroom.
Glancing at the chair, Yu Liang put his hand on it.
In an instant, the chair disappeared. Next, there are big-ticket items like tables, beds, etc. These things actually have a certain weight, and it is not so easy for Yu Liang to move them. However, load them into the space and then take them out. But it only takes a thought, and it can be done.
Moreover, when you take it out, you can also adjust the position and posture of the table and bed.
With this space, it can be called a sentence, and you can do whatever you want. Yu Liang grinned and smiled happily.
Even if you have nothing to eat in the future, you can start a moving company.
With this skill, no moving company can compete with us.
Of course, just think about it. Unless he's crazy, he won't start a moving company. An hour later, a bad premonition suddenly surged in Yu Liang's heart. He immediately stopped tossing. Opened the door, go to the bathroom and take a shower obediently. While taking a bath, he heard the opening of his parents' bedroom door. Then, the door closed again. There is also a bathroom in the parents' bedroom. Therefore, when they came out at this time, they must have come to urge themselves to go to bed early. Hey, this is the inconvenience of living with parents. There is indeed a huge generation gap between the habits of the older generation and the young people today. Yu Liang finished washing up and then went back to the bedroom. He didn't go to sleep right away, but turned on the computer quickly. Then the daily operations started. Yesterday, I used 9 platform accounts in one breath and sold 149 bitcoins. However, looking at the price of Bitcoin now, still hovering around the price of $20,000. In other words, the bitcoins he sold had no impact on the market at all. This evening, Yu Liang was prompted by the sixth sense. Only sold 60 bitcoins and stopped. However, after conversion, it also reached more than 8 million yuan. Looking at the deposit limits of several bank cards, it adds up to 21 million. Well, you don't have to sell too much every day. It's better if the water flows slowly like this. In fact, if you give him more bank cards, the amount of cash Yu Liang can withdraw every day will definitely double. However, his sixth sense told him. In China, the daily withdrawal limit is already close to the limit. If you do it recklessly, bad things will definitely happen. Therefore, when it is time to restraint is still needed. However, if he has a foreign bank card, the sixth sense does not have any dangerous reactions. Suddenly, Yu Liang's heart began to stir. After tidying up, Yu Liang put the computer into his portable space. This magical hard drive is not only his greatest confidence, but also his greatest weakness. If this thing is stolen, then he really wants to cry but has no tears. However, now that he has a portable space, he has permanently made up for this defect. Of course, using a desktop is still somewhat inconvenient. Go and see tomorrow, buy the largest notebook, and then replace this magic hard drive to try the effect. If this can also inspire the magic hard drive, then there will be no future troubles. Chapter 23 My Treat. The next day, Yu Liang didn't send Yi to school anymore. He came to the company as usual. With his current net worth, he doesn't need this job at all. It's just that he's gotten used to it over the past few years. And more importantly, the job is easy. Yu Liang knew that it was because of his uncle's relationship. His immediate boss is an old friend of his uncle, and more importantly, the company's tens of millions of loans were obtained from his uncle. Therefore, Yu Liang is well taken care of in the company and has never experienced any dangers in the workplace. Of course, this is also related to the network department, which is the only employee like him. If it is a department with more than double-digit personnel, even if you don't hurt the tiger's heart, the tiger will still have the idea of eating you. At noon, as soon as the mealtime came, Yu Liang immediately opened WeChat. He first set up a group chat and added the accounts of the 2 little beauties to it. Yu Liang, I'm treating guests to dinner at noon, do you want to come together? He Lingna, what to eat? He Linglong, today we pay the bill. Yu Liang, you paid the bill yesterday, and it's my turn today. He Linglong, that won't work, we are 2 people, we should pay twice. Yu Liang, I made extra money today, treat me. He Lingna, brother you, what extra money do you earn? Yu Liang, coin speculation, did you know? He Lingna, I don't know, is it a foreign currency? Yu Liang, no, it is virtual currency, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. He Lingna, this. I've heard of it, but I don't know how to fry it. Yu Liang, it's actually very simple. It's like stocks. Buy on lows and sell on highs. If you operate well, you can earn pretty good returns. You should be able to earn a little more than stocks. Indeed, virtual currencies such as Bitcoin have risen and fallen dramatically. Those who make money die, and those who lose money jump off the building. Of course, Yu Liang can only make money and never lose money. He Lingna, brother you, how much did you earn today? Yu Liang, it's not how much I earned today, it should be said how much I earned in this trading cycle. He Lingna, oh, how much is that? Yu Liang, a little too much. He Lingna, how much is it? Yu Liang, guess what? He Lingna. In the purchasing department, the corners of He Lingna's mouth were slightly pouted, feeling angry in her heart. I guess you are a ghost. Yu Liang, take a guess, if you guess right, I will treat you to a big meal. If it was some time ago, when Yu Liang talked to her like this, He Linglong would definitely stay away. But now, the three of them are quite familiar with each other. She thought about it. He Linglong, 10,000 yuan? She works in the office, albeit only as an intern. However, the environment of the office is a breeding ground for all kinds of rumors. Especially when the salary is paid every month, there will be more or less talk about it. Therefore, He Linglong roughly knew how much Yu Liang's monthly income was. It's a bit much for Yu Liang to say a word. Certainly not a small amount of money. That's why she wrote 10,000 yuan. Because for her, it was already a few months of internship salary. Yu Liang, He Linglong, no way, I guessed it right away. Yu Liang, He Linglong, brother you, did I guess right? Yu Liang, about the same, indeed more than one. I invite seafood dishes for lunch, do you want to go? He just said more than one, but whether it is more than 10 million or 10,000 yuan depends on He Linglong's own imagination. He Lingna, oh, how embarrassing this is. Yu Liang, cut the nonsense, whether to go or not. He Lingna, go, I'll sign up. He Linglong frowned slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. However, just when she was about to refuse, her younger sister had already agreed first. She was weak, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. However, thinking about it, I feel something is wrong. He Linglong, Nana, what are you doing? Why do you agree? He Lingna, sister, you idiot, can't you see that brother you wants to chase you? He Linglong, don't talk nonsense, or I will get angry. He Lingna, well, I won't talk about it, but to be honest, I went out with him these 2 days, and I found that he was quite compatible with us, at least I didn't hate it. Just, be a friend. He Linglong, but he spent too much money on treats. He Lingna, it's okay, we'll be leaving in another month and a half, and then we'll treat him to an expensive meal and just pay back the favor. He Linglong was silent, but thinking about it, this is also a solution. It's time to mourn for your wallet. At noon, the three met downstairs and went to a nearby seafood restaurant. Yu Liang actually didn't have much feeling for this thing. But it is undeniable that this thing is really expensive. Compared with Western food and the like, it is already a younger brother. Sisters He Linglong obviously came to this kind of place for the first time. After they checked the menu, the two sisters looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to order. Yu Liang was not polite to them, and ordered meals according to his favorite appetite. I have to say that expensive things are indeed expensive for a reason. Especially those raw dishes, the flavors of salmon, Arctic shellfish and sweet shrimp are much more mouth-watering than what Yu Liang ate in other restaurants. All in all, Yu Liang thinks it is worth the money. Chapter 24 Can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The two sisters looked cautious, a little reluctant to let go. Yu Liang thought for a while, then smiled and said, Shoa, how is your work doing recently? He Linglong sighed, and said, that's not the case, hey, I learned so many things in school, but I didn't use them at all. Both of their sisters majored in foreign trade and business. The younger sister, He Lingna, is in the purchasing department, and she also uses a little bit of skills more or less. However, the older sister in the office is completely irrelevant. Although in the past few months, He Linglong has gotten used to the current work rhythm. However, such a job does not help her major. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, Shoa, in fact, once students enter the society, most of the things they learn in college are outdated and can't be used. Ah, then our university is not for nothing? No, going to college is a qualification, a stepping stone, and an unforgettable experience. Yu Liang said with a smile, perhaps, you will regret it and feel that you have wasted your time after going to college. However, if you don't go to college, you will definitely regret it even more when you think about it later. Sisters He Linglong looked at each other. The outspoken He Lingna said, brother you, are you feeding us chicken soup? Yu Liang's old face flushed, the child nowadays is really uncute. In fact, in the process of human growth, there are countless choices. However, no matter which path you choose, you will never be satisfied in the end. Because, you always think about it. If it had been done in the first place, perhaps a better result would have been obtained. But in fact, is this really the case? Therefore, grasping the present is the most worthwhile thing to do. Today's little girls can use Douyin, Kuaishou, video accounts, and so on to surf the internet. They have seen and heard a lot of these contents, so they are less shocked than when they first heard it. Putting down the chopsticks, Yu Liang said, Xiao Xiuha, tell me about yourself. Xiao Xiuha? What the hell is this? He Lingna's eyes widened, and she could hardly believe her ears. My sister is Xiao He, so is I Xiao Xiao He? She puffed up her cheeks, so angry that she wanted to. However, looking at the expensive food in front of her, He Lingna still couldn't summon up her courage after all. What are you talking about? How about your work?
Helena said angrily, it's okay, I met a master in the purchasing department, who taught me for a few months, and went through all the procedures.
It's just.
Her expression was a little boring, and she said, even if I don't give me real customers, I don't have the right to contact customers alone. I can only handle affairs through the master.
Yu Liang smiled and said, you are an intern.
After graduation, you are not sure whether you will come to our company or not. If someone teaches you the process, it can be regarded as doing your best. As for customers, even if it is true, master and apprentice will not let go easily, let alone you. The two sisters He Linglong looked at each other inside. Seeing their expressions, Yu Liang knew that after a few months of internship, these two girls can be regarded as a little bit aware of the reality.
Know the gap between reality and ideal. Hey, many people on TikTok say that graduation means unemployment. I didn't think so before. But thinking about it now.
Helena said with a sad face, sister, after we graduate this year, where are we going to find a job? He Linglong thought for a while, and said, submit your resume, add a few more points, it should be effective.
Helena curled her lips.
After several months of hard work, she is no longer that ignorant little girl on campus who doesn't know anything.
Can I get a good job by submitting my resume?
Maybe, but too few and too difficult.
Are their sisters worrying about this matter? Yu Liang rolled his eyes and wanted to say something.
You don't have to work anymore, I'll take care of it. But think about it, if you talk like this, the sisters are afraid that they will draw a line with him immediately.
Well, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so I need to be more patient.
Hey, it's a pity, I don't have connections, otherwise a chance to make a fortune is right in front of me.
Helena said lazily after taking a bite of sweet shrimp. What chance?
Today, the director of our procurement department released a task in the department group. He was entrusted by someone to buy a piece of high-grade wood. If anyone has a way to introduce it successfully, the thank you fee will be at least 5 figures.
Wow, so many?
Yeah, I really don't know what kind of high-grade wood has so much thank you fees. The two sisters started chatting and discussing. But Yu Liang's heart twitched slightly.
High-grade wood?
If he remembers correctly, that day when the dumpster was opened.
In addition to Bitcoin, there are many precious metals such as gold and silver.
Moreover, he still vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen a piece of old mountain sandalwood.
High-grade wood? If India's Lausan sandalwood is not considered a high-grade wood,
then in the whole world, there are no other trees that dare to call themselves high-end.
Of course, more importantly,
the things in the garbage dump are all ownerless.
Yu Liang coughed lightly, and said, my friend seems to have some high-grade wood. Really? Helena said in surprise. I'll go and ask, maybe there is. Brother you must have it. Helena's eyes glowed excitedly, if the transaction is successful, thank you for the fee and I will agree. Chapter 25 Foreign Bank Cards, 50 more. Back at the company, Yu Liang opened the log and continued to fish.
However, at this moment, his QQ lighted up. Nowadays, the communication tools that people use in ordinary interpersonal communication are generally WeChat.
On the company's internal platform, DingTalk is mostly used. However, when communicating with the outside world, the software QQ is still indispensable.
At least, using it to send files is fast and convenient, and everyone is familiar with it.
Tan Yun, brother, are you there? Yu Liang, Mr. Tan, what's the matter? Tan Yun, brother, didn't you ask me to open an account in a foreign bank for you? Now I have opened 3 banks. The physical information will be mailed to you across borders in the future. I will send you the electronic information first. Remember to change your password after verification. Yu Liang, so fast? Tan Yun, the service tenet of our company is to satisfy all customers. Moreover, if you give enough money, the speed will of course be faster. The amount of payment is directly proportional to the speed.
It seemed that he was right to find Tan Yun himself.
Yu Liang, alright, send me the file. By the way, which 3 countries are they? Tan Yun, Xinjiapo, Gizi country, and Germany. Yu Liang, okay, let me verify first.
Soon, Tan Yun sent the file over. Yu Liang was also in the company, using the computer provided by the company for verification. The other party is quite reliable, and the bank card applied for is not HSBC or Citigroup, but the largest bank in the local country. After each verification, he will change the password easily.
Yu Liang, Mr. Tan, I am very happy that your company is doing very well. Tan Yun, thank you for the compliment. Brother, just tell me if you have anything to do in the future. Yu Liang, great, I really have something to do. Tan Yun, what's the matter?
Yu Liang, please help me open bank accounts in a few more countries.
Tan Yun, Wokai, brother, are you alright? Yu Liang, I am in good health. Tan Yun, no, what I mean is, how many countries do you want to open bank accounts in?
Yu Liang, don't worry about countries that are too small or in turmoil.
You can get bank accounts in 30 to 50 countries, and you'll be fine. Tan Yun.
At this moment, Tan Yun looked at the reply on QQ, and he only felt his blood pressure suddenly rise.
If it was an ordinary person, Tan Yun would definitely not talk about it now. Go to 30 or 50 countries to open an account? What kind of operation is this? Is this kid planning to engage in money laundering? However, considering that the company Yu Liang works for is their major client.
Although Yu Liang is not a big shot.
However, although this kind of little person often can't accomplish anything, if he wants to destroy something, it's too easy.
And Yongchang is because it is a port city to the outside world. Therefore, the competition of foreign agency companies is extremely fierce and cruel. It is impossible for Tan Yun to offend people because of this kind of thing.
Hesitated for a moment.
Tan Yun, brother, you have opened bank accounts in so many countries.
Do you have a designated bank?
Yu Liang, of course it is the national bank of the local country.
Tan Yun, so, do you have any needs for these accounts?
Yu Liang, there must be demand, otherwise I would be full. Tan Yun smiled wryly to himself, if you are just eating and supporting yourself, then you have nothing to do.
I feel relieved.
But think about it and know that this is impossible.
Tan Yun, brother, it's like this.
Our company can provide direct agency services to only 7 countries. If you want to do business in more countries.
Yu Liang, how to say?
Tan Yun, we have to make a second commission, which will cost a lot.
How about I help you select some agency companies, and you go directly to them?
To be honest, some business can be accepted, but there are also some businesses that I really dare not accept. What he said already meant a little evasion. Yu Liang, it's okay, I don't want to be so troublesome, so I entrust it to you.
How much it costs, you can report it to me directly. He pondered for a moment.
Tan Yun, brother, if it is our company, everything is easy to talk about. However, let us contact the company, and the agency fee will be at least 5,000 on average in a country. And each requires an advance deposit of more than $3,000. However, if you make the contact yourself, the estimated cost will be much lower.
He made it clear.
If everything is left to their company to operate, then it is inevitable to peel off a layer of skin. In this way, bank cards in 50 countries have been issued.
The handling fee alone is at least 250,000.
As for bank deposits in various countries, it is also more than $150,000.
This is not a small sum. But Tan Yun never thought that this little money. Yu Liang, okay, I see.
I will transfer the handling fee and deposit into your company account.
Oh, this time is also urgent, after you count, give me a quotation.
Tan Yun, okay, brother, I will go to consult and send you the quotation in 2 days.
You can think about it before making a decision.
Looking away from the computer, Tan Yun only felt his mouth dry and bitter.
Damn, I won't really be an accomplice of some criminal.
However, he dismissed the thought in a blink of an eye.
Lao Tzu was just accepting normal business and did not mention any financial crimes. As for the agency company, is it possible that if there is business coming to your door, you still have to push it out? Do not know. That's right, that's it, I don't know anything. Chapter 26 Don't take advantage of it.
Looking at the 3 foreign bank cards on the electronic information, Yu Liang nodded in satisfaction. There is a saying, called the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit.
Although Yu Liang is satisfied with the security environment in the country, he has no intention of immigrating. However, it is still necessary to prepare 2 more back roads. Suddenly, a pop-up window popped up on DingTalk.
Chen Tao, Yu Liang, the company's computer consumables are out of stock, and we need to buy a batch. You can go to the store that our company cooperates with. If there is no problem, sign the contract and pick up the goods.
Yu Liang, yes, master.
Although they are branches, they also have a certain scale, with 40 or 50 people.
The monthly office consumables are not small.
This aspect is managed by the logistics department, but Yu Liang is responsible for receiving things related to computers every time. Although Yu Liang can't set the price, he doesn't have the right to change the designated store. However, every time the company represents the company to inspect the goods in the other party's store. People will definitely give a few packs of cigarettes, and even treat the guests to a rubbing meal or something.
Of course, this is the limit. Wanting to collect money or something is wishful thinking. After noting his whereabouts in the work log, Yu Liang left the company openly.
This time in the past, not only was it a public mission, but it was also reimbursed.
Going out, it's only May, and the weather is not hot. If it comes to July, the whole city of Yong will be turned into a furnace. Maybe it's time to buy a car. However, before buying a car, you must first buy a few sweets. At the very least, if you live upstairs and downstairs with your grandparents, it will be much more convenient to take care of them in the future. By the way, not only my own family, but also my cousin's family. These years, my uncle has nothing to say to me, he is like his own son. Even his current leisurely job was arranged by his uncle. To be a human being, you must know how to repay your kindness, and you must never take others' kindness to you for granted. When you are unable, express your thanks verbally. If you have the ability, then you have to act. However, buying a home is not the same as paying off a loan. That's a lot of money. How should I explain it to my family? No matter how many bitcoins you bought back then, it is impossible to be endless. Yu Liang shook his head and put the question behind him. I called a car using the taxi app and went to Tianyi Digital Mall. Here, there are dozens of digital stores, and the computer supply store designated by their company is also among them. Oh, brother Yu is here. A young man saw Yu Liang and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. This young man was actually 2 years older than Yu Liang. However, because of the relationship between supply and demand, his posture is very low. Boss, is our company's goods ready? It's been prepared a long time ago, it's all here, take a look. That is, some office paper, ink, and some replacement parts and so on. Although things are small, they pay attention to a long flow of water, so the boss really cares about it. Yu Liang checked it briefly, and said with a smile, okay, boss, I'll go downstairs to buy something, you pack it first. Hey, brother Yu, tell me what you want to buy, and I promise I won't make you a penny. Yu Liang waved his hands with a smile, and said, forget it, I don't want to have any financial dealings with you, I'll come back later. After speaking, he turned around and left without stopping. The young man called out perfunctorily, but didn't force it. But in his heart, he gave Yu Liang a high look. However, he didn't know. That is now. If it was AB*********** D who didn't take advantage of the cheap, Yu Liang would definitely be willing to buy a big one from him. But now, if there is an advantage, he just doesn't take advantage of it. After wandering around downstairs, Yu Liang arrived at the Huawei store. The past 2 years have not been easy for Huawei. Because of the chip sanctions in the beautiful country, Huawei's goal has long become the 3-word survive. Yu Liang used to buy mobile phones, and they were always fruits. However, since the year before last, he has switched to Huawei. Sir, welcome, please take a look. Thank you. Yu Liang nodded slightly. The one he came to was Huawei's flagship store in Yongchang. It not only had the largest area, but also had the most complete stock. However, Yu Liang walked around the store, but didn't find what he wanted. He reached out, called a salesman, and asked, do you have Mate 16s here? Yes, please sit down. The salesperson warmly welcomed Yu Liang to the sofa, then took out the brochure and showed it to him. In the store, there are samples of various mobile phones, tablets and laptops. It's just that Mate 16s is the largest of Huawei's notebooks, so it's not on the table. Sir, your vision is really good. Mate 16s is the most unique one among Huawei, and even all the large-size all-around notebooks on the market. Indeed, the size of this notebook is quite special. It is a 3:2 screen, which is also specially customized by Huawei, and it is relatively scarce in the entire market. It's also a touchscreen laptop, and it works pretty well. Chapter 27. It's very quiet. Yu Liang has been envious of this computer for a long time. As for the price, it is of course an important consideration before switching to another one. But now, he only asks whether he likes it or not, and never cares whether the price is high or not. Because of the long-term intention and the lack of money, Yu Liang just asked a few words and said directly, give me an i9 version of Mate 16s, how much is it? The salesman was taken aback, and quickly said, the price is 9,999 yuan. Okay, bring me one. Okay, sir. The salesman was also quite happy, he didn't waste much time, and he bought it without hesitation. It would be great if we could meet a few more guests like this. Yu Liang got up and came to the center of the booth. Here, there is a sample of Huawei Matex's 2 Collector's Edition folding flagship mobile phone. However, the price of this thing is more expensive.
The top match is around 13,000.
The salesman's eyes lit up, and he hurried over and said, "Sir, this is our best foldable phone under Huawei." Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "I saw it." The salesman's face flushed slightly, and he thought to himself, this guy is really rude.
However, when he thought that he just took out the small 10,000 yuan to buy a computer without hesitation, the unhappiness in his heart disappeared immediately. Yu Liang pointed to the samples on the counter and said, "How much do you have in stock for the price of 13,000?
Ah.
The salesman's eyes widened with confusion.
"I want 10, do you have any? 10 units? This one for 10,000? Yes, there is. Yes, I'll transfer the goods for you right away."
The salesman hurriedly said, "It will be brought to you in half an hour at most." Yu Liang nodded and said, "Okay, pay first, I'll go out for a stroll, and I'll be back in half an hour."
When you buy something, you usually look at the goods first, and then pay. However, this time Yu Liang bought too many things and the prices were too expensive. Moreover, he has to leave.
Therefore, if he does not pay, people will not dare to take it. 10 Huawei Matex's 2 Collector's Edition folding flagship mobile phones, 13,000 each, plus a Mate 16 Si9 priced at 9,999 yuan. In an instant, more than 100,000 yuan was spent. However, the number on Yu Liang's bank card has hardly changed.
After paying, Yu Liang left the digital shopping mall and entered the international shopping mall in Tianyi Square. Here is the old high-end shopping mall in Yongchang. Mainly to sell major luxury brands.
An ordinary shirt or t-shirt can sell for more than 2,000 yuan. The so-called LV, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Coco, etc. also have specialty stores here. When Yu Liang entered the shopping mall, he found that there were not many people here. Think about it too, there must not be many people who can afford to spend here.
And in recent years, similar super commercial buildings have sprung up one after another in Yongchang.
Especially the eastern new city, with trillions of supporting facilities, has already snatched the most expensive and best synonymous. Therefore, this former coordinate mall has now declined a lot. However, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and there are still many regular customers here. Yu Liang came here for no other purpose except to spend money.
If you don't buy a mobile phone or computer today, forget it.
However, since it cost more than 100,000 yuan, 1 million must be collected no matter what.
No way, who made the regulations on the magic hard drive so strict? The daily consumption must be over 1 million in order to draw a prize. And Yu Liang didn't want to waste this opportunity. 860,000. The current shortfall is 860,000.
Yu Liang murmured this number in his mouth, and then glanced at several deserted specialty stores. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Helena directly.
No way, he doesn't know many girls. I'm looking for someone to ask, but I really can't find the right one. Brother Yu, what's the matter?
Helena's voice was small and soft.
Xiao Shouha, I want to ask you something. Which luxury brand do girls like the most? Come on, don't hesitate, tell me right away. Helena was confused, and subconsciously said, Chanel. Okay, thank you. Crack. The WeChat phone hung up. Helena? What the H***L?
Yu Liang turned around and walked directly into the Chanel store.
This is a store that mainly targets female customers.
When Yu Liang walked in, there was only one customer in the store, choosing clothes.
But there are 5 staff members in the store. What does it mean to have more sales than customers? Now it is. Seeing Yu Liang coming in, someone greeted him immediately. Although Yu Liang was dressed in ordinary clothes, there was no such thing as a dog looking down on others. The girl who looked like she had a score of about 80 even though she put on makeup was all smiles. Sir, is there anything I need?
Yu Liang thought for a while, and said very directly, I'm not familiar with cosmetics and bags, you can help me choose 3 bags and 4 sets of cosmetics, and the price should be controlled at around 1 million. His voice is not very loud, just the volume of ordinary people speaking.
But this moment.
The store, which was not noisy at first, suddenly became extremely quiet. Even the female guest and the salesperson who were talking stopped at the same time and turned their heads. In the shop, at this moment, it was very quiet.
Chapter 28 Inconvenient. 1 million. How much is this money? That depends on what to compare it with.
Don't look at what is said on the internet, such as bags, one is worth millions of dollars. But in fact, most of Chanel's entry-level bags are only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan.
Moreover, the currency unit of the suffix is still RMB. Of course, there are more than 100,000 types of bags, and there are many styles. However, the number of transactions for such bags is actually quite limited.
The money of the rich does not come from the wind. It is impossible to buy a million-level bag every day. And being able to spend millions of dollars at a Chanel branch at one time. Regardless of whether he bought one thing or many things, he could be called a big spender. A middle-aged woman came up immediately. Yu Liang took a look and immediately saw the word store manager written on her badge.
"Hello, sir,"
the store manager said with a smile.
Yu Liang frowned slightly and said, "I'm a shopping person who likes eye contact.
Since she was the first to come up to receive me, the performance is hers."
The store manager hurriedly said, "Sir, don't worry, the performance must be considered showy, please sit down."
Yu Liang sat down generously. Both the customers and the shop assistants here are all women, only Yu Liang is a man, a typical example of Yin prospering and Yang declining.
If it was before, Yu Liang might not even dare to come in. But now.
It is said that money is a man's guts, and this sentence is absolutely true.
Yu Liang sat quietly on the sofa without any timidity. Because, he really can't think of what he needs to worry about. The 21 million deposit in the bank account is his guts. If it's not enough, I'll ask you. 80 billion US dollars, is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? What's your name, sir? Forget about your surname so it's you. Good surname.
The store manager boasted insincerely, and then said, "Mr. Yu, who do you plan to buy for? How old are you? Do you have any color or style preferences?
We can prepare for you."
Yu Liang nodded and said, 3 bags, 2 for elders, all around 50 years old, and 1 for my cousin, who is 24 years old this year. After thinking for a while, he said again, the cosmetics are also given to them, and there is another set, which is given to a 70-year-old man.
The store manager's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Such a request. Well, I can only say that any kind of customers who open a store can meet them.
Although Yu Liang's request was somewhat complicated, it was by no means out of the ordinary.
Within half an hour, several shop assistants had the items ready.
Yu Liang glanced at the price, and the total was 980,000 yuan.
The odds are erased, and 2 small sets of Chanel Cosmetics trial sets are also included. The store manager brought the items in front of him, divided them into 4 parts, and said, "Mr. Yu, do you need us to deliver the goods to your door?"
Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "No need, I'll take it." At this time, a strong urge to buy a car surged in his heart again.
"Then go and see it in 2 days." When paying, the clerk named Xiaoyi said respectfully, "Mr. Yu, can I add your WeChat? If there are any new products in the future, we can send them to you."
Yu Liang glanced at her.
To be honest, this girl looks very good.
Although she wears light makeup, those who can reach 80 points can be called the word beauty. Of course, compared with the twins, there is still a big gap.
If it was before, Yu Liang must have been flattered.
But after thinking about it now, he still shook his head and refused.
Forget it, it's inconvenient.
As for why it was inconvenient for him to say.
Because even he himself didn't know why.
After leaving with big bags and small bags, Yu Liang turned and went into the bathroom.
When he came out, he was already empty-handed.
I have to say that the portable space is really an artifact for home travel. When I returned to the Huawei store, the products were already ready. Yu Liang took apart a mobile phone, as well as a computer, and tested it.
He was very satisfied with the test results.
No matter what others say, he still quite recognizes the Huawei brand. As for the other 9 mobile phones, of course Yu Liang did not take them apart, but asked them to pack them together. Of course, Yu Liang discarded the computer box directly, and went out with a computer bag instead. After leaving this time, Yu Liang just put the 9 brand new mobile phones into the space.
As for the computer bag and the new mobile phone, they were held in their hands openly.
When he returned to the boy's shop, he had already packed and loaded the car.
What Yu Liang has to do is to follow the car to the company to hand over.
After seeing what Yu Liang bought, the young man was also secretly speechless.
The latest Mate 16S, and the Matex 2 Collection Edition folding flagship mobile phone.
These two add up to at least 20,000 plus.
He finally understood.
Why did Yu Liang not care about his small favors, and never asked for anything extra? It turned out that he himself was such a powerful boss.
Chapter 29 Evaluation of Mobile Phones.
Back to the unit, the handover is over, which is around 3:30 in the afternoon. In fact, he slipped away for 2 hours in the afternoon, visited the Huawei store, and also went to Chanel. But the young man absolutely kept silent about this kind of thing, just pretending he didn't know about it. Back at his workstation, Yu Liang thought for a while, took out 2 Huawei folding machines, unpacked them, took a few photos up and down, left and right, and sent them to the twins' WeChat group.
After a while. Helena, brother Yu, what are you doing?
I bought a new mobile phone, it is a Huawei folding machine.
Yu Liang, hey, you girls, don't you all like fruit? How do you know about Huawei? Helena, brother Yu, please find out, okay? This is a foldable model. Does fruit have a foldable model?
Yu Liang, oh, so, if you have a choice, do you want to use fruit or Huawei?
Helena, if it is a folding machine, of course I like Huawei, but if it is not a folding machine, then I like fruit. Helinglong, brother Yu, you bought 2 Huawei folding machines?
Yu Liang silently took out the Huawei that he had just used, put it on, and then took pictures and sent them to the group.
Helena, wow, 3 mobile phones? Brother Yu, what are you doing? Yu Liang, I didn't spend any money. Helena?
Yu Liang, as you know, I'm a network engineer, and I just received a bonus offer. Evaluation of Huawei Matex's 2 folding models.
In addition to me, I have to find 2 other people to try it out. Hey, what a hassle. Helinglong. Helena, wow, such a good thing? Real or fake? Yu Liang, nonsense, can't you see that these 3 machines are all evaluation machines? Sister Helinglong's head was full of question marks. Review machine? What it is? Yu Liang, no way, can you really not see it? Helena, how can you not see it? This phone is a little different from the official version of Huawei's folding phone. However, if you didn't say it, I really didn't notice it. Yu Liang couldn't help but laugh, this little girl. Different? What is different? If you can really find it, then it is called a ghost.
However, with the actual income of sisters Helinglong, unless they change their style, otherwise, they will never have access to mobile phones of this price.
Yu Liang, that's right, Xiao Xiao still has vision. Helena, brother Yu, do you want someone to evaluate it? Yu Liang, yes. Helena, is there any request?
Yu Liang, no, it is just an ordinary user. After using it for a period of time, just tell me your sincere evaluation.
Helena, brother Yu, what do you think of our sisters? We are all ordinary users, and we are also loyal users of Huawei.
Yu Liang rolled his eyes, let's talk nonsense. You just said that if it is not a folding machine, choose a fruit. A girl's mouth, a deceitful ghost.
Helinglong, Nana, don't talk nonsense.
At Yu Liang, brother Yu, don't think about us.
Helena, sister, you are so stupid.
Brother Yu posted it in the group, and he made it clear that he wanted us to be a reviewer.
Isn't that right, brother Yu? Yu Liang.
What the hell, kids nowadays are really smart enough.
It's just that Helinglong's skin is too thin, while Helena is just bold enough. Helinglong, this is too expensive, we can't use it well. Yu Liang, alright, you have invited me to dinner several times. Anyway, my evaluation is not for anyone. If you don't want it, then I will go to the street and drag 2 people to evaluate it. Helena, sis.
In private, Helena sent a message to her sister alone.
Helena, sister, didn't you see it? Brother Yu said that if we don't want it, we will throw it away for nothing. Helinglong, Nana, the evaluation machine is unreliable.
Helena, hey, you don't care if it's reliable or not, at worst, it's enough to pay you to him.
Helinglong, Nana, you want to die.
Helena, just kidding, sister, I agreed on your behalf.
Inside the large group.
Helena, brother Yu, we signed up to be testers, my sister said, thank you, we will work hard to test. Holding the phone, Helinglong's eyes widened.
I was numb for a while, but I didn't know what to say.
I had no choice but to put down my phone and pretend to be an ostrich.
Can't see anything.
Actually, if it was a few days earlier, Helinglong would definitely not accept it.
However, in the past 2 days, they got along quite happily.
More importantly, Yu Liang has never shown any overstepping behavior, which does not disgust her. Moreover, there are some signs of a faint ray of goodwill in her heart. So, when Helinglong heard Yu Liang say that she was going to pick up 2 random people on the street, she was immediately shaken. Anyway, this is not for nothing, and an evaluation report must be submitted. When the time comes, she must write with her heart and be worthy of this trust, that's enough. As for whether this phone is really for evaluation, or Yu Liang bought it, this matter, at this time, does not seem to be very important.
However, this pair of sisters is indeed young.
They just feel that Yu Liang has no ill intentions towards them.
And she thought that Yu Liang only had a little interest in He Linglong. They never thought of it. What is Yu Liang's real goal? If they have mind reading skills, then the first thing to do at this moment, it must be to block Yu Liang directly, and never have any interaction with him. Chapter 30. Brother, did you rob a bank? 5 o'clock. Yu Liang gets off work by that time. However, he didn't go to his grandparents' house for dinner today. Before he got off work, he called and told his mother that he was going to visit his uncle's house today. Of course Hui would not object, but just told him that if something happened, he should discuss it with his family first, and don't bother his uncle all the time. Yu Liang naturally agreed wholeheartedly. When I came to the uncle's house, it was my Aunt Li Xin who opened the door. Auntie, uncle hasn't come back yet? Li Xin welcomed Yu Liang in with a smile, and said, don't mention it. If I can go home on time for 2 days in a week, I will go to burn incense and worship Buddha. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, where's Hui? Yu Jihui is the uncle's daughter. She is 24 years old and was arranged by her uncle to work in the financial system. Here, Yu Liang, why are you here? The bedroom door was pushed open, and Yu Jihui poked her head out. Li Xian said angrily, Hui, don't be so rude, come out quickly and call me brother. Yu Jihui came out dissatisfied, first looked at the door, and then said with some disappointment, didn't come. Yu Liang smiled and said, why, I want to tease Yi. Yeah, Yi is much more interesting than you. Yi is my own sister, if you want to play, I'm looking for you. Yu Liang suddenly remembered that his aunt was still in the living room, so he immediately closed his mouth. Li Xian looked at this nephew helplessly. The two families are really close enough, so this nephew is also speechless here. However, when she thought of Yi from Yu Hai's family, she was actually a little moved. It's a pity that when she let go of the second child, she was too old to dare to have one. If it's a few years younger, it's really hard to say. Yu Liang coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Then, he took out the gift he had prepared long ago. Auntie, Hui, I brought some presents today, you can use them. Oh, you kid, what gift do you want to bring when you come to my house? Li Xian frowned slightly. Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and said, Auntie, I made some extra money recently, so I bought it for my parents, grandparents, and grandparents. I can't let you down. Li Xian opened his mouth and stopped refusing. Yu Liang sold Bitcoin and paid off the mortgage in advance. Of course Yu Jihui didn't know, but Li Xian did. Therefore, she also understood what Yu Liang's so-called extra money was. It's just that after the child made money, he could still think of their family, which is considered filial piety. Yu Jiang didn't love him in vain. Yu Jihui and her cousin were not polite, she sat on the sofa and opened the bag. Then, her eyes widened. My God, Chanel's bag? Chanel's cosmetics? And, is this a Huawei folding machine? Yu Liang, brother, tell me the truth, are you going to rob a bank? At this time, Li Xian's face was also a little moved. She originally thought that Yu Liang just bought some love. However, she never thought that these thoughts are too precious. Yu Liang smiled and said, Hui, don't make a fuss, it's not a limited edition, just ordinary bags and cosmetics, not expensive. Not expensive? Yu Jihui looked up. She works in finance, and in this line of work, she is actually considered a high-income group. Women in finance, in particular, must be particularly sensitive to the trends of the times. Brother, do you have any misunderstanding about the word not expensive? Yu Jihui stretched out his hand and said, bring the invoice. What? I'll return the bag for you. You can't waste money if you have money. Yu Jihui said in distaste, even if I want to buy it, I have to pick it myself. The bag you chose is really ugly. Hui, what are you talking about? Li Xian asked slightly angrily. Yu Jihui stuck out her little tongue, not daring to talk anymore. Li Xian said with a serious expression, Xiao Liang, how much did you spend? Yu Liang didn't hide anything, and said, 3 bags and 4 sets of cosmetics add up to less than 100. Less than 100? This 100 is 1 million. The mother and daughter looked at each other in blank dismay. Although the uncle's family can be regarded as a high-income family in Yongchang, Yu Liang's spending power this time is still far beyond their imagination. Li Xian took a deep breath and said, Xiao Liang, this can't work. Yu Liang spread his hands and said, Auntie, you should know where my money comes from. I earned a little bit this time, so it's nothing to take out some pocket money. Li Xian's mother and daughter gasped again. Earn a bit, right? A little pocket money? They looked at Chanel and Huawei on the sofa, their heads were a little confused. This, pocket money? Is there some difference in our understanding of the concept of pocket money, and the difference is relatively large? Xiao Liang, how much did you earn? Although Li Xin knew that this sentence was not asked by her aunt.
But she still couldn't help asking it this time. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, Auntie, there are quite a lot. He turned his head and said, Hui, wait a few more days, and I'll give you a big gift.
Ah, what kind of gift? Yu Jihui asked dazedly. Don't you have a boyfriend? Before you get married, you always have to prepare a house. The eyeballs of Li Xin and Yu Jihui almost popped out.
At this time, they could no longer say anything to ask Yu Liang to return the things.
Chapter 31 Moving the Hard Disk. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu Jiang returned home reeking of alcohol.
Then, he saw a scene that made him a little terrified.
His wife Li Xin and daughter Yu Jihui were not in their respective rooms.
The two closest women in his life sat on the sofa in the living room at the same time tonight, staring at him with big eyes full of strange eyes.
How is this going?
At this moment, Yu Jiang's wine suddenly woke up.
What am I doing? Or, what happened?
Men, especially him, a powerful man who runs the credit department of a bank.
It is inevitable to act on every occasion.
Sometimes, in a certain position, even if you want to clean yourself up, it is not possible.
Because, if you don't want to be with others, you want to be a clean spring. Then, the time until you leave this position is about to enter the countdown.
After drinking and singing, sometimes the mood comes, and it is inevitable that something happens. However, Yu Jiang was outside, but he had never raised any outside room.
My heart turned 1,088 times in an instant.
Yu Jiang was convinced that he should have no reason to be caught by their mother and daughter. However, at the next moment, Yu Jihui couldn't help jumping up and shouting, Dad, what's the matter with Yu Liang?
Ah!
Yu Jiang was startled, the words he wanted to say circled around his mouth a few times, and he swallowed them abruptly.
Yu Liang? What the hell, did this kid cause trouble? I was really scared to death.
Hui, what's the matter, speak slowly. Yu Jihui reached out and scratched the coffee table, and said, Dad, this is a gift from Yu Liang today, take a look. Yu Jiang lowered his head, looked around the coffee table, and then his face became a little dignified.
He is really well informed, and he naturally recognizes the two brands of Chanel and Huawei.
Although I don't know how much these things are worth, but based on these two brands alone, I know that they are not cheap.
Li Xian stood up, handed her husband a cup of hot water, and said, Xiao Liang came over today and suddenly gave us a gift. I checked the invoice.
The 3 mobile phones are not counted. The rest of the things are worth more than $6.
100,000. How much?
Yu Jiang shuddered, and a lot of hot water splashed out of his hands.
600,000 Li Xian said leisurely.
Xiao Liang said that he made money by frying coins, and it was only a small change.
600,000 is a fraction? Yu Jiang couldn't help but widen his eyes.
He immediately thought of the situation that day when Yu Liang held out 4 fingers.
He thought it was 4 bitcoins. But thinking about it now, this 4. I'm afraid it's far more than a single digit. That's right, and Xiao Liang also said that Hui has a boyfriend, and before she gets married, he will give Hui a house.
Li Xian said in a deep voice, Husband, Xiao Liang, he really made money by speculating in coins, money? Yu Jiang stuttered, his mind full of thoughts, but he didn't know how to speak.
His only feeling is, this boy Yu Liang is really different.
When returning home at night, Yu Liang threw the Huawei mobile phone to his grandparents, parents, and one each. In addition, the uncle's 3 sets, the one in his own hand, and the 2 sisters evaluated.
Just split the phone.
Even though Grandpa and Grandma are already 71 years old, they also have their own WeChat, and they are very easy to play with smartphones. However, the smartphones in their hands were all presented by mobile companies a few years ago.
This performance.
It's okay to make phone calls and log into WeChat, but don't expect too much from others. When Yu Liang sent the folding machine over, the 2 old men complained for a moment, saying that he should not spend money indiscriminately. However, when he used his mobile phone, his face was full of joy, and he wanted to show off to everyone.
My grandson gave them mobile phones.
Yu Hai and Shi Hui are more sensitive to the price of mobile phones.
However, after hearing the prices of bags and cosmetics, they were also a little numb.
Then, Shi Hui asked along the way how many bitcoins Yu Liang had. But Yu Liang refused to answer, which made Shi Hui very angry. When they got home, Shi Hui took Yi into the bedroom and didn't give her son a good look.
Yu Hai sighed and followed in.
Yu Liang had no choice but to enter his bedroom. He took out his Huawei laptop and began to disassemble it. Brand phones like Huawei have a warranty period when they are purchased.
During the warranty period, unauthorized disassembly is not allowed, otherwise the warranty will no longer be covered. However, Yu Liang doesn't care so much. He took apart the laptop computer in 3s and 5s. All kinds of tapes and protective paper pasted inside were also torn off. After finishing all this, Yu Liang took out the desktop from the space. Open it, and carefully took out the solid-state drive. After comparing, the two hard drives are about the same size. After all, he is in this line of work, has experience and tools, and even the corresponding hard disk racks have already been prepared. After some operations, Yu Liang replaced the magic hard drive into the laptop. Power on. At this moment, his heart was beating like thunder. Chapter 32 Visual Simulation. The host spends 1 million today, and can draw a lottery once. Do you want to draw a lottery? Weather. Seeing this familiar scene, Yu Liang finally let out a long breath. If the magic computer is kept in the desktop, it will be inconvenient to use. However, if you move it into a notebook, it will be much more convenient to use. If you want to draw a lottery every day, you must spend 1 million. Yu Liang always thought that it is difficult to make money, but is it not easy to spend money? But in fact, if normal people don't buy valuables such as houses and cars. So it's really not easy to spend 1 million. What watches, jewelry, auctions and the like? It is impossible to go every day. Of course, what Yu Liang wants to do the most right now is to buy a house. The kind of real mansion. But unfortunately, the money raised every day is not enough. Therefore, he can only continue to relax. Yes. The roulette appeared, and when the pointer hovered over 20 seconds later, it clicked on the skill category. Congratulations to the host, you have won the skill, Visual Simulation, Single, do you want to use it? Weather. Visual Simulation? What is this? Yu Liang hovers over the noun with the mouse. Visual Simulation, Single. It can simulate the magical hard disk interface out of thin air, so that the host can control the hard disk content under any circumstances, and no one can see it. Simulation time, 2 hours. Visual Simulation, 1 point. Looking at this introduction, Yu Liang was also a little speechless. To be honest, he has drawn so many prizes, but this time he feels a little tasteless. Under what circumstances can I use this visual simulation effect? He has a portable space, even when he is outside and occasionally wants to use the magic hard drive. You can also find a bathroom and escape into the portable space. Why waste a lottery chance, and 1 point, for some visual simulation? Hey, but that's normal too. With so many lottery options, it's impossible to get something good every time. There will always be some tasteless, right? I checked no. Therefore, this new item was included in Yu Liang's inventory. Next, there is the fascinating and exciting plot of exchanging bitcoins. However, it is different from the previous days. Today, Yu Liang has bank accounts in 3 different countries. Therefore, he can bind more platforms and transfer money to those accounts. Of course, in the accounts in those countries, the currencies he chooses are all local currencies. Singapore dollar, euro, and Devil's dollar. After nearly an hour of operation, Yu Liang successfully sold more than 180 bitcoins. 3 foreign accounts, each with 20 coins, add up to $1.2 million worth of coins from various countries. In 9 domestic accounts, a total of more than 120 pieces were sold. That is more than 16 million renminbi. Adding the previous 20 million, the domestic deposits have now reached about 36 million. Look at the volatility chart of Bitcoin again. Yu Liang couldn't help but feel deeply strange. There are already hundreds of bitcoins he sold back and forth. However, instead of falling, the price of Bitcoin has risen a little. Although not much, the fluctuation of Bitcoin is at least a few $100s. The more you sell, the more valuable the coins? Although Yu Liang couldn't figure out the reason, he was very satisfied with this change. Well, I already have more than 30 million on me. You can go to see the room. Pick up your phone and look at your calendar. Suddenly saw WeChat. He Linglong, brother you, don't forget the whole fish feast at the Black Fish restaurant tomorrow night. Oh, tomorrow is Saturday off. If he hadn't seen this text message, he really almost forgot it. Yu Liang, okay, don't be surprised that I eat a lot. Almost instantly. He Lingna, don't worry, my sister has the money ready. He Linglong, you also have the mobile phone, why am I the one who prepared the money? He Lingna, the treat this time is to thank brother you for helping you repair the computer and mobile phone. I will invite you next time. Yu Liang burst out laughing, yes, yes.
Nana is quite obedient, so she has an excuse to treat her next time. I spend half an hour chatting with the sisters in the group. Yu Liang, it's too late, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll go to bed first. 88.
He Ling Long, goodbye, brother Yu. He Lingna, good night, brother Yu.
Yu Liang is advancing by retreating. He doesn't want to leave the impression of licking the dog in the hearts of the two girls. It takes a lot of effort to maintain that feeling of being far and close. Of course, if Yu Liang's goal is only one of them, then there is no need to be so troublesome.
But, hey, people's hearts are not enough to swallow elephants.
There were several real estate apps on his phone. He chose one and looked it up silently. Soon, he set his sights on a high-end real estate.
Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, find some time to go over and have a look.
When I was about to sleep, I suddenly remembered something. So, Yu Liang clicked on the magic hard drive and opened the permanent garbage bin. Immediately, countless messages began to flash across the screen.
Chapter 33, Picking Up Leaks in the Garbage Station. There are countless things in the garbage dump. These things are all items that have been forgotten by the world for various reasons. As for the value of these items, that is a matter of opinion. Although it is only a radius of 10 kilometers, the forgotten things inside are piled up like a mountain. Yu Liang even saw a lot of gold. However, these things did not attract his attention. Yu Liang remembered that he vaguely saw it last time, and it seemed that there was something called Indian Laoshan sandalwood. However, it is not an easy task to find the target among so much information. Fortunately, there is also a search bar in the garbage station. Yu Liang typed above, Laoshan sandalwood. Suddenly, most of the pictures disappeared.
At this time, there were only 2 pictures left on the computer screen. They were 2 pieces of wood, one big and one small. Oh, within a radius of 10 kilometers from myself, there are actually 2 pieces of Indian Laoshan sandalwood.
Or the kind of ownerless thing that has been forgotten.
It seems that this thing is not very precious. Yu Liang looked at it carefully, and couldn't help being slightly surprised.
The smaller piece of Laoshan sandalwood is not big, with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. However, another piece of old sandalwood is really not small.
Dumpsters are extremely powerful, especially when detailed with pictures. Yu Liang was actually able to see the specific data of this thing. For example, this larger Laoshan sandalwood is actually a super large block with a length of more than 1 meter and a diameter of 96 centimeters.
Yu Liang was really unimaginable. How could such a large piece of wood, which would definitely attract attention at a glance, be regarded as an ownerless thing? Take a look at the size and weight of this thing.
Although there is only one piece of wood, it is already close to one side. Such trees, even the most common wood, can be sold for a lot of money.
What's more, this is Laoshan sandalwood. Look carefully at the instructions in the dumpster.
Produced in Karnataka, India, the 85-year-old sandalwood has been felled and placed for 42 years, and the alcoholization process has been completed. Seeing this scene, Yu Liang's eyelids jumped slightly.
85 years old? For more than 40 years after felling?
Adding up all this before and after, wouldn't it have reached more than 120 years?
This kind of wood should be regarded as the best.
Yu Liang thought for a while, turned on the desktop computer, and searched online. Soon, he found various information about sandalwood from Laoshan in India. After reading these materials, even he couldn't help being a little surprised.
Indian old mountain sandalwood.
In ancient times, it might not be worth much. But up to now, it is no longer something that can be summed up by top-level wood. This thing can be described as rare. The sale of precious wood is not based on volume, but basically on weight, and the higher the density and the heavier the weight, the higher the price. But in today's market, Indian Laoshan sandalwood has long been out of stock. To have one with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters is already extraordinary.
However, look at the piece in the picture.
This piece of wood is less than one side in size, but weighs a ton.
The density is so high that it is extremely rare among trees. As for the price,
I checked on the internet, and the price of this thing is getting higher and higher because of its scarcity. As early as 2008, the real Laoshan sandalwood had reached a high price of 2,400 yuan per kilogram. That was the price more than 10 years ago.
And now?
I can't find the price at all, but I guess, given its scarcity, if the price doesn't increase by more than 10 times, I'm too embarrassed to say it.
I glanced at the location of this thing. Oh, in a factory 9 kilometers away?
Although Yu Liang really couldn't figure out how such a precious thing got into the factory and was forgotten. However, since this baby has been treated so unfairly. So, it seems appropriate to let it see the light of day again. Yu Liang recorded the location of the old sandalwood, one large and one small, and two unowned pieces of Laoshan sandalwood. Then, before his mother called him, he went to the bathroom, took a shower, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. In the eyes of parents, as long as their children are not married, they have not had children. Then, no matter how old he is a little child who needs someone to take care of him. Living with parents, many things are indeed very convenient.
However, there are also many inconveniences. Every day at this point, Yu Liang doesn't want to face it.
Having nothing to say all night, Yu Liang slept soundly. However, because of something on his mind, he woke up at 7 o'clock the next morning. Getting up from the bed, Yu Liang greeted his parents who had already woken up, ate something casually, and left in a hurry. Sure, Hui originally wanted to call her son to stop and teach her a lesson. However, when she thought of the bag her son gave her last night,
sure, Hui couldn't scream anymore. She didn't really have much feeling for that bag. However, she has a great feeling about the price of that bag. Seeing her son leaving in a hurry, sure, Hui couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Hey, my son is getting older, so I can't just scold him casually.
Chapter 34 Using Skills, Visual Simulation. Yu Liang made a call and came to the factory area 9 kilometers away. At this moment, he felt it more and more.
Not having a car is really inconvenient.
Well, he originally planned to buy a car after buying a house. But now it looks like plans are about to change.
Of course, the first thing to do now is to take away the big log in the workshop.
9 kilometers, if it is a straight line distance, it doesn't seem that far away. However, on urban roads, the straight line distance of 9 kilometers can easily be more than 1/3 of the distance. When Yu Liang came to this factory by taxi, he realized that it was not actually a factory.
It's a factory area. However, the factory area here is already quite dilapidated.
No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's running. Unexpectedly, in a place 9 kilometers away from the city center in a straight line, there is such a corner that no one pays attention to.
Before Yu Liang came over, he didn't really have any thoughts.
He just thought about taking this piece of wood secretly.
Then, you can leave.
Anyway, what is in the garbage station are all forgotten and ownerless things.
Even if he took it, it wouldn't affect anyone.
However, when he saw this abandoned factory area, an inexplicable thought suddenly popped up in his heart. I can take down this factory area and transform it into a warehouse.
Although he now has almost infinite bitcoins.
In this life, it can be said that as long as Bitcoin does not crash, he will not worry about life. However, besides speculating in coins, it is better to have a more appropriate source of his money.
Yu Liang's company is engaged in import and export trade. Buy and sell.
Although Yu Liang is neither a salesperson nor a purchaser, as a network security engineer, it is inevitable to deal with them. I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs running.
I may not have much talent in foreign trade. However, I can't stop myself from having a garbage dump.
Within a radius of only 10 kilometers, Yu Liang discovered many precious unclaimed objects. This kind of Indian old mountain sandalwood was a coincidence, and it was only when Lingna mentioned it that he realized it. In addition to this thing, Yu Liang also saw gold, silver and other precious metals, as well as a large amount of cash, antiques, coins, etc. Again, this is just a garbage dump with a radius of 10 kilometers.
How about expanding this range? What if he left Yongchang and went to other places, just looking for it? It can be said that Yu Liang will definitely not worry about the precious supply of goods in the future. However, if you want to sell these things, you need a fair excuse. This abandoned factory building. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Yu Liang walked in swaggeringly. To his surprise, there was no one in the factory, not even a porter. This kind of management. Well, anyway, it's not his own yet, so he thinks it's not bad. So what to do now?
Although the garbage station has a precise location, when viewed from home, it can only lock an approximate location. After arriving here, I want to find a specific location. You can only continue to use the magic hard drive for more precise positioning.
But, pulling out a notebook here?
Although today's laptops are much better than desktops.
However, in someone else's factory building, looking for something with a notebook. As long as Yu Liang's head hasn't been kicked by a donkey, he can't do this kind of thing.
At this time, Yu Liang finally understood.
So where should the visual simulation be used?
When using items, it is necessary to take out the computer and operate the magic hard drive. However, when using skills, it is a matter of thought.
Otherwise, how to use this sixth sense?
At this time, Yu Liang's heart moved slightly.
In his mind, a paragraph suddenly appeared. The host has a skill, visual simulation, single, whether to use it? Whether. Wow. This is the first time Yu Liang has used skills in the real world without being bound by a computer. It's amazing. Yes. Yu Liang opened his mouth slightly and murmured. Then, in the next moment, Yu Liang found that a screen interface appeared in front of him. This interface is generally the same as when he usually looks at the magic hard drive, without any difference. Sure enough. Yu Liang was about to open the garbage station when his heart suddenly moved. He first opened his property panel. There is no need for a mouse at all, as long as the mind moves, the interface will change naturally. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4, skill copy, single. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Points, 7 points. Chapter 35 I come to buy a factory. Sure enough, the visual simulation, single shot, in the skill has disappeared. I thought this thing was tasteless yesterday, but now I realize that it is simply an indispensable skill. Well, just a few points, not expensive. Yu Liang opened his mouth and murmured softly, magic hard drive, buy 2 visual simulations. The host wants to buy a visual simulation, 1 time *2, do you want to buy it? Whether. Yes. The next moment, a new change occurred in Yu Liang's attribute panel. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4, skill copy, single. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single, visual simulation, single *2. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Points, 5 points. After losing 2 points, the number of times the visual simulation was used successfully became 2 times. Well, no loss, no loss. Yu Liang vaguely felt that all the abilities or items provided by the magic hard drive were of great value after purchase. Well, now you can boldly go looking for that old piece of sandalwood. Open the permanent garbage station in the interface, and successfully found Laoshan sandalwood. Then, click on the address in the picture. Sure enough, it overlapped with where I was. Zoom out the map will get bigger and bigger, and the information displayed on it will become more and more detailed. Finally, Yu Liang saw it, and the map showed that this thing was 30 meters away from him. Followed the marks on the map and walked over, bypassed a factory building, and came to a room full of sundries. Whoa! Seeing this room, Yu Liang only felt that his cognition was slightly overturned. He never thought that a room could be so messy. There are all kinds of sundries in here. Of course, the space of this room is also relatively huge. When it was first established, it should be a large factory building. Or a large warehouse. I just don't know how it happened, it became a pile of debris. Walked in, circled half a circle, and finally found his goal in a pile of sawdust. Well, here beside sawdust, there is also a pile of wood. This old mountain sandalwood is the biggest one. The density of Laoshan sandalwood is extremely high. Although it is less than one side, it weighs a ton. Yu Liang looked around to make sure that no one was spying on him, and there were no cameras around. In fact, if something is staring at him, then the sixth sense has long been warning. Yu Liang walked into the pile of sawdust and touched the huge old sandalwood with his hand. Revenue space. With a slight movement of the mind, the huge wood disappeared with a swish. However, at the moment when Yu Liang had the idea of harvesting wood, a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. This is where the sixth sense comes into play. Yu Liang turned around without thinking, and ran as fast as he could. Although the danger of the sixth sense is not strong, it can only be said to be a little bit. But Yu Liang didn't want to put himself in danger, not even at all. Boom boom boom. When Yu Liang quickly ran away, he realized that the sixth sense was warning him of danger. Because those logs are stacked together. This old sandalwood was obviously used as a support wood, but now, the sudden disappearance of the support wood will naturally cause a collapse. Of course, this level of collapse can only be described as pediatrics. Even if Yu Liang didn't get out of the way in time, it is impossible for his life to be in danger. The big deal is just a little injury. The collapse ended quickly.
Although no one was injured, it stirred up dust all over the warehouse.
Wow, what a big PM 2.5.
Yu Liang left the warehouse without hesitation. He didn't want to breathe anything bad here. In the distance, an old man suddenly ran over.
He ran and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Who are you?"
Yu Liang didn't leave either, just stood here waiting for him. Seeing him running in front of him, Yu Liang smiled and said, "Master, you are taking care of this factory." The old man stopped panting, and cursed, "Who are you? Why did you come in? I just went to the toilet. What kind of destruction are you doing?" He also heard the loud noise and rushed over. Although there is nothing valuable in the factory. However, if someone destroys it, he, who is in charge of the gate, will also suffer. Yu Liang smiled softly, "Master, don't worry, I'm here to buy a factory." The old man was taken aback, and his voice suddenly dropped by 3 points.
To buy a factory? It's fine if you don't buy it, but if you really buy it, then don't you want to work for him?
If he offends others now, his easy job will be gone with a word from them at that time. After hesitating for a while, the old man said a little aggrieved, "Young man, if you want to buy a factory, you have to tell me before you can come in and see it."
Chapter 36, Fool.
Yu Liang laughed and said, "Master, I'm sorry, I was reckless."
Only then did the old man's expression soften, and he said, "Young man, have you made an appointment with someone?" "No."
Yu Liang smiled and said, "Master, can you please contact the owner of the factory? I want to talk to him."
The old man hesitated for a moment, and said, "Young man, are you planning to buy a factory building and wait for the demolition?"
"Let me tell you, it has been rumored for more than 5 years that this place will be demolished. But there is no confirmation letter yet, you have to think about it, gone." Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, "Thank you sir, I've thought about it, but I have to talk to someone."
Of course, if the other party's asking price is really outrageous, I definitely won't buy it.
The old man nodded again and again, he really didn't want to talk about Yu Liang.
Because if you don't talk, it's business as usual. But, if it's settled,
then it's hard to say whether he can continue to have this leisurely job in the future.
However, he didn't dare to refuse casually.
People have come to buy factories, and it seems that they are definitely not short of money. If the owner of the factory knew that he had turned down the business for him, he would definitely not be able to stay any longer. The old man came to the guard's room, took out the phone, and called. Although it is abandoned here, it does not mean that this area is desolate. In the past, it was an urban-rural fringe area. But now, in the rapid expansion of the city, it has become a central location. There are also many high-rise buildings and residences nearby, and it is not lacking in popularity.
Even across the road, there are many small supermarkets.
Yu Liang greeted the old man and went to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he passed by, the old man's eyes kept staring at him, as if he was afraid that he would run away. However, when Yu Liang came over with a cigarette and stuffed it into the old man's hand,
he just showed a happy smile. A cigarette.
Although it is not a famous cigarette, it is several hundred. He is an old man at the gate, when has he ever enjoyed such treatment? So, when I looked at Yu Liang again, I immediately felt that this young man had delicate features, which was very pleasing to the eye.
As for what Yu Liang did in the warehouse just now, he had long since forgotten about it. Half an hour later, a fat man drove a Land Rover in the executive class to the factory building.
Along with him, there was a tall and thin man, both of them had shrewd looks on their faces.
Old who, is this the one who wants to buy a factory? The fat man looked at Yu Liang with suspicion in his eyes.
Yu Liang is young, doesn't wear extravagant clothes, and doesn't have any luxury cars in the factory.
Such a young man is talking about buying a factory building. The fat man bared his teeth, always thinking why this matter is unreliable?
Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "Hi, my surname is Yu, so my name is Yu Liang."
"I don't know how the two bosses call you?"
The fat man hesitated for a moment and said, "My name is Su Chenfeng, and this is my brother Lu Ding.
This factory belongs to us." Yu Liang nodded and said, "You too, do you own all the property rights of this factory?" "Yeah, this kind of thing can be investigated, and people can't be deceived." "Okay, let me tell the truth. I want to buy this factory and transform it into a warehouse. I don't know if you have any intention to sell it."
Su Chenfeng and Lu Ding looked at each other.
They are all a little confused.
These two started to set up factories and do business very early, but in recent years they have gradually withdrawn from the manufacturing industry and started to engage in investment. They have done business with many people. However, the other party came to the door and talked straight to the point. This is the first time they have encountered this situation.
Where did the little brother get rich?"
Lu Ding said with a smile. Yu Liang shook his head slightly, and said, I also work for others.
I came here today to ask the price. If it's suitable, I'll pay for it now. If you don't want to sell it, or the price is too high, then I'll go to other places and ask.
He paused, and then said, my time is relatively tight, so if I have something to say, the two bosses should not be offended. Su Chenfeng laughed, a professional smile appeared on his chubby face, and said, okay, brother, you are refreshing, and we are also generous.
Hey, when our factory was built, it cost a lot of money.
It is the construction cost and interior decoration, which cost more than 10 million, almost 20 million.
Yu Liang said displeasedly, Boss Su, at the beginning, now is now, take a look at the facilities in the factory now, how much do you think it is worth?
The lease is worth the money. There was no embarrassment on Su Chenfeng's face, he laughed and said, brother said well, it seems that you have indeed done an investigation.
Yu Liang thought to himself. I did a fart survey. However, the appearance of your factory is here, as long as you are not blind, you can see it. And, my sixth sense tells me. You are lying to me, fooling me.
It has been a long time since the factory was built, and it has a history of at least 15 years.
10 million 15 years ago?
Although I don't care about money, I don't want to be taken for a fool either.
Money, I can give you. But if you want to lie to me, that's your fault. Chapter 37 definitely going to be demolished, and you can't take advantage of others.
Lu Ding coughed softly, and said, Mr. Yu, look at the surrounding environment.
The government cannot leave this place idle forever, and will definitely develop it.
And once this place is demolished, the compensation will be at least more than 10 million.
Yu Liang smiled slightly, and said, you two are in the government, there should be someone there. If this place is going to be demolished, you will definitely know in advance. He turned his eyes on the faces of the two of them, and said, everyone knows that this place will be demolished, but when will it be demolished, can you be sure? Also, how many years are left in your lease? If the contract expires. Aren't you afraid to accompany me to the bottom?
Both Su Chenfeng and Lu Ding frowned slightly. What Yu Liang said was exactly what they were worried about. 5 years ago, when they stopped running the factory, they were waiting for demolition. However, 5 years have passed, and houses around here have sprung up one after another.
However, there has been no news of factory demolition.
Every other year, there are rumors, but in fact, it is thunder and rain, and only the sound is heard, but there is no movement. And now, there are only 4 years before their contract expires.
In the past 4 years, can they really wait until the demolition? To be honest, they were not sure, not at all. Although the contract expires in demolition, they must have money to get it. However, it is really hard to say how much money you can get at that time. However, in front of this ignorant young man, they naturally wouldn't let themselves go.
Mr. Yu, when it comes to business, of course there are exchanges.
I don't know how much you plan to pay for our factory?
Su Chenfeng said with a smile. Yu Liang glanced at him and said, how about this, I'll offer 10 million, a one-off price, you agree, and now find a lawyer to sign the contract and transfer the money.
10 million?
Su Chenfeng and Lu Ding looked at each other. A thought popped up in the hearts of both of them at the same time.
This factory is about to be demolished.
It's just that this young man got the inside information from somewhere, so he hurried over and wanted to buy the factory building in advance from the two of them. Otherwise, rely on this factory building and the 4-year lease term.
Let alone 10 million. Even if there is another 20% discount, it may not be able to sell. No, you can't be taken advantage of.
Seeing the unpredictable expressions on the faces of these two, Yu Liang suddenly had a faint premonition in his heart.
Oh, I quoted a high price. So, these two feel that rare goods are available?
Sure enough, Su Chenfeng said with a smile, Mr. Yu, selling a factory is a big deal after all.
Why don't we discuss it for a few days? Look.
Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, okay, but I can't wait too long.
How about this, I'll leave you a call, within 3 days, if you are interested, you can contact me. If it exceeds 3 days, I will find another place. Su Chenfeng and Su Chenfeng quickly wrote down the phone number, and they wanted to invite Yu Liang to dinner. In fact, because Yu Liang is young, I want to get some truth out of his mouth. But Yu Liang clearly sensed their ill intentions, so he refused straight away.
Watching Yu Liang leave with a beating, the two looked at each other in blank dismay.
Old Su, do you think the factory will be demolished? It must be demolished, otherwise the boy would have to pay for this price. He doesn't want to spend more money, right? It's a pity that Yu Liang is not here, otherwise he would definitely tell the other party. Yes, I just want to spend more money. As long as you spend more money, it's a lottery in points. Since I have money, why don't I spend more? Old Sue, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's find someone right now and ask about the demolition first. I believe there will definitely be disturbances. That kid came by taxi, do you think he has that much money?
Hey, he must have called on purpose, he just didn't want us to know his license plate number.
Yes, that's the truth.
Lu Ding nodded vigorously, and said, it's cheap, no matter what, it can't be made for nothing.
That's right, that kid wants to make 10 million as soon as he changes hands, what a shame.
Yu Liang beat her but did not return home. Today is Saturday, the company does not start work, and there is still an appointment with a beautiful woman in the evening.
He has already told his parents that he will not go home for dinner tonight. As for where to eat, he didn't dare to say it. If he lets his parents know his thoughts, it will ensure that there will be no peace in the family. However, after going to the factory today, Yu Liang also made a decision. Buy a car first. The taxi went directly to the area of the largest 4S store in Yongchang. It was on a street in Xiaoying Street, Yingzhou, with 4S stores on both sides, and there were various brands. Luxury and non-luxury cars, everything. There are so many cars, as long as you have money, you can choose from them. So, what brand to choose? After reaching the 4S point, Yu Liang closed his eyes and let the taxi driver drive forward. He counted silently in his heart, and when he counted to 10, he suddenly said, stop. Pay to get out of the car and look up. In front of him was a huge 4-circle mark. Chapter 38 Buying a car, it's impossible to fix it. Audi. Come on, Audi is Audi. The grade of this brand in Longwei is not low, and it is also one of the 3 oldest high-end car brands. Even the government's buses are mostly S6. Therefore, there is no shame in using Audi. Well, in fact, Yu Liang's heart is already extremely strong now. No matter what car he drives, he will not feel ashamed. Entering the Audi 4S store, it is still quite busy. There is a special reception room here, and there are exhibition halls in the hall, where many cars are placed. A salesman with sharp eyesight and quick hands greeted him immediately. This is a beautiful professional woman in her 20s, her tall and straight figure is leaning forward slightly, with her hands clasped on her lower abdomen, her face is full of smiles. Hello, sir, are you here to see the car? Yu Liang glanced at her, a little surprised. The beauty of this girl. Really good. Although she had put on a light plain dress, but at this moment, she looked at least 90 points. Even a little bit better than the twins without makeup. Of course, if the twins wear makeup, stand together again. Yu Liang immediately put this thought aside and said, A8, let me introduce you. Okay, sir. The girl said with a smile on her face, Sir, what's your surname? Please sit down and drink some tea first. As a salesperson, what they like most is this kind of customer with a very clear purpose. This shows that the other party has already taken a good look at the car before coming, and has expectations in mind, and the possibility of a transaction is extremely high. On the contrary, for those customers who are difficult to choose and choose, it is as difficult as heaven to reach a car purchase contract within one day. The two came to the sales area, and the girl took out some beautiful pictures, but when she was about to introduce them, Yu Liang waved her hand and said, Do you have any existing cars in your 4S store? Current car? Yes, I'm going to pick up the car today. If there is one, I will introduce it. If not, then I will go to the 4S shop of other brands. The girl opened her mouth, a little surprised, a little puzzled, and a little suspicious. If she remembers correctly, what Yu Liang said was A8, not A4. Although the A8 and A4 are both sedan series, their prices are vastly different. Although A8 is not the top luxury brand, the price of buying a car here is at least close to 1 million yuan. This person, don't you need to consider the price when buying a car? She said cautiously, Mr. Yu, it's like this. Our store generally accepts reservations. If it's an existing car, I'm afraid there will be a price increase. Moreover, we can't choose parts. Yu Liang looked at her coldly and said, You can introduce the current car first. Yes, please wait a moment, I will go to the background to check. Soon, the girl came back, with a hint of excitement on her face, and said, Mr. Yu, you were so lucky, we happen to have a 2022 Model A8L60 TFSA Quattro Premium Collector's Edition in our store. She paused, and then said, This car has already been selected, and most of them are the best, and it is a rare existing car, which can be driven away at any time. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, Price. The landing price is 1.97 million. Yu Liang looked at her indifferently, his brain was running at high speed. The sixth sense told him that what the girl said was true. However, there must be something hidden in it. However, the sixth sense did not find danger,
that is to say, this car is a good car, there will be no faults and so on. Then, obviously, there must be a certain amount of moisture in the other party's quotation. If it is squeezed, it is estimated that at least 100,000 can be paid back. Yu Liang nodded his head and said, pay the insurance for me, take care of it, round up a whole number, 2 million, go and swipe the card. The expression on the girl's face was dull for a moment. In fact, in 4S stores, there are generally no existing cars of the A8 level. Because their prices are too expensive, any qualified operator will not allow too many vehicles to affect their liquidity. The A8 introduced by this girl is an absolute new car. However, this car was actually reserved by someone. However, when the head office built the car and delivered it, the person who booked the car had an accident, so he didn't pay the balance. Of course, this person's deposit cannot be taken back, and there will even be contract disputes. But the 4S store is not easy, because although there are people who buy A8, however, there are too few people who choose this top model. Moreover, most of the people who can spend close to 2 million to buy a car pay great attention to the personality of the vehicle. They would rather choose accessories again than accept an optional model that has been finalized by others. Therefore, for 4S stores, this must be a car that is difficult to sell, and it is likely to be in the hands of a long time. Generally speaking, 4S stores will give a very high commission to the salesperson who can sell this kind of car. Moreover, in terms of profit sharing, there will also be a big discount. The girl had already prepared, and Yu Liang made a big counteroffer, while she argued hard to get as much money as possible. But God knows what happened. The young man had indeed counteroffered. But it is not to lower the price, but to actively increase the price. Although the price increase is not much, it is only 30,000. But what the hell is making up an integer? At this moment, this girl is really going to be screwed. Chapter 39 Playing hard to get? Is it that high-end? Xiaoya, did you receive a big order today? In the 4S shop, a charming girl asked. Xiaoya was the saleswoman at the 4S store who received Yu Liang. Although Yu Liang's unreasonable way of playing cards made her dizzy. However, no matter how dizzy he is, he will not miss making money. Therefore, Xiaoya instinctively followed what Yu Liang said. Just added 30,000 yuan to make up a whole number. Of course, Xiaoya gave away all the things that should be given away. For example, the number of kilometers and time maintenance, and the ability to stick film and so on. Anyway, she didn't leave anyone who was able to give generously to the company. After Yu Liang readily paid the money, Xiaoya also breathed a sigh of relief. 2 million, after all, you can only rest assured if you can rest assured. However, even if she wanted to break her scalp, she couldn't think of it. Why did that young man have such a weird operation? When buying a car and signing a contract, she can see the other party's ID card. Therefore, she also knew that Yu Liang was only 1 year older than her. At that time, her mind was full of thoughts. Did Yu Liang want to pick her up by giving her a favor like this? The son who treats money like dung like this is probably a scumbag. If he wants his own contact information, should he give it to him? I will definitely give it. This is the company's requirement. When dealing with big customers, you must leave the other party's mobile phone number and WeChat contact information. What is a major customer? Those who can buy A8 at a higher price as they like. If they are not called big customers, then there will be no big customers in this world. However, it wasn't until Xiaoya finished all the formalities. Even when the keys were handed over to Yu Liang still didn't take the initiative to ask her for WeChat. This made Xiaoya's teeth itch with hatred. This trick of playing hard to get is too slippery. In the end, Xiaoya took the initiative to add Yu Liang's WeChat account. Moreover, this is an excuse that the company stipulates that it must serve large customers. Seeing Yu Liang, who was obviously hesitant, Xiaoya wished she could pounce on him and take a bite. However, listening to the compliments from colleagues at this time, inexplicably, a sense of vanity welled up in Xiaoya's heart. Yeah, I was lucky today, I met a cheerful handsome guy, and sold the stranded A8 in no time. Hey, it's our Xiaoya who is so good, she can make people dizzy with just a few words. Xiaoya, I heard that they raised the price on their own initiative to let you get more commission? Xiaoya quickly waved her hand and said, no, it's just that I want to make an auspicious number. Everyone's expressions are quite strange, as if you don't lie to me. Take the initiative to increase the price and make up an auspicious number? Do you think we are all idiots? I just don't know what kind of price this little rascal has paid to get people to take the initiative to increase the price. Xiaoya, you should be able to earn a lot with this sum. Yes, the manager has already said that whoever can sell that car will be rewarded with an extra 100,000 yuan in addition to the fixed commission. Shi Xiaoya smiled without saying a word, extremely sweet.
However, he glanced at his phone.
She also had some doubts in her heart.
Strange, why haven't you contacted me yet?
Could it be that this is Jiang Taigong fishing?
Will the wisher take the bait? Now the scumbags are all playing such a high-end game?
Men, there are few people who don't like cars.
Yu Liang is no exception.
When there is no car, that's all. However, since he bought the car, he didn't want to hire a substitute driver. I asked the 4S store to ask for a sticker saying I'm a newbie, please bear with me, stuck it on the back of the car, and then drove on the road by myself.
Although Yu Liang has a driver's license, this driver's license was obtained when he was studying in university.
He hasn't touched the steering wheel since he passed the exam. A few years, although I still remember how the car was driven.
However, if you want to drive smoothly.
That is to say, he is brave enough, has money on his body, and is not afraid of collisions, so he directly drives a car worth 2 million yuan as a second-hand car. Fortunately, when people saw A8 along the way, they would always take care of it a little bit. After all, no one wants to have a dispute with a luxury car. Moreover, seeing that there is only one temporary photo of this A8, it is clearly a new car. Therefore, normal people will stay away a little bit. At a speed of 40 yards all the way, Yu Liang carefully drove the car back to Tianyi. My home is an old community, so there must be no place to put it. Besides, if a car of this grade is parked in the old community, it will be a thorn in the side of others on purpose. Yu Liang doesn't want to do this kind of behavior of actively showing off his wealth. Besides, there is no surveillance in the old community.
In case of knocking and bumping, although it doesn't hurt, it will always be troublesome.
So, after thinking about it, Yu Liang drove the car into the company's underground garage.
There is a fee here, but the daily cap is 60 yuan.
Stop here, don't worry.
Went home and slept. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yu Liang got up, greeted his parents, tidied up, and left the house.
Walked towards the Heiyu restaurant not far away.
Thinking of the pair of twins still waiting for him, his heart suddenly became hot.
Chapter 40 I have Laoshan sandalwood.
If it was before, even if Sister He Linglong invited Yu Liang to dinner, he wouldn't have any special thoughts. Because he knew that the sisters were not interested in him, but that they were really grateful to him. After all, if He Linglong left a bad comment on the internship review without her own help, it would have a huge negative impact on her job hunting in the future. Therefore, Yu Liang, who has always been quite self-aware, will definitely not understand the wrong information.
However, it is different now.
Perhaps Jian Zhuang was cowardly, or perhaps it was because of the subtle changes in Yu Liang's personality after having the magic hard drive. Some things, it seems, can also be thought about. Yu Liang came to the Heiyu restaurant leisurely. Brother Yu, here. Just after entering, Yu Liang, who was looking around to find someone, saw the pair of sisters on a table by the window. These two girls were originally quite beautiful. Anyone who goes out, although it can't be said to be the crown of beauty, but at least it can have a lot of heads. After all, 85 points without makeup is already a rare beauty in reality. But at this time, when two identical sisters sit together, they become even more eye-catching. At the very least, when Yu Liang glanced around, he saw a lot of people sneaking glances at them. Hey, it can only be said that the bonus of twin sisters is really too buggy. Yu Liang even speculated that it might be for this reason that the company deliberately separated the pair of sisters and assigned them to different departments. Otherwise, the employees would go to work and focus on looking at the beauties, so they wouldn't be interested in working. Yu Liang walked over calmly and sat down graciously. In the past, he might still be a little restrained, but now his mentality has changed a long time ago, and his attitude is naturally very different. Even the envious, jealous, and curious eyes around him didn't make him feel at ease. Brother Yu, what kind of fish do you like? There are sauerkraut, tomato, fish soup bottom with big bones. Yu Liang smiled and said, the pickled fish here is very famous, but tomato black fish soup is more effective for beautifying women. So, let's eat tomato fish soup. Ah, tomato fish soup really has a beautifying effect? There is a high probability. Yu Liang smiled and said, this is the meal passed down from our ancestors. If there is no reason, it will not be passed down for so long. To be honest, if tomato black fish soup is eaten often, it may really have the effect of clearing away heat and relieving heat, beautifying the skin, and can make the skin better and better. However, if you eat it once by chance, unless it is an elixir, it will be of no use at all. It's just that Yu Liang likes to eat tomatoes. Okay, then let's come to the tomato and black fish soup pot bottom. He Linglong took the phone, checked a few dishes on the interface, and said, "Brother you, pick a few more."
Yu Liang glanced at it and said, "It's enough for the three of us, don't waste it."
Looking at Yi Linglong, who was hesitant to speak, he continued, "I know you all want to thank me, but diligence and thrift have been the traditional virtues of our dragon kingdom since ancient times, so if you cannot waste it, don't waste it." The two sisters looked at each other. Obviously they didn't want them to spend more money, but they said it so righteously. They found that Brother You seemed to be getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Soon, the bottom of the fish soup pot was brought up. Yu Liang and the others didn't ask for wine, but a watermelon juice. The fish in Heiyu restaurant is really good. Although Yu Liang has eaten it several times, he still finds it delicious. Of course, it might also have something to do with the two beautiful little girls sitting beside her.
If you change to two ants.
At this moment, Yu Liang might have to think of ways to escape.
They ate and chatted.
After all, Yu Liang had graduated a few years ago and had a little more knowledge, so he led the topic. The two little girls gradually became acquainted with him, and they became less wary. Under his intentional guidance, He Linglong and the two began to complain in a low voice about various unsatisfactory things at work.
There is nothing perfect in this world. Especially if you work as an intern, you will definitely feel angry.
At the end, He Lingna let out a long sigh, and said, "I found out that school is better." Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, "Xiao Xiuhua, I want to ask you something."
"Ah, what?"
Although Yilingna is very resistant to this title, but Yu Liang refuses to change after being taught, and she has nothing to do.
"I remember you said that the boss of the purchasing department wants to buy some top-quality wood?" "Well, yes." Yilingna was startled, her eyes lit up. "Brother Yu, do you have a way?"
Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "I have a piece of old Indian sandalwood in my hand."
"You can ask him if he will take it or not."
Yu Liang is not short of money, but he lacks the channels and excuses to take out the money openly. At the level of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, Bitcoin can still be used as an excuse. But when billions, tens of billions. Anyway, diversification of excuses is not a bad thing.
As for things like Laoshan sandalwood,
Yu Liang believes that high-grade wood, which is forgotten all over the world.
Definitely more than that.
So, he didn't need to feel sorry for him at all.
Chapter 41 Traffickers. India, Old Mountain Sandalwood?
Yilingna blinked her big eyes, and Yu Liang's heart was moved by that handsome and lovely appearance.
"Brother Yu, this thing should be very valuable."
Yilingna doesn't know much about the timber market, but modern people have too many channels to acquire knowledge. Therefore, when I heard the words foreign, Laoshan, and sandalwood, I immediately felt that this thing was a bit taller.
Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, "I sent you a paragraph, you will know when you forward it."
He took out his phone and started editing. The tree is 80 years old, and it has been placed for 40 years after felling.
It has completed the mellow process of Laoshan sandalwood.
When Yilingna saw the news, her eyes seemed to brighten a bit.
Of course, she couldn't understand it. However, since Yu Liang's writing is so lofty, it must not be cheap. The supervisor will most likely accept it. And once you accept it, it will be a thank you fee of 10,000 yuan. Although the 10,000 yuan has to be divided equally with Yu Liang, isn't the money picked up for nothing, isn't it good?
Opening the mobile phone WeChat, Yilingna found the number of the head of the purchasing department.
"Yilingna, director, I found a piece of wood here, do you think it is suitable?"
Yin Lin, the director of the purchasing department, is a woman in her 30s and nearly 40s.
"Yin Lin, what kind of wood?" "Yilingna, my friend said, what is it called, Indian Laoshan sandalwood, I will send you what he said." I clicked on the paragraph edited by Yu Liang and forwarded it successfully.
In almost a second, Yin Lin replied immediately.
"Yin Lin, Xiuhua, are you kidding me? Is it really this kind of wood?" Yilingna hesitated for a moment.
Although the supervisor was not in front of her, she seemed to feel the urgent attitude and mood from Yin Lin. Looking up, she said cautiously, "Brother Yu, Director Yin seems to be very concerned."
"You are not lying to me, are you? If you don't, I will be punished." Yu Liang waved his hand generously and said, "Of course I won't lie to you. You can tell her that you can inspect the goods first and then negotiate the price." "Yes." Yilingna smiled happily, and then replied. "Yin Lin, okay, Xiuhua, thank you. If it is true, then you will be doing my sister a great favor. You ask your friends, when can you inspect the goods? Brother Yu, Director Yin asks you, when can you inspect the goods?"
Yu Liang thought for a while, that thing really takes up a lot of space when taken out. I still have to rent a warehouse by myself. You tell her, wait for my notice the day after tomorrow.
Okay. Wow, human trafficker.
Suddenly, He Linglong, who was silently looking at his phone, cried out in a low voice.
Both Yu Liang and He Lingna were in a daze. What's the meaning?
He Linglong was not interested in the topic of the two of them's conversation, so he casually checked moments.
Then, in the circle of friends, there was a forwarded missing person notice. The content is roughly as follows.
A full body and mug shot of an adorable 2-year-old. Below the photo is a description. This child is called Su Kusho. This evening, when Grandma was playing with her in the park, she was taken away by a woman in her 40s who was wearing a red dress.
The family immediately called the police and a search is underway. If you see any people, please call the police immediately, etc. It's really disgusting. It's not easy to be a human trafficker. He Linglong gritted her teeth and said angrily. Yes, the human traffickers are too bad. He Lingna also joined the denunciation without hesitation. These people should be shot. Hey, I hope this child will be lucky and come back safely.
Yu Liang glanced at it, his heart moved slightly. If you haven't encountered such a thing, or if you can't do anything about it, then that's all.
However, since I met it, and I still have the ability, then Yu Liang will definitely not stand idly by.
He silently activated the visual simulation function.
The host has skills, visual simulation, *2, use it? Weather. Yes.
This function felt tasteless at first, but it has been used twice in a row today. It turns out that this is the most practical skill. The next moment, the interface of the magic hard disk appeared in front of him. It's an extremely strange feeling that Yu Liang can see both the virtual interface and the real world at the same time without confusion.
It can only be said that the magic hard disk is really amazing enough.
He said silently in his heart, use the map to query.
The host owns an item, map query, whether to use it? Weather. It's time now, do you still need to ask? Yu Liang slandered in his heart while choosing yes. Subsequently, a map and a search bar appear in the interface.
Although it is also the first time for him to use map query, normal people can understand this interface at a glance.
Enter the 3-word Su Kesho in the search bar. With a slight movement of my mind, even the photos were pasted on it at the same time. Yu Liang's eyelids twitched slightly. The service of the magic hard drive is really considerate. The next moment, a cursor appeared on the map. Yu Liang immediately zoomed in on the cursor. Ha! He suddenly became angry. Chapter 42 Skill Duplication, Human Vehicle Integration. Magic hard drive is extremely powerful.
Not only immediately marked the location of the missing child, but also provided full monitoring. At this time, Su Kesho was still in the hands of the middle-aged woman in the red dress. However, the woman at this time had already put on a blue coat and was sitting in the back seat of a Jetta. There is a man sitting in the driver's seat and the passenger's seat in front of the car. And Su Kesho closed his eyes tightly at this time, clearly passed out in a coma. Yu Liang had heard for a long time that the traffickers had kidnapped children. Because they are afraid that they will be noisy, they will be given sleeping pills or tranquilizers to make them fall asleep. As for whether this kind of medicine will have any bad side effects on children's bodies, it is not something that traffickers will consider. At this point, it is the peak period, and this area is the city center. So the car is going very slowly. Yu Liang looked at the location of the car and was surprised to find it not far from their location? What the hell, even God can't stand it, so are you going to use his hands to punish evil and promote good? Shoha, forward this picture to me, and I will also send it to Moments. Okay. He Linglong didn't think too much about it, so he did it. Then, Yu Liang suddenly stood up and said, Xiaoyi, the food is almost ready. I bought a new car, and I will take you to see it, how about it? What? The two sisters were a little confused. Although they did have enough to eat, they were a little surprised that it happened so suddenly. However, it was rare for Brother Yu to be so interested. He Linglong nodded her head and said, okay, then go and see Brother Yu's car. My car is very close. It's parked in the basement of the company. I'll bring it up. After you pay the bill, wait on the side of the street. This pickled fish restaurant is more than 100 meters away from their company. Yu Liang didn't wait for their reply, he stood up directly and left the Heiyu restaurant. After coming out, he quickened his pace and walked like flying. In just a few minutes, he came to the company's basement. The sisters He Linglong looked at each other in blank dismay. Sister, Brother Yu seems to be in a hurry. Well, probably he bought a new car and wants to show off. He wants to show off to you. F***ku, don't talk nonsense. After paying the bill, the two sisters left the Heiyu restaurant, walked to the side of the road and waited quietly. Yu Liang entered the basement with 3 steps and 2 steps. However, when he got into the cab and started the car, he was a little dumbfounded. Whoops, with my driving skills, do you want to catch up with other people's cars? This difficulty seems a bit big. However, up to now, no matter what, it cannot be let go. After thinking about it, he immediately made a decision. The map query function can last for 12 hours. Moreover, during this time, Yu Liang can be used countless times, not just limited to a certain query condition. So, he tried typing best driver into the search bar. However, this time the map query did not directly jump out of the result, but a paragraph. Please enter the precise words from the host. Accurate? The meaning of driving: 1. Normal, 2. Irregular, please choose. What the hell? When is this? Are you still driving for me? Yu Liang rolled his eyes, chose 1, and noted, car driver. The next moment, a person's name and the following introduction appeared on the screen. This person is a small car driver. He is 36 years old this year and has 30 years of driving experience. He is rated as the best car driver by Magic Hard Drive. Yu Liang was a little taken aback. 36 years old with 30 years of driving experience? What the hell is this? Do not care. Because, in the attribute column below this person, there is a dazzling golden light shining with an attribute. Car driving skill, LV, 5. Among the technical levels, the highest level is level 5. In other words, this person's car driving skills have reached the peak of what humans can achieve. With such technology, what kind of bicycle do you need? Use skills to copy. The host has a skill duplication, single, use it? Weather. Skill copy, single can copy the skills mastered by others to oneself. After each copy, the aging is maintained for 24 hours. Yes. May I ask the host, what skills do you need to copy? Small car driving skills are those of LV, 5. Whether to copy the car driving technology, LV, 5. Weather. Yes. In an instant, an indescribable feeling came to my heart. It was an indescribable feeling, like a sudden enlightenment, and like an enlightenment, it instantly opened up his second vein of Rindu. Countless knowledge, as well as a strong sense of physical familiarity, just filled his mind. Yu Liang put his hands on the steering wheel. Although this is a new car, at this moment, Yu Liang has a feeling that this car is his own body. Human and vehicle in one. This is the only feeling he has at this moment. With a light step on the accelerator, the engine roared dully. Call. The car drove out of the parking space like flying. Although the speed is fast, the movements are smooth and coordinated, as if there is an indescribable beauty. Chapter 43. Hurry up, sit tight. Sister He Linglong was standing on the street, and the two of them were whispering. Linglong, what kind of car did brother you buy? He Linglong rolled her sister's eyes. This little rascal, when he has something to ask for himself, he yells sister, sister. Usually, they call him by his first name. Hey, who told me to be a sister, let me suffer a little bit. She shook her head and said, I don't know, but brother you is a local, and a car worth more than 100,000 yuan should not be a burden. This is the benefit of the local aborigines. After saving a lot of rent and mortgages, the disposable cash in their hands makes the envious eyes of migrant workers turn green. Suddenly, a car pulled over and the window rolled down, revealing Yu Liang's face. Why are you still watching? Get in the car. Ah, yes. The two sisters opened the back door, and then saw the interior inside, and couldn't help being a little dazed. Brother your car is so strange. What? In other people's car, there are 3 seats in the back seat. Why does your car only have 2 seats? Yeah, brother you've been fooled. Buying this car is too bad. Yu Liang. Well, he should have thought a long time ago that these 2 little girls should not recognize A8. The price of cars varies greatly. Expensive cars, 1 million is the entry-level version. And the vast majority of cars are between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. For people who don't know cars, whether you drive an A8 or an A4, they won't have much feeling. Of course, all idiots know that a sports car with a gorgeous and unique shape is super expensive. On the contrary, it is A8 who is stable and dignified, and people who don't know him really don't know each other. Coughing lightly, Yu Liang didn't explain, and said, sit down, fasten your seatbelts, and I'll take you for a ride. Oh. The two of them obediently fastened their seatbelts, sat on the back seat and looked around, but they dared not touch casually. Normally, Yu Liang would have to make some jokes. But now, he has no such thoughts.
With one foot on the gas pedal, the car started to drive quickly. The performance of the A8 is very strong.
Among the cars in the same gear, its performance is definitely not the best, but it is definitely not the worst.
Compared to the Jetta driven by traffickers?
Well, it is impossible for anyone who knows a little bit about cars to compare these two cars. This approach is equivalent to holding a domestic 599 yuan mobile phone as a gift, compared with other people's Fruit 14 Pro. And what they said all over the mouth, the fruit machine of others is good, far surpassing the domestic machine. For the sake of traffic, people who can do this kind of thing have black hearts. Yu Liang drove the car and swam in the sea of cars. Although the traffic jam is still quite serious now, Yu Liang was able to drive without hesitation. There have been a few situations where it seemed more dangerous in the past. Sister He Linglong, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at the interior around her at first. The two of them felt that Yu Liang was cheated when he bought the car because there were only 2 seats in the back row. But after a quarter of an hour, they were a little frightened. Brother Yu is really unrestrained in driving. However, this is too unrestrained. At this time, Yu Liang's eyes lit up slightly. He had already seen the Jetta through the gaps of the cars in front. It's just that there are too many cars now, so it's not very easy to play here. It is best to find a fork in the road. Well, there are 4 forks in the traffic police. In the car, the two sisters looked at each other. Then, He Linglong said cautiously, "Brother Yu, we are fine, there is no need to be in such a hurry." Yu Liang was startled, turned his head halfway, and said, "What? Ah, turn back, turn back." He Lingna screamed. Yu Liang looked back, it was such a split second, and it was actually not a big problem for the old driver. Of course, in the driving manual, such actions are indeed absolutely forbidden. He Linglong was also taken aback, and quickly said, "Brother Yu, you can drive slower." Only then did Yu Liang realize that he was driving too fast and it was too dangerous. Therefore, the pair of sisters were frightened. But, there is nothing he can do. Although the map query has 12 hours, he also has points, which can be redeemed at any time. However, children are always dangerous in the hands of traffickers. It is definitely better to be rescued earlier than later. Nodding slightly, Yu Liang said, "Okay, I see." At this time, Yu Liang overtook 2 more cars and drove up from another lane, almost side by side with the Jetta. Then, Yu Liang suddenly glanced at the Jetta, and said, "Hey, look." The two sisters were at a loss. "What are you looking at? Did you see it?" Yu Liang asked more urgently. He Linglong was soft-tempered. Hearing Yu Liang's urgent question, she nodded blankly and subconsciously said, "Ah, I see." However, her heart became more and more strange. "What do I see?" He Lingna turned her head to look at her sister with a strange expression on her face. "What do you see?" Immediately afterwards, they heard Yu Liang say, "Hold on to your back and sit still." The voice was extremely harsh. The two sisters grabbed the seat in front without thinking. What does Brother Yu want to do? Just when this thought came to them, they felt that the car suddenly made a sharp turn. Boom! The 2 cars came into close contact and collided. Chapter 44 Brother Yu's True Face. Overtake. In the Jetta, the driver, Hu Bin, is a thin, capable man. He slapped the steering wheel hard, and the depression in his heart was really indescribable. "What have you done, and what are you doing?" Hu Bin knows better than anyone else. Therefore, when he was driving, he was honest and did not make any dangerous driving movements at all. It is time to stop and walk, and there is absolutely no violation of the rules. Even if someone around him is driving irregularly, he will be more courteous. If you can get 10 points, you will never give up 8 points. But what the hell, when people drink cold water, there will be times when their teeth get stuck. When Hu Bin is driving, he is absolutely watching all directions and listening to all directions. So, through the rearview mirror, he had already seen the A8. This is a luxury car, but the driver of the luxury car seems to be a bit sloppy. Swimming around in the sea of cars, grabbing the road. If it's just once, it's fine, but if you get down many times, it's definitely dangerous driving. While Hu Bin cursed secretly in his heart, he was also mentally prepared. Be careful with this car. Sure enough, after the front of the car passed his own in the parallel lane, he turned the steering wheel and drove towards him. Hu Bin was so frightened that his heart beat like thunder. What the hell, I've seen one who steals the way, but I haven't seen this kind of one. Are you stealing the way? The gap is so small, you are a ghost. If you hadn't noticed this car a long time ago and were mentally prepared. He even suspected that this car was coming for them. Fortunately, Hu Bin was prepared, slowed down the car ahead of time, and immediately stepped on the brakes.
But if nothing else, accidents still happen. That limo driver is an idiot. The direction of the turn is too small. Even if he has already stopped and given up enough space for the A8 to overtake. However, the A8 still crashed into the front of his car abruptly. Well, the right headlight of the A8 hit his left headlight. At this moment, Hu Bin was shaking coldly. What kind of psychopathy did I encounter? Yu Liang looked in front of his eyes, and then said, "Get in the car, don't get off." The sisters He Linglong looked at each other in blank dismay. They had been worried for so long because they were afraid of a car accident. But the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. Still got into an accident. However, at this moment Yu Liang acted like a man. Let the two of them sit in the car and prevent them from negotiating. Looking at each other, it was the first time for the two of them to encounter this kind of thing, so they had to listen to Yu Liang's words, obediently stayed in the car, and became a pair of shivering quails. Yu Liang got out of the car, he strode around the A8, came to Jetta, slapped the other side seat vigorously, and said loudly, "Hey, how do you drive, why don't you get out of the way?" Hu Bin is hesitating, how to deal with this matter. I saw a young man yelling in front of his car. What? I won't get out of the way? You are so crazy. Which eye of yours saw that I didn't move away? I've parked. Being able to hit a stopped car is really rare. Brother, what should we do? Hu Fei in the passenger seat exclaimed in surprise. Hu Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't panic, get out of the car." He turned his head and said, "Take care of the child." The woman in the back seat nodded vigorously, and her face turned pale. This is really a disaster. Hu Bin got out of the car and said calmly, "Brother, it's not that I don't let you go, it's that you drove too fast." Nonsense, I obviously drove well, but I drove very slowly, how could it be too fast? It's obviously because you didn't let me go. Yu Liang's voice became louder and louder. Hu Bin has been in business all his life, and he has never seen such a messy and savage thing. Hu Fei walked to the back of A8 and took a look, and suddenly his eyes widened, and said, "Brother, he is a novice on the road." Hu Bin was stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, Are you a novice?" Yu Liang took it for granted, "Yeah, it's been 4 years since I got my driver's license. I just bought a car today and drove it for the first time. Hey, I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes when I met you." Hu Bin took a deep breath, only feeling the indignation in his chest and abdomen. "I can't wait to punch this scum to death. What the hell, you are a novice, driving on a rampage, and you are still reasonable? If it didn't kill you, it's your fate. But it happened to hit my car, what the hell, who is the one who has been unlucky for 8 lifetimes? Hey, are you being unreasonable? It's obviously your other car. Yeah, move away, move the driveway quickly, it's blocked if you don't see it. What's so great about driving an A8, can you just grab lanes indiscriminately with a luxury car?" The two little girls hiding in the car naturally saw and listened to everything that happened outside. Their faces turned blue and red. Unexpectedly, brother, you turned out to be such a person. As the parties involved, they naturally know who is right and who is wrong. However, it was only at this moment that they realized that Yu Liang, who had always been gentle and considerate in front of them, turned out to be so arrogant, domineering and unreasonable. It turned out that this was his true face. Chapter 45. Call the headquarters, urgently need support. The traffic police are here. It's good that the police are here, teach this kid a lesson. Yeah, I thought driving an A8 would be lawless, and I don't know where the rich second generation came from. This kind of person should be taught a good lesson. The crash seemed like an accident. But in fact, this is a place that Yu Liang has chosen on purpose. Here, it is a secondary main road, and it is also near the intersection of traffic lights. At this point, during this time period, there will definitely be traffic police and auxiliary police leading the traffic order. Therefore, when the traffic here was cut off, the traffic police at the intersection saw it and rushed over immediately. When the Hu Bin brothers saw the traffic policeman, their expressions changed slightly. But they all knew that at this time, they must not show timidity. A sharp look flashed across Hu Bin's eyes, and at this moment, a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. Did this kid do it on purpose? With a glance, through the window of the A8, Hu Bin suddenly saw it. On the back seat of the A8, there are actually 2 little beauties. What's more important is that these 2 little beauties actually look exactly the same. Suddenly, Hu Bin understood a little. No wonder this kid drives like he's on steroids. What the hell, rich people are so happy, they are so good at playing. Immediately, the heart that was raised a little bit, was let go again.
If Yu Liang was a policeman, it would be impossible for him to bump into him with two cute little beauties.
Normal people can't do such a thing. So, it must have been an accident. What's the matter with you? Pull the car aside and get out of the way. As soon as the traffic police arrived, they began to command loudly.
At the same time, he also took out his mobile phone and snapped a few photos quickly.
In the eyes of this traffic policeman, such an accident couldn't be simpler.
As long as you look at the unique shapes of the two cars, you will know that the A8 must have grabbed the road and then hit the Jetta.
The pressure line is so blatant, as long as anyone with eyes can see it wrong.
Therefore, he does not have any affection for Yu Liang, who was driving the A8.
Hubin hurriedly said, "Officer, I still have some urgent matters at home. See if you can make a simple record, and then I have to go to work." Before the traffic police could speak, Yu Liang yelled, "No, do you know how expensive my car is? If you don't lose money today, don't even think about leaving." Lose money?
The traffic policeman and Hubin looked at him together with strange eyes.
You kids still want to lose money? Do you know the traffic laws or not? Is your driver's license obtained through examination or purchased?
Wait, does this kid have a driver's license? The traffic police immediately said, "You, take out your ID card, driver's license, and driving license."
"No, you move the car to the side of the road first. Hurry up, the road is blocked, so many cars, can't you see it?"
Hubin had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky when he met such an unreasonable guy. At this time, you must not dispute with the police, nor arouse their suspicion. He winked at his younger brother and let him get in the car.
Yu Liang hesitated for a moment, and said, "Officer, can I trouble you to move the car for me?" The traffic policeman was taken aback and looked up in surprise.
He had been a traffic policeman for so many years, and this was the first time he heard such a request.
"I'm a novice.
After I got my driver's license, it's the first time I've touched the steering wheel in 4 years." Yu Liang said innocently, "I was hit by him just now.
I was so panicked that I didn't dare to drive."
Hubin raised his head suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Although I am very clear in my heart, at this time, I must not conflict with others." But the strong agitation deep in his heart, wanting to kill the person in front of him, he couldn't hold back no matter what.
The traffic police also looked helpless. "What the hell, you, how dare you say that?"
However, now that there is a lot of traffic, it is absolutely impossible not to step aside.
He gestured to his companion to direct the traffic here. He then got into the cab of the A8.
Yu Liang opened the door of the passenger compartment and sat in as a matter of course.
In the back seat, the faces of He Linglong and the two sisters were so red that they were ashamed to see anyone.
Yu Liang closed the door and saw the traffic policeman was about to start the car.
He immediately said, "Officer, call for backup." The traffic policeman was taken aback, then looked up with a puzzled look on his face. "What is that? Have you encountered a neurosis?"
Sister He Linglong was also startled, her big eyes were full of puzzlement. Yu Liang took out his mobile phone and showed the photo that He Linglong had sent to him.
"Officer, when I was overtaking just now, I saw the woman in the back seat of that Jetta. She was holding a sleeping child. This is the child."
"Ah?"
Sister He Linglong turned pale with shock. The traffic policeman was also shocked, and his expression immediately became serious. "Real? Of course it's true, or I'm crazy. Why don't you let his Jetta go?" The traffic policeman's eyelids twitched. This kind of thing, of course, would rather believe it than believe it. He nodded vigorously, lowered his head immediately, and said to the intercom in front of his chest, call the headquarters, there are human traffickers here." "Maybe they are human traffickers, urgently need support."
The two sisters looked at each other, then opened their cherry mouths together, and looked at Yu Liang in unison.
Turn out to be. Just now, how much contempt they felt for Yu Liang in their hearts.
At this moment, they felt so guilty in their hearts. It turns out that Brother Yu is actually a man who is affectionate, righteous, decisive, and upright.
Chapter 46.
Under the command of the auxiliary police, the Jetta pulled over and stopped. Although it has a certain impact on the traffic flow, it is much better than the situation just now.
However, there seemed to be a problem with that A8.
Not long after the traffic police got in the car, they got out of the car, opened the hood, and checked something.
Hubin rolled his eyes. "What the hell, what kind of A8 is this? What about a luxury car? It's so easy to hit, even my own broken Jetta can't hit it." After more than 20 minutes, the traffic police still couldn't figure it out. Judging by his appearance, it seemed that he finally chose to give up. The traffic policeman came over and said in front of his face, "There is a problem with the start, call a tow truck."
Then, he beckoned and said, "Take out your ID card, driver's license, and driver's license.
I'll register and we can go." However, at this time Yu Liang came over and said, "What? Can he leave?" The traffic policeman said kindly, "You guys are in a traffic accident. After I deal with it, of course you can leave." "No, my car can't even move, why can his car go?" "Hey, can you be reasonable?" "I'm very reasonable. Since my car is impounded, then his car must also be impounded. This is not impounding the car."
"I don't care, my car can't leave anyway, and his car can't even try to leave." Yu Liang reached out and tapped the traffic policeman's face, and said, "I remember your police number, if you let him go for selfishness, I will kill you."
"Complain to you." Hu Bin laughed a little angrily.
However, looking around, there seemed to be more and more people watching.
He finally couldn't take it anymore.
"Hu Fei, take your sister-in-law and nephew, go home first, and deal with the family affairs, I will be back later."
Hu Fei hesitated, and said, "Okay."
He winked at the woman in the back seat, and that woman also had a bad look on her face. Reluctantly, she got out of the car with the child in her arms. Although there is no car, they can take a taxi.
At the very least, you can get out of here quickly.
Otherwise, with so many people, God knows what will happen. At this time, many people in the surrounding crowd began to shout.
"Who is this guy? So domineering. The traffic policeman is also useless.
They have been pointed at their noses, and they still don't say a word.
He, driving a luxury car is awesome." Several people secretly turned on the video and were recording live. Everyone has a scale. What is right and what is wrong, everyone sees it and has their own evaluation. Seeing Yu Liang's domineering appearance, I don't know how many people cursed secretly in their hearts.
However, at the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The woman in the back seat was holding the child, her feet fell to the ground, and she followed Hu Fei for a few steps. Before they could wave for a taxi, several burly men suddenly jumped out from the crowd. They rushed forward. Those who press their heads, those who hold their hands, and those who pull their legs. Another person quickly snatched the child from the woman's hand. Their shots were as fast as lightning, leaving no reaction time for these two people at all. By the time they reacted, they were firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Hu Bin was talking to the traffic police, explaining that he had no problem. Seeing this scene suddenly, he trembled with fright.
Then, he reacted immediately. "Turn around and run in the other direction."
The traffic police and the auxiliary police on the side had long been on guard. If he didn't run away, but looked confused, maybe he caught the wrong person.
"However, since I ran away, do you still need to ask?"
The two immediately chased after them, but before they could catch up with them, there were already two big men in front of them sweeping their legs and overturning Hu Bin. Afterwards, the four big men pressed up together. Hu Bin let out a scream, and felt that his body was about to be crushed in half. The entire arrest process was like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, and it was as quick as lightning. The scene was chaotic for a while, and those who took pictures with their mobile phones were even more confused.
What the hell, it was obviously a scene where the owner of a luxury car made trouble for no reason. How did it turn into a gangster movie in the blink of an eye?
At this time, some talents emerged from the crowd.
"Everyone, we were arresting human traffickers just now.
In order to ensure the safety of the baby, we acted out a scene.
Please stop filming. Whoever filmed something, please delete it immediately.
You, boy, stay here, I saw you filming. And you, little girl, please stay here for a while.
This is a criminal case. Please treat it rationally and don't make trouble for yourself."
There was an uproar in the crowd again, and then discussions arose. However, at this moment, no one really dared to take pictures anymore.
"Officer, how is the child?"
The child was alive and angry, but he didn't know what to eat and fell asleep all the time.
"Send it to the hospital quickly."
"Ah, okay, the police car clears the way, hurry up."
Yu Liang shook his head, and said to the officer who was obviously the boss, "Officer, are you alright, can I go?"
"Ah, of course.
But, Mr. Yu, this is a criminal case. I don't know if you are free. Can I trouble you to come to the police station to make a record? If you don't have time, we can make an appointment."
Yu Liang glanced at the two sisters in the back seat and said, "Okay, it's okay to go to the police station."
Chapter 47. Yes, I saw it.
"Mr. Yu, Miss He, please drink some water." It was the first time for Yu Liang to enter the police station except for the time when he was applying for his ID card. To be honest, he was still a little curious in his heart. The heart is magnanimous, and the ghosts and snakes are not afraid.
Seeing Yu Liang's appearance, the police officer in charge of recording also nodded secretly.
On the contrary, the two sisters were a little nervous. Mr. Yu, can you tell us what happened in detail? The policeman asked kindly. He has kept records for many people throughout the year. However, it was the first time that someone was so willing to give such a good attitude. There is no way the person in front of him is trying to catch the traffickers. He even drove the 2 million luxury car he just bought, and took the initiative to hit someone else's Jetta. Although in the city, under the congested traffic conditions, such a collision can only be regarded as a scratch at best, and it is impossible to cause too much damage.
But, that's a new car.
Not to mention anything else, but this kind of heart deserves enough respect from others.
Yu Liang nodded and said, okay, 2 of my colleagues invited me to dinner today.
Huh?
The police officer was taken aback. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, they are the ones treating you to dinner?
Yup.
Okay, please continue. Okay, when we were having dinner, we saw in the circle of friends that some traffickers abducted children. Yu Liang said in a deep voice, we didn't take it seriously at first, but when we passed that Jetta, I accidentally saw that the woman in the back seat picked up the sleeping child.
This child, it looks exactly like the one that was abducted.
Yu Liang nodded slightly towards the 2 sisters, and said, I was afraid that I was wrong, so I asked them, and He Linglong also said that I saw it. So, I bumped into it. After that, you should all know. Ah?
He Linglong's eyes widened.
I said, see? When did I say that? Wow, sister, you are really amazing.
He Lingna said in surprise, so you saw it at that time.
Only then did He Linglong remember. It seems that Yu Liang did question them before crashing the car. Did you see it?
At that time, He Linglong didn't know what she was thinking, so she just said something in a daze.
I see. As for what he saw, only God really knows. However, she did say this sentence at the time.
However, if she had known what Yu Liang was asking, she wouldn't have said it if she was killed. But at this time, looking at the police officer and his sister's gratified eyes,
He Linglong opened her mouth, but couldn't tell the truth no matter what.
Well, I saw it myself.
Well, that's right, I did see it at the time. This trafficker deserves to be hit.
Thinking of the child being rescued, he also had his own share of credit.
He Linglong felt extremely happy.
She felt that she perhaps, did see something.
Yes, I saw that too. He Linglong nodded vigorously. Half an hour later, the police showed the 3 people the interrogation record and signed it.
He stood up and said solemnly, 3, on behalf of the child's parents and the police force, I thank you for your dedication. It is because of your brave actions that this child was successfully rescued. Yu Liang smiled and said, Officer, you are welcome, this is what we citizens should do. The police officer hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Yu, your car was hit, we can issue a certificate, if the insurance company. Yu Liang waved his hand and said, hey, I hit this car, and I should be responsible for the damage, so I don't need to take insurance. The policeman gave him a deep look, but he didn't force it. People who can afford a 2 million car are rich and self-willed, and it's nothing.
As long as he likes it, that's fine.
However, honorary certificates, and bonuses.
What should be given, they still have to give. The 3 of Yu Liang walked out of the police station.
The 2 sisters looked at each other and looked up at the sky.
There is actually a feeling like a world away.
It was supposed to be a meal, but I didn't expect to be involved in such an exciting event of arresting human traffickers. It was simply too exciting. Yu Liang smiled and said, Xiaoyi, I'm sorry.
Ah, what?
Today, I surprised you.
No, brother Yu, what you did is right, we admire you very much.
He Linglong said with a blushing face. The sisters were very embarrassed when they thought of their initial suspicion of brother. Fortunately, before they showed their estrangement, they saw Yu Liang's true face.
No matter what, I didn't have S*X today.
Or, tomorrow night, I invite you. Seeing that the 2 sisters seemed to want to talk, Yu Liang was the first to say, don't refuse, otherwise you will have a problem with me. The 2 sisters looked at each other, their hearts twitched inexplicably. Chapter 48, 50 million, enough to buy a house.
When I got home at night, Yu Liang didn't say anything.
Although what happened today is quite exciting, but speaking of it, it still has a certain degree of danger after all. Even if Yu Liang could ensure that he would not encounter any, even the slightest danger.
However, once anything is linked to human traffickers and car crashes, parents will feel extremely worried.
So, Yu Liang didn't say a word about it.
After returning home, first played with Xiaoyi for half an hour. When it was time, Hui kicked her son out of the bedroom in disgust. When leaving the bedroom, Yu Liang vowed in his heart that he would book a big house tomorrow. The new home has a dedicated playroom for to save myself and my mother from seeing and hating each other. Go into the bedroom and close the door. Yu Liang took out the computer and turned it on. The host spends 2 million today, and can draw twice. Do you want to draw? Weather. Yu Liang thought for a while and asked tentatively, can the lottery be directly converted into points? The host has 2 chances to draw a lottery, is it converted into points? Weather. Yu Liang was very interested in lottery draws before. However, after using the skills and items of the magic hard drive 3 times today, Yu Liang understood deeply the preciousness of these skills and items. Therefore, the first thing he needs to ensure is to allow himself to use these items or skills at any time. Then, points are indispensable. I only spent 200 million today, just to give it a try. Seeing this display, Yu Liang clicked yes. Immediately, enter the hard disk, and all prompts disappear. Yu Liang opened his property panel. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4, visual simulation, single shot. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, King Kong talisman, single. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Points, 7 points. Well, sure enough, 2 points were added to the points. Hey, the magic hard drive is too stingy. Only 2 points were given for 1 million consumption. Look at their system, 100,000. No, if you spend 10,000, you will be given 1 point, so it's cool to use it. Suddenly, a line of words jumped out on the computer screen. Which system? Yu Liang was startled for a while, only to feel goosebumps all over his body. He grinned and said with a chuckle, just kidding, don't mind. The writing on the screen slowly faded away, and Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to complain anymore. He carefully looked at his attributes. There is no such thing as skill duplication. Although the driving skills are still there, Yu Liang feels a little bit sad when he thinks that the feeling of being one with the car will disappear after the next day. Visual simulation, there should have been *2, but now there is only 1 copy. Map queries, single, are also gone. Oh, the effect of the map query is still there, but Yu Liang couldn't remember what to query for a while. Click on the points option. There are purchase amounts for various skills and items. Skill copy, 2 points. Map query, 1 point. Visual simulation, 1 point. Well, I used 2 visual simulations today, a map query and a skill copy. That is to say, a full 5 points were used. However, he only spent a mere 2 million yuan, and all of them were redeemed for points, which was only 2 points. Only spent a mere 2 million? Yu Liang blushed slightly. I was drifting away, and even regarded 2 million as nothing. Well, try to buy a car and a house tomorrow, spend a little more, and earn points back. However, what is needed most now is to spend points first to complete the items and skills used today. Buy skill copies. Purchase map inquiry. Buy visual simulations. After a while, there was a new change in Yu Liang's attributes. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, computer, software, LV, 0.9, computer, hardware, LV, 0.4, visual simulation, single *2, skill duplication, single. Own items. Garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times. Points, 4 points. Well, apart from the fact that the points are too low, which is a little unsightly, Yu Liang is quite satisfied with the rest of the items and skills. Then, the next thing is to start the program that you like to hear and see every day. Yu Liang turned off the magical computer and sent it into the portable space. It's better not to take this thing out casually. After that, he turned on his desktop computer and logged into major digital virtual currency trading websites. Today, the warning level of the sixth sense is very low. Yu Liang didn't understand the reason, but he acted completely according to his sixth sense. The price of Bitcoin has not fallen yet. On the contrary, it is steady and rising. $200 more than the original. But this time, Yu Liang sold a full 200 Bitcoins. Among them, there are 25 bank cards from 3 foreign banks,
and 132 bank cards from 9 domestic banks. In this way, foreign deposits reached 2.7 million US dollars.
And domestic funds are becoming more and more exaggerated. Several bank cards add up.
The total amount has reached 52 million.
Well, buy a house in Yongchang. Enough. Chapter 49, Go, Go, Go. Yu Liang opened WeChat on his phone.
After searching for a while, I successfully found Shi Xiaoya. I bought a car worth 2 million in her hands today, and it must have earned her a large commission. So, it shouldn't be too much to ask a little bit too much.
Yu Liang, are you there?
In a certain apartment building in the urban area, Shi Xiaoya had just finished washing it.
Today is her lucky day, and she met a big fool. However, it was because of this big fool that she was able to get a 6-figure commission in bonus. This amount of money is enough to make the salesman in the company envious. Moreover, she didn't have to pay any price.
That nasty rich second generation wants to fish, so let him wait slowly. However, just when she was lying on the bed, she wanted to have a good sleep. The phone rang suddenly.
This is the notification tone of WeChat. Inexplicably, Shi Xiaoya had a bad premonition in her heart. Pick up the phone and have a look.
What the hell, it's really the rich second generation who came to buy a car today.
Whoops, not good. It seems that this guy couldn't wait because he didn't take the initiative to contact him. So what to do? Although she was selling cars, she never thought of selling herself as a gift. But
Shi Xiaoya gritted her teeth, thinking that this job is not easy to come by. This commission, after all, has not yet been obtained. If that rich second generation suddenly repented and came to return the car, then she would really become the laughingstock of the company.
So, she endured the discomfort and opened WeChat. Shi Xiaoya, yes, Mr. Yu, what's the matter?
Yu Liang, my car crashed.
Shi Xiaoya? What's the meaning?
He came to the message so late, but instead of asking himself to go out to play, he told himself that his new car was hit?
However, the new car was hit, so it's none of my business.
While she was still thinking about the logic between the two, new news came again.
Yu Liang, you are in the car sales business. Let me ask, do you still have 2 million cars in your place? Shi Xiaoya's face flushed suddenly. It turned out that this rich second generation didn't want to go there by himself to accompany him,
but want to continue to buy a car.
OMG, after the new car crashes, I'm going to buy another one right away. Moreover, it is still a luxury car worth 2 million. How rich is this man? However, she immediately woke up. No matter how rich Yu Liang is, it doesn't seem to matter to her.
Now, Boss Yu is looking for her to buy a car.
Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, may I ask, do you want to buy a car worth around 2 million yuan?
Yu Liang, starting from 200, all of the above are acceptable, but it is best to make up a whole number.
Integer? See also integer. Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, do you have any requirements for models and brands?
Yu Liang, existing car, can drive, not supercar.
Ah, don't overrun, then the range of options is much smaller. You know, the supercar is the most expensive big toy.
Shi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, please wait a moment, let me ask you. She immediately entered the elite group of car sales. In this group, it's not just her colleagues, but Xiaoying Street. No, it should be said that it is a large group of salesmen from many 4S stores in Yongchang.
In fact, if Yu Liang does not limit the price,
Shi Xiaoya would like to recommend other models in her shop to him.
However, the 2 million guarantee.
Well, in the Audi brand, only A8 and R8 have this price.
However, don't overrun.
It is impossible for her to recommend the same A8 again. If she really did this, then Shi Xiaoya believed that Boss Yu would block her in an instant. Therefore, it can only be cheaper for others.
Shi Xiaoya, everyone, there is a big boss who wants to buy a car.
Existing car, new, not a supercar. The minimum guarantee is 200, and more can be deducted from me if there is an existing car. 5 minutes later, Shi Xiaoya received several messages.
This is the greatest benefit of modern informatization.
What information is available, the communication between peers is extremely convenient.
Of course, if this is more successful than the transaction,
then, Shi Xiaoya will definitely receive an introduction fee, and the money will not be small. In about half an hour, Shi Xiaoya had already received offers for more than 20 existing cars.
After thanking her, she sorted it out, combined it into one file, and sent it to Yu Liang.
There are so many cars, of different brands, with prices ranging from 2 million to 6 million.
Boss, you should be satisfied.
Shishoya, Mr. Yu, I have found these cars for you.
If you are not satisfied, I will help you to have a look. Just a moment later. Yu Liang, there are too many. Please recommend which one is better. Shishoya's eyes widened. Can this also make me recommend? Boss, what are you thinking about this?
As soon as she gritted her teeth, the old lady went all out.
But at least you have to eat a fat man with one bite.
Shishoya, Mr. Yu, this Bentley Mulsanne is an 8-speed automatic, 6.8T. Most of the interior is top-end, but the price is a bit expensive, and it costs 5.12 million.
I think only it is worthy of you. Yu Liang, okay, this is the one.
Swipe your card to pick up the car at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you send a location.
By the way, find a way to add something to me and make up a whole number. Round up? See also rounding up an integer. However, how can we get together 880,000 based on the existing car?
This is really difficult. After Qi Xiaoya communicated with the person who provided the information, she sent the location with trembling fingers. At this moment, her heart was surging. A mind full of questions.
If Yu Liang let her go, where would she go? Or go? Still go. However, not until the next morning. His grandma is a hammer.
Qi Xiaoya, who had a pair of panda eyes, was indignant. It's really not as good as a beast to let my old lady hang out all night.
Chapter 50 Buy one get one free. The next day, early Sunday morning. Yu Liang gets up. Since I made an appointment with someone at 9 o'clock, I can't be late. This is a good habit that Yu Liang has developed since he was a child. Under the stick education of his father, Yu Liang still abides by the concept of time. After breakfast, Yi was still sleeping. Yu Liang dawdled for a while, and left home. When I went out to take a taxi, I was still on the street of the 4S store in Xiaoying. At 8:50, Yu Liang has already arrived outside the Bentley 4S store. Just after getting off the car, before he took out his mobile phone to call Qi Xiaoya, a graceful figure ran out from the living room door. Yu Liang took a look. It's fine, don't bother. Mr. Yu, hello. Qi Xiaoya smiled like a flower. Yu Liang glanced at her, frowned slightly, and said, Miss Qi, the makeup you put on today is very thick. Qi Xiaoya was young and beautiful, and her own conditions were very good. There is no need for heavy makeup at all. For her, putting on heavy makeup will not only fail to show her advantages, but will cover up her greatest assets. However, after hearing this sentence, Qi Xiaoya was itching with hatred. What the hell, if you didn't keep me up all night last night, I wouldn't have 2 dark circles. What if you want to cover dark circles without heavy makeup? However, if she complained, she could only complain in her heart, and she didn't dare to show the slightest bit on her face. Yu Liang didn't mind Qi Xiaoya's thoughts. Anyway, his sixth sense didn't feel any danger. That means there is nothing wrong with that car. Where's the car? Qi Xiaoya hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, please follow me. At this time, another salesman who belonged to the Bentley 4S store also ran over quickly. Yu Liang nodded to him, without any intention of talking. That sale is also interesting. After greeting Yu Liang enthusiastically, and then looked at Qi Xiaoya meaningfully, she no longer deliberately pestered her. Obviously, he clearly misunderstood something. However, Qi Xiaoya didn't have any intention of explaining or getting rid of it. To be honest, if Yu Liang is an old man. Even if Qi Xiaoya reluctantly parted with her, she still had to break up and understand. However, the two are about the same age as each other. So, what else is she talking about? In the living room, the sales staff respectfully explained the current Bentley Mulsanne to Yu Liang. This car was originally ordered by a big boss in Shanghai before the production of Mulsanne was discontinued. But in the same way, accidents happen to the boss. And more than one boss will have an accident. Therefore, the car was owned by the 4S store, Moda headquarters. This time it was transported to Yongcheng, in fact, to participate in the Auto Expo that is about to start half a month later. It would be the best thing if it could be sold at the fair. But now, it is even more surprising that there is hope to sell it before the expo. In fact, these words cannot be said in sales. However, he did not dare to offend Yu Liang. To be able to take out 6 million to buy a car without blinking an eyelid, and even ask for a round number. And it is still a person who moves upwards, not a person who moves downwards. How could he be offended by his small sale? Dragon Country is the country with the best law and order in the world. However, if the rich have accumulated enough anger in their hearts, then, such a small person like him is absolutely unbearable. At that time, missing arms and legs will be considered lucky.
Therefore, the salesman would rather not make the money, but make the situation clear in advance.
The money of the rich is actually not easy to cheat.
Unless it is those full-time scammers who are already wandering around, with the idea of cheating and leaving. Otherwise, ordinary people rarely have the guts to deceive the rich. Because it is too easy for them to want revenge.
After hearing this, Yu Liang nodded slightly and said, "Understood." The salesman looked at Qi Xiaoya blankly. "Understood? What does it mean?" Qi Xiaoya got a little sense of Yu Liang's temperament, and said, "Mr. Yu, if you don't mind, we'll settle it? It is good." The salesman let out a long sigh of relief, and said, "Mr. Yu, that's how it is. You said you wanted to round up the number, and you said you wanted to pick up the car today, so the configuration of this car can't be changed. We thought of a way." He glanced at Qi Xiaoya and said, "You pay 6 million, and we will give you an Audi Q7 as a gift." Yu Liang was taken aback. Doesn't this mean that he bought 2 cars at once? Qi Xiaoya quickly said, "Mr. Yu, the Q7 I prepared is the 2022 55 TFSA Quattro Line Premium model, it is definitely suitable to be your spare car." Yu Liang thought about it. "That's okay, if the Bentley Mulsanne also crashes, you really need a spare car." He stood up and said, "Okay, swipe the card, and then I will drive away." Qi Xiaoya hurriedly said, "Mr. Yu, it's inconvenient for you to drive 2 cars at the same time by yourself." Yu Liang thought, "Nonsense. You are capable, show me 2 cars at the same time. How about I help you drive back?" Yu Liang thought for a while and said, "Forget it, I'll leave that car with you for now, and I'll come and drive it when I'm free." The Bentley salesman raised his eyebrows, and then immediately returned to normal. Nothing seemed to be heard. Chapter 51, Wild Visitors. After swiping the card, Yu Liang drove away in this ultra-luxury Bentley Mulsanne. However, he also had his own troubles. Whether it is the home he lives in now, or the newly bought home in Chanfeng Plate. Neither fit the car. Although the new home of the Chanfeng Plate, the house price is not cheap. However, even Yu Liang, who is no longer sensitive to money, knows that it is definitely not a good choice to park a car at the price of a house in that community. The only places that can park this kind of car are the basements of villas and ultra-luxury large flats. Yu Liang originally planned to buy a house when he had more funds. But the fortunes are not as good as people's fortunes, and now they are forced to get started in advance. Fortunately, he had already made preparations, and he had already taken a fancy to the house he wanted to buy a few days ago. Yongcheng New World. This is the top supermarket that Yongcheng has developed in the past 2 years. The location here is exactly located near Sanjiankou, and it is the golden location among the golden locations. The community is positioned as a high-end real estate, and it is the most high-end one. Although there are no villas inside, the price is no less than villas at all. Yu Liang drove a Bentley Mulsanne into the sales office of New World. When they drove in, the saluting posture of the security guard seemed to be particularly upright and standard. At the same time, when he parked the car, another security guard stepped forward and graciously opened the car door for him. If Yu Liang was driving that Q7 today, perhaps the 2 security guards would not be so careful. Under the guidance of the security guard, the 2 of them entered the hall. "Welcome." 4 beautiful girls bent down and saluted together. There are not many people in the hall. Because New World is no longer a new real estate. Even if it is the second phase of the extension, it has passed 2 months, so there are not many people who come to see the house. At present, the lobby is deserted, and there are not as many people looking at the house as there are staff. Yu Liang walked in, suddenly stopped, and looked at a girl next to him in surprise. And on that girl's face, there was also a hint of surprise that could not be concealed. "Yu Liang," the girl asked cautiously. "Deng Lily." Yu Liang finally remembered her name. It has to be said that although Yongcheng has 6 districts, 2 cities and 2 counties. However, the downtown area is still too small. For aboriginals who grew up in urban areas, they can meet old friends at any time. Deng Lily is a junior high school classmate of Yu Liang. Well, Deng Lily was very beautiful when she was in junior high school. However, because she is so beautiful, there are many disputes, and her grades are mediocre. In the end, after graduating from junior high school, Yu Liang went to a key high school, while Deng Lily went to a vocational high school. The 2 never met again. Oh, can't say the same. Because in the second year of graduating from junior high school, they held a class reunion. But after Yu Liang went to university, he really hadn't seen him. Deng Lily nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, it's me." She rolled her beautiful eyes and looked at the colleagues around her, with an indescribably smug look in her eyes. "This client is mine." One of the salesmen had an ugly expression on his face.
The few of them are here, apart from the guests they brought, they are also welcoming those wild customers from outside. This kind of customer source has no sympathy to talk about.
Whoever receives it is his client.
Of course, it's impossible for people to fight at the sales office.
So, there is a roster.
According to this schedule, take turns to receive new wild customers.
Normally, Yu Liang should be the salesperson. She was very happy.
Because they all got the news from the security guards, this time it was a big client who drove a Bentley. No matter what kind of Bentley it is a real luxury car.
However, unexpectedly, Chan Yaojin appeared halfway.
This rich customer actually knew Dang Lily, a stinky B****ch. If she has already started to receive Yu Liang now, Dang Lily can't grab the guests. However, before she even spoke to her, the idiot knew what the final result would be.
Sure enough, Yu Liang smiled and said, "Dang Lily, you are doing sales here."
"Yes, old classmate, are you coming to see the house?"
"Nonsense, why don't I come here to see beautiful women without looking at the house?"
Yu Liang smiled and said, "That's right, I'm relieved to have an old classmate here."
"Can you introduce me?"
"Okay." Dang Lily hit the snake with the stick and walked up immediately. The two circled around the sand table map and sat down on the sofa in the VIP room. Although she is an old classmate, Dang Lily still showed her best skills when introducing her.
The introduction is over.
Yu Liang directly picked up the list and asked, "Has anyone bought this set yet?"
Seeing what Yu Liang was referring to, Dang Lily couldn't help but gasped. The look at Yu Liang was a little weird. Because, what he was referring to turned out to be the most expensive set of buildings in the second phase of the New World. Penthouse duplex with a sky pool, a super flat floor with an area of up to 1101 square meters. Chapter 52 Super Flat Layer.
After being numb for at least a second, Dang Lily finally woke up. At this moment, she suddenly became excited, as if she had fully breathed out, and her whole body was full of energy. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Old classmate, this is the most expensive apartment in our community."
There is only one apartment in a building.
It has 10 rooms and 10 bathrooms. She paused and said, "Everything in this house is good, only one is bad."
Yu Liang asked with interest, "What's wrong?" "It's too expensive, it's really too expensive."
Dang Lily said with a wry smile, "You also know that the housing prices are soaring now, and the average price of this community has reached more than 80,000 per square meter. Therefore, its total price it is as high as 90 million.
90 million.
Yu Liang frowned slightly. Dang Lily thumped in her heart, feeling that this deal was about to leave her.
Although the old classmate drove a Bentley. However, a Bentley and 90 million yuan are completely different things. Many people grit their teeth and can afford a Bentley.
However, no matter how hard they gritted their teeth, they still couldn't afford this set of buildings. However, she heard Yu Liang speak slowly. "I don't have that much cash on hand, at least give me a week to raise money."
Dang Lily almost couldn't catch her breath.
She looked at Yu Liang. At this moment, in her eyes, the old classmate seemed to be exuding infinite dazzling light.
Did I hear it wrong?
The old classmate didn't dislike the high house price, but said that he didn't have that much cash on hand.
Isn't this normal?
The richer a person is, the more he knows how to use money.
Who would keep nearly 100 million in cash with him at all times? Moreover, as Yu Liang said just now, it only takes a week to raise so much money? This already made her not know what to say.
Yu Liang stood up and said, "Old classmate, show me the house."
"Ah, okay, now, wait a moment." Dang Lily was a little incoherent.
In fact, if you change to a strange customer. Even if a rich person could afford this house, Dang Lily would not show such a gaffe.
However, this person is Yu Liang, an old classmate she knew. This feeling is quite different. So, she was a little bit at a loss.
However, Dang Lily had been in sales for several years after all, so she calmed down very quickly. She then went to the supervisor and asked for the key to the top floor.
After hearing Dang Lily's request, all the salesmen exclaimed.
Especially the salesman, who was supposed to receive Yu Liang's turn, widened her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to bite Dang Lily to death with one bite.
Because everyone knows that if this deal is successful, then Dang Lily will instantly become a little rich woman.
Even if Yu Liang bargained to the bottom line, Dang Lily's commission was at least 7 figures.
If you don't counteroffer. They didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Soon, Dang Lily got the key, and with a sweet smile on her face, she led Yu Liang to see the house. It wasn't just him, there was a security guard behind them. Of course, the security guard was 5 meters away from them, so he didn't approach them at all. Old classmate, the first floor of this building is more than 500 square meters, and the 2 floors of the duplex add up to 1,100 square meters. If you buy it, then both floors will be yours.
Yu Liang nodded slightly.
2 floors, a total of 1,100 square meters, with a super large space of 10 bathrooms.
Yu Liang was very satisfied with this.
Because, if they live here in the future, besides their family, they will definitely take their grandparents over.
Although grandpa and grandma are separated from their family now.
But when Yu Liang was a child, he also grew up under the care of these 2 old people.
It's okay if you don't have the ability. Now that we have the ability, we must take over and give them old age.
Originally, sure, we planned to accompany and take care of her in the old community.
But how can it compare to the convenience of living together?
Moreover, for such a big house, it would take a long time to walk from the east to the west. In this way, parents should not have much time and interest to take care of themselves. In short, Yu Liang is very satisfied with this.
However, looking at the empty blank, Yu Liang frowned slightly, and said, "How much time does it take to decorate?" Deng Lily was delighted.
Because what Yu Liang said was not to dislike the lack of decoration here, but to ask how long it would take to decorate.
This shows that he is really thinking about buying it.
Old classmate, our company has cooperation with the top 10 decoration companies in Yongchang. You can ask them to submit the design drawings and then choose one. Deng Lily said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, they will never dare to deal with a luxury house like yours. Play tricks. Otherwise, they will lose the luxury real estate market in Yongchang."
Yu Liang nodded slightly. There is no doubt about it. The profit of decorating a luxury house is worth many ordinary houses. But what the luxury real estate market pays more attention to is word of mouth. Once word of mouth collapses, there is really nothing left. Chapter 53. How many points are there tonight? Seeing Yu Liang's undisguised satisfaction,
Deng Lily thought for a while, and then said softly, "Old classmate, if this house is really bought, the decoration will also cost a lot of money, at least 8 figures. Yu Liang couldn't help but laugh, and said, "I've already spent the money to buy the house, so why are you afraid of the money that didn't go into the renovation?"
Deng Lily was startled, thinking about it too. The big head is out, but it's rare for the small head to beat Yu Liang.
She gritted her teeth and said, "Old classmate, if you go through my channel, I'll go to the manager and try to give you a cheaper price. I dare not say more, but this amount should be able to be achieved." She gritted her teeth and extended a slap.
Yu Liang smiled and said, "If you bargain with the manager, will it affect your commission?"
Of course, raising the cost is based on the selling price, which increases step by step.
Well, I remember you said just now that this house is 90 million. Right. What a neat number. Isn't this a higher quotation, so that it is convenient for you big money to counteroffer?
A normal salesman would definitely not say these things, but the relationship between the two is somewhat different after all. Yu Liang pondered and said, "Deng Lily, if you promise me one condition, then I will buy this house through your channel, and you don't need to bargain, it will be 90 million.
Deng Lily's face immediately flushed red.
She bit her lips slightly, her eyes flowing like water. At this moment, she was indescribably charming.
"Okay, you say.
I bought this house, don't tell anyone, especially the old classmates."
Deng Lily's eyes widened slightly.
A strange feeling filled her heart.
What the hell, my defense value is all cleared, but you are telling me this?
Although she had mixed feelings in her heart at this time, she immediately calmed down and said, "Okay, old classmate, don't worry, I will never tell anyone, not even my parents."
Yu Liang was surprised. What does your parents have to do with me? However, the other party had good intentions after all. Okay, let's sign the contract.
Yu Liang said in a deep voice, "I have 40 million on me. I need to pay a deposit first, and within a month, transfer the remaining 50 million into your company's account."
That's okay. Deng Lily nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, of course." She hesitated for a moment, and said, "Old classmate, are you really planning to pay the full amount? Don't you take any loan at all?" "Yeah, the bank interest rate is so high, why do you need a loan?" Deng Lily was taken aback. Yes, this sentence makes sense.
It's just that many people don't have that much money on hand when they buy a house, so they have to take out a loan.
Well, and, are you going to buy the house in your own name, or in the company's name? Buying a house can be tax deductible, and there is a lot of room for manipulation. There is no quota limit.
Many rich people use the name of the company when they buy big-ticket items such as houses and cars. Yu Liang smiled and said, "My company hasn't been established yet, let's buy it in my own name first."
Deng Lily was suspicious. "You don't even have a company, where did the money come from? Could it be the money from the family?"
However, in her memory, the junior high school classmates are a group of ordinary people. It is impossible for anyone to have such strength.
Could it be that Yu Liang's family only developed in these years?
However, he was able to spend so much money to buy a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars for the younger generation, plus taxes and renovation costs. It was more than $100 million anyway.
Such a family is also amazing. Perhaps, this is also my own chance.
After thinking about it, Deng Lily said, "Old classmate, I don't want to lie to you either.
If you buy this apartment with 90 million yuan, I can get a lot of commissions. I will."
Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "I don't care how much you can raise.
I think this house is worth it, so that's fine. What do you want to do? Want to get my commission back? Damn it, what if the magic hard drive doesn't recognize the commission and the commission is included in the total price? Then I don't want to lose a lot of points?"
Deng Lily looked at Yu Liang excitedly, nodded vigorously, and said in a low voice, "Okay, thank you."
Soon, they returned to the sales office.
When Deng Lily said that Yu Liang decided to buy this penthouse, and the price was exactly 90 million.
The whole sales office became a sensation. Countless people looked at Deng Lily with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred.
After signing the contract, Yu Liang swiped his card on the spot and paid 40 million yuan. This time, he swiped several cards in succession before he managed to collect 40 million.
However, no one is laughing at it.
Because each card can generate at least a few million. The entire net worth of this group of people may not be comparable to a card that someone took out at random.
Just like that, what qualifications do you have to laugh at others? After swiping the card, Yu Liang also looked relaxed. Tonight, there should be a lot of points. It's really so exciting. Chapter 54 Overthinking. The two sisters He Linglong were not natives of Yongchang.
Therefore, it is impossible for them to have a house in Yongchang.
And with their current income,
even if you work until you retire, you can't even think about buying a slightly better house in Yongchang. Of course, if they work hard in the future, get promoted and raise their salaries,
then there is a high probability that you will still not be able to afford it in this lifetime.
Unless relying on their beauty and marrying a good husband or something, they are eligible to permanently station in this city.
Now, because they are interns in the company.
Even for interns, the company has rental arrangements. So, they live in an old shabby little room near here. Although Yu Liang had never been there, he heard He Lingna complain when chatting. An old house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, there are 6 female employees to live in.
There are 2 people in each room, so the space is utilized to the extreme.
Of course, this is a company renting a house, and they only need to share the water and electricity costs equally.
Otherwise, the 2 sisters might not be willing to live there.
Yu Liang didn't drive today, nor did he park his car in the basement of the company building. Parking a 2 million Audi A8 there already makes people with a discerning eye whisper a few words.
If the Bentley Mulsanne is parked there,
Yu Liang believes that it only takes 1 day for him to resign.
However, he does not want to resign just yet.
At the very least, he won't resign before the 2 little girls' internships are over. So, Yu Liang parked the car in the parking lot of a nearby 5-star hotel. And opened a long-term room of an executive suite in the hotel. It's not that I have any intentions, it's just for the convenience of parking. Then, he asked the front desk to book a small box in the restaurant, and 1,000/person, the standard meal fee for 3 people.
Among the 3 people on WeChat. He Lingna, brother Yu, where are you? Didn't you say you want to eat?
Yu Liang, I have already arrived at the restaurant.
He Lingna? He Lingna, where is the restaurant, why didn't you tell us? Yu Liang, oh, didn't I say that?
Halo, I forgot, thought I said it. He backhanded the location of the hotel.
Yu Liang, address.
Yu Liang, I'm in the Meiyuan box on the 3rd floor of the hotel, come here. The 2 sisters looked at each other, both a little speechless.
This brother Yu is too sloppy.
However, when they looked at the address carefully, they were all a little dizzy.
Linglong, brother Yu won't really treat us to dinner here, right? He Lingna murmured, this is a 5-star hotel, I haven't eaten here yet.
He seems to have the strength.
Then why did he invite us to dinner here? He Lingna blinked her eyes and said, this is a hotel. Tell me, has he already opened a room?
The 2 sisters stared wide-eyed, a little speechless.
After a while, He Linglong whispered, perhaps, brother Yu is not such a person, is he? That's not necessarily the case. Then, are we not going?
No, we've already agreed, so I'm sorry if we don't go.
Helena rolled her eyes and said, otherwise, after we go, if he wants to drink, we won't drink. That is it.
The two little girls finished their discussion, dressed up a bit, and boldly went to the hotel. If Yu Liang's appointment was in an ordinary restaurant, such as Heiyu restaurant, the two of them definitely didn't have so many ideas. However, changing to a 5-star hotel made them suspicious. When he arrived at the hotel, Yu Liang asked for the food to be served directly. Looking at the pair of little sisters who were cautious and seemed to be wary in their eyes,
a strong sixth sense told Yu Liang,
it is best to do nothing today and take things slowly. Until they get used to their own existence and this way of getting along, then everything is possible.
So, this evening, Yu Liang honestly invited them to dinner.
After eating, I didn't ask to stay or go shopping or something.
It's like completing a task.
After eating, they go home and find their mothers. In the evening, Sister He Linglong returned to the small room. Looking at the surrounding environment and thinking about the resplendent appearance in the hotel, they felt a little lost for no reason. It's not that they hate the poor and love the rich.
This is just a natural reaction of normal people. He Linglong calmed down, hummed loudly, and said, Nana, I said before, brother Yu is not such a person. Look, he didn't even prepare wine today. He Ling's face flushed slightly, and she said, maybe I really wronged him. After a pause, she said, Linglong, do you think brother Yu wants to chase you after all?
He Linglong rolled her eyes and said, brother Yu never said, maybe, he wants to chase you.
Suddenly, both sisters were taken aback.
They stared at each other, and after a while, they shook their heads vigorously together.
Impossible, I must be thinking too much.
Chapter 55 Beauty Filters, 1 year period. Xiao Liang, it's Monday tomorrow, go to bed early today.
Got it, Mom.
Yu Liang responded, and then closed the bedroom door. Although he has already bought a house, Yu Liang does not plan to tell his parents right away. In a few days, let's talk about it after he works hard to make money and pays the full amount. Otherwise, if I let my parents know that I owed 50 million yuan in debt and didn't pay it back, they might be scared to death on the spot.
Yu Liang didn't want any surprises. I looked at my bank card.
Originally added up, there is a huge sum of 52 million. However, today I bought a 6 million car and paid another 40 million deposit. It adds up to 46 million, so in the current bank card, there are only 6 million left. So poor. Yu Liang suddenly had such a weird feeling. With 6 million cash, I still feel poor.
I'm afraid there is no one left.
Taking out the computer from the portable space, Yu Liang clicked in. Then, a message emerged that made him smile. The host spends 46 million today and can draw 46 prizes.
Do you want to draw prizes?
Whether.
Nonsense, of course the choice is yes.
Even if you draw 3 times in a row, you still have 43 points. It seemed that the long-lost roulette suddenly appeared on the screen, and then the pointer turned rapidly. 20 seconds later, the pointer slowly stopped on the item. Congratulations to the host, I have won another beauty filter, 1 year, do you use it? Whether. Yu Liang fell silent again. Although he has known for a long time that with the virtue of a magical hard drive, there is a high possibility that some strange items or skills will appear.
However, he never thought about it. Today's draw. To be able to win the other category that has never appeared before. Beauty filter? This thing looks a bit like an item category.
But why is it classified as other? 10 years ago, or when Douyin was not available, the term was not widely used. Only those computer enthusiasts will persistently get some picture viewing software. However, when Douyin came out with a sweeping posture in Liuha, almost most people know what beauty filters are. It is precisely because of the beauty filter that it is on the internet. The cricket pot has become a handsome guy, and the moldy girl has become a beautiful woman. Under the beauty filter, as long as you are not sister phone. No, even if you are sister phone, you can change into Pan Jinglian in seconds.
Is there any truth on this network?
Perhaps, only when all the beauty filters disappear, is there such a possibility.
Yu Liang moved the mouse over the beauty filter.
Beautification filter, 1 year period. Produce a beautification filter effect on human individuals and maintain it for 1 year.
Yu Liang watched the instructions silently.
What the hell, the beauty filter is really a beauty filter.
He clicked. A box suddenly popped out below.
Please host to put in the photo. Yu Liang thought for a while, took out his phone, took a photo of himself silently, and uploaded it to the computer. The next moment, his face jumped out of the box.
Next to the box, there are a series of options.
whitening, fill light, eye beautification, face modification, etc. Yu Liang had never used a beauty filter before, because he thought that it was an exclusive software for women, and he, a man, could not use it at all. However, at this moment, when he made choices one by one,
Yu Liang suddenly discovered that, in fact, rough old men can also use beauty filters.
The self in that photo has become nothing like himself.
Well, actually, if you look carefully, it's still yourself. But, is he that white? Is your skin so supple? Own appearance. Strange, judging from the facial features, this is indeed me.
The eyes are the same eyes, the nose is the same nose, the eyebrows and mouth are exactly the same.
However, after combining them, there is a slight difference. All I can say is that it looks very pleasing to the eye.
If we say, Yu Liang in the past was just an ordinary young man, there is still a long way to go to be a real handsome guy. But, looking at the face in the photo at the moment, even if Yu Liang is a man, even if he knows that this is his modified face,
but he is still absolutely. This man is so handsome.
This is a subtle improvement in appearance and a friendly improvement in texture and style. Although the whole face is still the same, it is already a different person.
After the adjustment, do you want to use the beauty filter, 1 year? Whether.
Yu Liang watched silently for a while, resisting the reluctance in his heart, and then resolutely chose no. What the hell, if I sleep, I will suddenly look like this tomorrow morning. Mom and Dad are afraid that they have to call the police immediately. Perhaps, he has to slowly, go through multiple beauty filters to let the people around him get used to it, so that he can finally achieve such an effect.
Move the mouse down and glance at its selling price. Whoa! The next moment, Yu Liang finally couldn't help exhaling the fragrance. What the hell? This is too bad. Chapter 56, Unsealing Coupon and 5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman. Beauty filter, 1 year 10 points. What the hell, Pit?
According to Yu Liang's own estimation and calculation, if he wants to use beauty filters, he doesn't want to be discovered by the people who live with him every day. Then, all kinds of beauty effects must be added little by little, and cannot be achieved in one step. This process requires the consumption of beauty filters, at least 5, 6, 7 or 8 times. And a little point represents a consumption quota of 1 million.
Count less, 5 times. 50 credits.
What the hell, spending so much money today, I thought I was already a little rich man in terms of points.
But now I know that the pit of the magic hard drive is lying here.
All the hard-earned points are not even enough to use a beauty filter for myself.
This other is really the king of the pit, the king of the pit.
Yu Liang shook his head, calmed down, and resisted the strong urge to use the beauty filter immediately. Then, he clicked on the second lottery draw. A huge roulette slowly emerged, filling the entire screen. The pointer above started to rotate, from slow to fast, as if with infinite power. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped.
Congratulations to the host, I have won another, unblocking coupon, can only be obtained by lottery, do you want to use it? Whether. Yu Liang was taken aback. Is it the other category? Is this considered lucky today? They actually won the rewards of this category one after another. You know, there were so many lottery draws in the past few days, but I never saw other. Unblock coupon. Moreover, this thing can only be obtained from the lottery?
The mouse in Yu Liang's hand has subconsciously and automatically moved to it.
Unseal coupon, it can unlock a sealed or frozen skill, item or other.
Note, this item cannot be purchased with points, it can only be obtained through a lottery, and the probability of winning is 1%.
Rubbing his chin, Yu Liang fell into deep thought. What does this thing do?
Yu Liang only thought of one, and that was to unlock the second global search function of the garbage bin.
That thing can only be used once a month. However, if you use the unlock coupon, it seems that you can immediately search for some other special item. Not bad, this thing is indeed a good thing. Of course, Yu Liang is temporarily unavailable. After clicking no, Yu Liang continued to draw. Roulette appeared again.
Yu Liang clasped his hands together and murmured, "Gods and Buddhas of the heavens, please bless me to draw a good prize." 20 seconds later, the pointer stopped.
Congratulations to the host, you have won the item, 5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman, single, do you want to use it? Whether. Yu Liang's spirit was immediately lifted.
As a pure Dragon Kingdom person, one only needs to know a little about the ancient inheritance of Dragon Kingdom.
Then everyone should understand, what is the 5 Ghosts transporting technique? Move the mouse down.
5 Ghosts Transport Talisman, single any specified item, single piece, or specified creature, single piece, can be moved to the specified position.
Range, within a radius of 1 kilometer, weight limit, 10 tons.
Sure enough, it has exactly the same function as the legendary 5 Ghost Transport technique.
However, the effect made Yu Liang extremely satisfied.
A range of 1 kilometer is certainly sufficient in most cases. Because, this 1 kilometer is the radius centered on itself.
Then the diameter range is 2 kilometers.
At a distance of 2 kilometers, unless you go to a place where you cannot enter, such as a military camp, you will be unable to guard against it.
What surprised Yu Liang even more was the weight limit of the 5 Ghosts carrying talisman. 10 tons? When seeing this weight, Yu Liang didn't know what to say. What exactly is it that requires a handling capacity of more than 10 tons? Let's take a look at the point price of the 5 Ghosts carrying talisman. Hey, why are there two different price points?
5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman, Dead Object 2 points. 5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman, Living Creature 5 points.
Oh, it seems that in the eyes of the magic
hard disk, the value of living things is far greater than that of dead things. Because it is impossible for a single living creature to weigh 10 tons anyway.
But, dead things?
There are some super large machines and the like, not to mention 10 tons, even hundreds of tons. However, the purchase price is more than twice as expensive for living things as for dead things. But think about it, living is the most important thing.
If you die, then everything is gone. Yu Liang moved the mouse and clicked no.
Today's 3 lottery draws are full, and the rest of the lottery draws will be converted into points. Please check with the host. The next moment, the screen returned to normal. Although Yu Liang had already counted his points, at this moment, he still couldn't wait to open his attribute panel.
Host, Yu Liang. Race, human.
Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth Sense, Permanent, Computer, Software, LV, 0.9, Computer, Hardware, LV, 0.4, Visual Simulation, Single *2, Skill Duplication, Single.
Own items.
Garbage Station, Permanent, Portable Space, Permanent, Map Query, Single, King Kong Talisman, Single, 5 Ghosts Carrying Talisman, Single.
Have other. Beauty Filter, 1 year, Unblock Coupon.
Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times.
Points, 47 points.
Seeing the addition of 3 new abilities in the 47 points, Yu Liang felt a sense of security in his heart.
Chapter 57 Bad Premonition. Yu Liang turned off the magic hard drive computer and carefully put it away.
Then, he turned on his desktop computer and started the required classes every night.
Sell bitcoins.
Today, Yu Liang already has 3 foreign bank cards and 9 domestic cards.
Moreover, he bound 12 platforms that can trade Bitcoin through different IP addresses.
Therefore, his transaction security is greatly improved. However, when selling Bitcoins today, Yu Liang found that he quickly developed a very bad feeling. In fact, this bad premonition can be felt many times a day.
One account, when selling 1 or 2 Bitcoins, it doesn't even feel like a fart.
However, as the sale of Bitcoins on a single account increases, this feeling will gradually emerge. If he still wants to insist on selling,
then this feeling will become extremely strong.
But Yu Liang is careful in doing things, and he pays attention to the steady flow of water. Business, of course, takes a long time. The kind of person who bowls all at once must have problems with his pattern and vision. So, no matter how much Bitcoin Yu Liang sells in a single account, as soon as the sixth sense of crisis reminded him, he would stop immediately. 2 days ago, Yu Liang sold more than 100 Bitcoins, even close to 200 Bitcoins. However, when 86 Bitcoins were just sold today, all of Yu Liang's accounts already had that bad premonition. Frowning slightly, Yu Liang stopped all operations without hesitation, closed all websites, and erased the traces he left on the big broilers.
Although I don't understand what's going on. But all be careful. 86 Bitcoins.
He only sold 35 of the 3 major foreign banks, worth $700,000. The 9 major banks in China have 51 Bitcoins, worth 7 million yuan.
After a rough calculation, his deposit abroad is $3.4 million.
In China, including the remaining 6 million today, it is only 13 million yuan.
Hey, it's not even enough to pay off the balance of the house.
At this moment, Yu Liang was very lucky. Fortunately, when he signed the contract, he chose to settle the balance within 1 month.
More time is better than less time. But what about Bitcoin?
I have only produced such a small amount of goods, so it won't collapse. However, his sixth sense didn't feel anything about it, so there was a high probability that today was just a special case.
although there is still 1 month to pay the final payment. However, Yu Liang is not a person who is used to owing money. Although Bitcoin is good, the speed of realizing it is still too slow. I have to find a way to open source. I am used to selling more than 100 Bitcoins every day, but now it has suddenly dropped to more than 80, which is a bit despised. Well, that log, sell it fast. Strange, it's been a day, why didn't those two factory owners call themselves? However, Yu Liang didn't know. At this time, Su Chenfeng and Lu Ding were asking people everywhere about the demolition of the factory building. They firmly believed that the city had decided to demolish the abandoned factory area. And they will have a large amount of demolition fees to take. Naturally, they were unwilling to sell the factory to Yu Liang at this time. Yu Liang picked up the phone and glanced at it. He planned to read the news again, then wash up and go to bed. Go to bed early and get up early to have a good body. However, when he picked up the phone, he realized that there were already several messages on it. There are sister groups, Healinglongs, and Healingnas. There is also Qi Xiaoya, the car salesman, and Deng Lily, an old classmate. Strange, the two sisters, why did they send messages to themselves alone? Yu Liang opened the group chat, and the two sisters thanked themselves for the expense. And inside the separate information. Healingna, brother Yu, do you like my sister? Healinglong, brother Yu, do you like my sister? The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched, as expected of twins, even the content of the private chat was exactly the same. He replied in the group chat. Yu Liang, you're welcome, it should be, next time I will take you to eat hot pot. Then, they privately chatted with the two of them respectively. Yu Liang, guess what? Open Qi Xiaoya's WeChat. Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I'm driving back to the company. However, the company stipulates that the customer's car cannot be parked for a long time. If you don't plan to pick up the car in the short term, I can only drive it home after get off work every day, and then drive to the company after work. Yu Liang, yes. Finally, open the WeChat of old classmates. Deng Lily, old classmate, it's not good, are you there? Deng Lily, old classmate, the news of your buying a house has been known by those decoration companies. Now the top 10 decoration companies in Yongcheng have entrusted me with favors and want to take your job. Deng Lily, old classmate, if you are interested, can I ask them to produce the design? Of course, I'm just suggesting that you can ignore them completely. Deng Lily, old classmate, I didn't bother you, did I? Watching Deng Lily's tone change from affectionate at the beginning to cautious at the end. Yu Liang also shook his head secretly. Yu Liang, I had something to do just now, and I didn't see it when I didn't have my phone with me. Yu Liang, let them wait for a few days, then I will go over and make some demands. Deng Lily replied almost instantly. Deng Lily, okay, old classmate, I won't bother you anymore, good night. Chapter 58, Different Minds. In the old and small bathroom, Healingna, who just took a shower and made herself smelly, picked up her phone. Then, her good mood was not so good. She stared at her phone. It seemed that the Huawei folding machine in her hand was that nasty guy. I guess you are a grandma's hammer. Inexplicably, Healingna felt very aggrieved. She can be sure of getting along these few days. Yu Liang must have a certain affection for them. Otherwise, it would not be possible to invite them to eat such expensive things, and also send over 2 mobile phones named Evaluation. But the question is, why can't he say something clearly? Such secretiveness is really not a man. Opening the door with a face full of displeasure, Healingna left the bathroom and climbed onto the bed. On the other side of the bed, Healinglong was tilting her head, her thick and slender eyebrows seemed to be a little wrinkled. The two sisters have been together for so many years, and Healingna can tell at a glance that her sister has thoughts. Linglong, what's wrong? Healinglong raised her head, her little eyes seemed to be flustered, she quickly shook her head and said, it's nothing, you finished washing? Yeah, it's your turn, hurry up, or someone will use it later. 6 people, 3 single rooms, but only 1 bathroom. Fortunately, the girls are more self-conscious, and there is no one who feels good about themselves, and I am the number one. Otherwise, it would be enough to fight just for the bathroom. Healinglong nodded, put down her phone, picked up the towel, and walked into the bathroom. This room is different from the other 2 rooms. Because it was the smallest of the 3 rooms, there was only 1 bed, and the 2 sisters slept together. This was supposed to be a single room. However, the personnel department saw that the 2 of them were interns who had not yet graduated from university, and they were also twin sisters. In addition, there are no beds available in the staff dormitory for the time being, so I settled down temporarily. With this arrangement, the internship was about to end, and no one thought of changing rooms for them.
However, for them who have been sleeping together since childhood, it is normal to do so. Moreover, both of them are not the kind of big-boned and big-framed female men, they belong to the petite and exquisite type. Therefore, it is more than enough for two people to sleep in one bed. Helena thought for a while, then suddenly turned her eyes and landed on her sister's bedside. Then, a sly smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. Climbed over and picked up my sister's cell phone. Huawei folding machines generally can be turned on without face recognition. However, their sisters have all set it up. Two identical faces, no matter how smart the computer AI is, it will be fooled. He Linglong checked her sister's mobile WeChat and immediately found Yu Liang. Click to open it. Huh, blank? Helena raised her mouth, a little unhappy. They are all sisters, so let me see what you have to say. She put down the phone, and angrily deleted the dialogue between herself and Yu Liang. Isn't it just deleted? It seems that no one can do the same. In the apartment building, Shi Xiaoya hummed a song and put a mask on herself. I didn't sleep well yesterday, and today I made a big deal, so I need to take good care of it and sleep all over again. Tomorrow morning, she has already asked for leave. She intends to reward herself well. It is unlikely that you will get cramps from counting money, but you can still do it occasionally if you sleep until you wake up naturally. Lying on the bed, Shi Xiaoya picked up the phone. When wearing a mask, watching short videos is undoubtedly the best choice to pass the time. However, she saw it right away. The person who made a special note sent her a message back. Shi Xiaoya stopped humming and immediately opened WeChat. Yu Liang, yes. Can? Shi Xiaoya looked at it over and over for a while, and finally confirmed that the other party only replied with this one word. Such an attitude, just a word, reveals a sense of indifference. Shi Xiaoya's mood suddenly turned bad. Her previous inquiry actually had multiple meanings. Did you drive this Q7 for me? Although the ownership is not hers, even if it only has the right to use it, it is still a very enviable thing. Moreover, such an expensive car let me drive. What does this mean? We are all adults, it is not difficult to understand. But look at the word coup on the phone. Shi Xiaoya fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I am not beautiful enough? Or is the world of the rich really so incomprehensible? Deng Lily breathed a sigh of relief, put down her phone, and took a few pictures of her majestic place. Although Yu Liang is her old classmate in junior high school. However, after what happened today, Deng Lily had no choice but to treat him as an ordinary old classmate. As a real estate salesperson, it's a matter of course to know a few people who are engaged in decoration. After all, after they sold the house, sometimes they could bring a business to the decoration company with just a few words. However, Deng Lily never thought that those friends who were engaged in decoration would become so enthusiastic, which made her a little overwhelmed. But at this moment, Deng Lily felt extremely regretful. I shouldn't have agreed to ask them for them. I and Yu Liang are old classmates, this is the most reliable relationship. Yu Liang is the biggest and thickest thigh in my life. What if it makes him unhappy? Then I will really regret it. Thinking of what Yu Liang answered, he shouldn't be angry or impatient, right? Deng Lily gritted her teeth and decided secretly. In the future, if there is no particularly important matter, then no matter what, you can't easily disturb him. The affection of old classmates cannot withstand such unscrupulous consumption. But honestly, the current Yu Liang is really handsome. As for whether he is really handsome or he becomes handsome because of money, then I don't know. Chapter 59 Buying a Warehouse. In the morning, get up. Today is Monday, I need to go to work. Yu Liang does not reject this. Because when I go to work, I can see the twins. Well, when their internship period is over, I might as well resign myself. Before resigning, though, get the warehouse done. Yu Liang ate breakfast at home. My mother's porridge, which has not changed for thousands of years, is still the same. Glancing at Hui, who was in a bad mood, Yu Liang finished eating in 2 or 3 bites, and left home quickly. He knew that his mother was very upset about his refusal to honestly explain how many bitcoins he had. Hui was not greedy for his son's money, but was afraid that his son would suddenly become rich, and then spend a lot of money and develop a bunch of bad habits. If you run out of money in the future, it will be difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Yu Liang came to the company and opened the work log. There is nothing important today, that is, at the morning meeting on Monday, he needs to arrange it. All of these are familiar. Yu Liang went to the meeting room, and everything was done within a quarter of an hour. Leaders from various departments came over one after another. It's a pity that the person sent by the office to record today was not He Linglong.
Otherwise, it would be nice for the leaders to have a meeting and see the little beauty for themselves.
At the meeting, the leaders spoke freely, and all they talked about were big businesses with a transaction volume of $100,000 or even more than $1 million.
Watching them pointing at Zhangshan and berating Feng Qiu. What a group of professionals. Inexplicably, Yu Liang's desire to start his own company became more and more intense. Suddenly, Yu Liang raised his eyebrows. I'm so G confused. Why are you looking for a warehouse by yourself? Isn't there still an old classmate Deng Lily? Although Deng Lily sells commercial housing, warehouses are also a type of real estate. It is far more convenient for her to find someone than herself. It's like a doctor. Dentist, there is no way to cut open the patient's belly for gastrointestinal surgery. However, it is far easier for them to find a gastroenterologist for help than ordinary people. In the conference room, time seemed to pass quickly. At 10:30, all the leaders stopped at the same time. The weekly morning meeting ended successfully. Then, Yu Liang and the guy from the office stayed to clean up the mess. Yu Liang put away the thread ball in twos and twos, greeted him, turned and left. If it was He Linglong, he would definitely go over to help. But for someone else. Forget it, everyone has their own responsibilities and jobs, and if they help too much, it may not be a good thing for others. Taking out his mobile phone, Yu Liang sent Deng Lily a message. Yu Liang, old classmate, do me a favor. Deng Lily, whatever, just ask. The almost second speed made Yu Liang wonder if Deng Lily was just playing with her mobile phone. Yu Liang, I want to find a warehouse, preferably a bigger one. Or an abandoned factory building is also fine, but it must be the one that can be transformed into a warehouse. Deng Lily, how big a warehouse do you want? What are the requirements for the location? Yu Liang, any size is fine. If it's too small, I can rent a few more. The location, it should be around the city, not too far away. Also, the speed must be fast, and it is best to be able to sign the contract and get the key today. Deng Lily, okay, old classmate, are you going to rent it or buy it? Yu Liang, buy if you can, and rent if you can't. Deng Lily, understood, wait for my good news. After explaining, Yu Liang opened the group chat of the trio. Sure Shiran initiated the message. Yu Liang, it's time for dinner, let's eat Chongqing noodles today, put more toppings, it's delicious. At you pay the bill today. He Lingna, why should I pay the bill? Yu Liang, because Shoha and I have already invited, so it's your turn. He Lingna, anger.jpg. He Lingna, alright, I'll pay the bill, and I'll hold you to death. He Linglong, smiling face.jpg. The two sisters packed up and went downstairs. The three of them came together naturally. This incident was still so unbelievable a few days ago. However, now they don't feel that there is anything wrong with doing so. When the three of them walked away, two young men looked at each other in the lobby on the first floor of the office building. The ones who passed by just now were sisters Yu Liang and He Linglong, right? Yeah, that's them. How did they get together? It's lunchtime now, I should go to eat. I know, but I remember, last Friday, it seems that they also had dinner together. Together today. I know. I also know, this kid has good means. By the way, which one is Yu Liang chasing after? He's from the cybersecurity department, and he's familiar with the office. He should be chasing after my sister. This is not necessarily the case. The procurement department also needs network assistance. No matter who he is chasing, there is one more, why don't you try it? Hey, forget it, they are too beautiful to bear. Soon, the news that Yu Liang was chasing one of the twin sisters spread throughout the company. Chapter 60 Yu Liang, come on. After lunch, return to the company. As soon as Yu Liang arrived at his workstation and sat down, his immediate supervisor, Chen Tao, had already arrived. Yu Liang, you have a good eye, come on. What? Yu Liang was puzzled. What oil to add? What have you done recently? It seems that the company did not assign tasks to itself. He opened the work log again, but still found nothing. However, the look in Chen Tao's eyes just now, no matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Looking at her phone, Deng Lily sent a series of WeChat messages. Open it and have a look. Deng Lily, old classmate, I found 7 places for you, all of which are for sale. You can sign the contract and get the keys today. These pictures are all edited, with photos and text on them. In each photo, the scale and location of the factory or warehouse are clearly explained at a glance.
Yu Liang secretly sighed. For professional matters, it is really necessary to find professional talents.
If you look for it slowly, you really don't know if you will find the year of the monkey. Yu Liang looks at the price first. From high to low.
The highest one, priced at 11 million, is an old factory building, but the location is too poor to be considered. When Yu Liang bought a warehouse, he didn't really want to store many things.
Geographical location is actually very important.
According to his thinking, the factories of Su Chenfeng and Lu Ding are undoubtedly the best choice. But it is a pity that these two people seem to have misunderstood themselves. On the day of parting, Yu Liang's sixth sense told him. The way they looked at themselves was like guarding against thieves.
It is estimated that the possibility of transaction is not great. Oh, what a pity. Yu Liang looked at them one by one. Suddenly, his movement stopped.
Yu Liang saw the fourth picture. In this picture, it is itself a warehouse.
But that's not the main thing. Mainly, this address. Take a closer look. What the hell, isn't this next to Su Chenfeng's factory building? Look at the price again. 3.8 million. Although this warehouse is not as large as the factory building. However, for Yu Liang, that was more than enough. Yu Liang, picture.ipg.
Yu Liang, old classmate, I want this warehouse. Please help me with the formalities.
I want to complete the registration today and get the key.
Deng Lily, okay, I'll go over and talk about it.
Old classmate, what is the price in your heart? Yu Liang, 4 million. Deng Lily? After seeing Yu Liang's answer, Deng Lily was a little dizzy. Did you make a mistake? The price of this warehouse is obviously 3.8 million.
What she meant in the past was to lower the price again to see how much the other party was willing to let go. Of course, after the business is completed, the agency fee she received will also be split with other people.
However, Yu Liang gave a reserve price of 4 million, what does that mean? Deng Lily looked carefully at the breakthrough. The quotation of 3.8 million, right? Could it be that the old classmate's eyes were dazzled? Yu Liang, I will give you 4 million.
As for how much you can squeeze, it has nothing to do with me. I just have one request, you give me the contract and the key when I go there at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Deng Lily took a deep breath, her old classmate was really generous in doing things.
It's so big that I'm so angry.
Deng Lily, okay, don't worry old classmate, I promise to complete the task, you wait for my good news.
It's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Deng Lily, old classmate, I need a photo of your ID card and a power of attorney. Yu Liang took out his ID card, took photos of both sides, wrote a power of attorney to sign, took photos, and sent it.
3:30 in the afternoon.
She sent a bunch of pictures, which were the contract, and the other party's certificate of property rights and so on.
Deng Lily, old classmate, please deposit the money into this bank account.
Yu Liang didn't know how Deng Lily negotiated with the other party, and he didn't want to know whether the account belonged to the other party's company or Deng Lily's own.
Isn't it just 4 million? Opened the mobile banking and quickly completed the transfer. 4 p.m. Deng Lily, old classmate, I got the keys in the contract, will you come over and have a look later?
Yu Liang, yes, I will come after work.
Get off work? Yu Liang still needs to go to work? Deng Lily said she couldn't understand. However, instead of asking, she responded immediately.
Deng Lily, okay, I will wait for you in front of Songkuri, any time is fine. Yu Liang thought for a while and called his mother. Tell her that the old man will not go home for dinner tonight with colleagues. Then, he sent a message, among the three groups. Yu Liang, the company will be waiting for you in the evening.
I will take you to see the wood and have dinner along the way. He Lingna, brother Yu, did you bring your friend's wood? Yu Liang, yes. He Lingna, then I will inform Supervisor Yin.
She is fine today and has turned around in front of me several times. Yu Liang was also taken aback, Yin Lin is usually quite calm, why is she so impatient today?
Could it be that this wood is so important to her?
It seems that the price can be raised. Yu Liang, don't worry, ask her out tomorrow, let's have an appraisal tonight.
He Lingna, okay, I'll wait for you after get off work.
At He Linglong's sister, speak up. He Linglong, who was pretending to be dead and watching the screen, was helpless.
He Linglong, okay. Chapter 61 Getting Started.
At 4:30, Yu Liang and Chen Tao said that they had something to do at home and wanted to go back early.
Chen Tao glanced at him and said with a smile, are you going shopping?
Yu Liang was startled, and said in surprise, yes, I've already bought it, go get it now.
Chen Tao said mysteriously, in the evening, I invited a girl to dinner, right? Yu Liang was a little surprised. What's going on? Could it be that there are some mysteries around my workstation? But it's impossible. Don't say that this is what I do. If something is really wrong, the sixth sense will definitely remind me.
Chen Tao said with a smile, you are not young anymore, so go ahead and go boldly. I am waiting to drink your wedding wine.
Yu Liang rubbed his nose and said, Master, what are you talking about?
Chen Tao smiled and nodded at him and said, why, you still want to hide it from me? You kid went to dinner with others for several days, and your colleagues saw it.
Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize. Damn, I was taken aback. He smiled awkwardly and said, Master, then I'll go. Go. Chen Tao waved his hand to let Yu Liang leave, and then he suddenly remembered.
I actually forgot to ask just now, is it the elder sister or the younger sister that Yu Liang is chasing?
Yu Liang left the company and first came to the hotel. Anyway, the road to the hotel is 200 meters, not long.
Driving that Bentley Mulsanne on the road, Yu Liang suddenly discovered that his driving skills seemed to have improved a lot. At the very least, in terms of turning, reversing, etc., there is a vague feeling of relaxation. Logically speaking, the skill time for that car driving LV5 has already passed. Of course, Yu Liang's feeling of driving a car now is absolutely incomparable to the feeling of being one with the car back then. However, compared to a real novice, it is already much better.
Yu Liang vaguely understood.
This may be the skill residual disease, and it is the benefit given to him by the magic hard drive. With this technology alone, it is absolutely impossible to climb to LV5, however, if you usually drive by yourself, that is enough. Before 5 o'clock, the car had parked safely in the warehouse. Yu Liang turned his head and looked not far away.
A few tens of meters away is Su Chenfeng's factory building.
It was agreed with him at the beginning that if he didn't reply for 3 days, he would find another home. And today is only the second day, and I bought the next door to his house.
Old classmate, here.
Deng Lily came out of the warehouse, and there was an old man with gray hair in his 60s. Old classmate, the warehouse key, the contractor all here, and the official seal, please check.
Yu Liang smiled and said, okay, you can put it in the car.
Old classmate, there is still a procedure to go through for the transfer of ownership. I can do it on your behalf, but I need to borrow the official seal and a photo of your ID card.
I want to make a copy. It is good. By the way, this is the original owner of the warehouse, Mr. Chen Yu Liang, Boss Chen. He wants to see you. Chen Yu Liang took a step forward and said with a smile, Boss you are really young and promising.
Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, Boss Chen is polite, he just does a small business, it's not worth mentioning.
The two added WeChat, and Chen Yu Liang said goodbye and left with a smile.
Deng Lily waited for him to leave, and then said, old classmate, I will accompany you in to have a look.
2 people entered the warehouse.
The area of this warehouse is not small, and there are still 2/3 of the space inside, with a large number of shelves.
Yu Liang looked around and felt very satisfied.
Old classmate, thank you, next time I'm free, I'll treat you to dinner. Deng Lily's eyes lit up, and she really wanted to say, I'm free now. However, she has been in sales for so many years, of course she understands the ways of the world.
Knowing that this is Yu Liang chasing someone away. Okay, I'll wait for your treat. After a pause, Deng Lily said, by the way, do you want a custodian for this warehouse? I can help introduce it.
Yu Liang smiled and said, if there is a need, I will come to you.
Well, I'm leaving, goodbye. Custodian? Think too much. Yu Liang bought this warehouse as a place that can be taken out at any time when needed. As for what's inside, it is impossible to put anything valuable.
If you look for a custodian here, as well as a purchaser, a delivery person, etc., it is not intentional to cause trouble for yourself.
Seeing no one around, Yu Liang walked to the third of the open space. Reach out and wave.
The old Indian sandalwood from the factory building just appeared on the open space.
Is this stuff really that valuable? Anyway, Yu Liang couldn't see the advantage.
Walking out of the warehouse, Yu Liang closed the door.
Then drove to the company.
As for this piece of wood, just put it on the side of the warehouse curry.
If it is stolen, he is not afraid.
Guaranteed to make that thief regret it.
Chapter 62 Reborn. Brother Yu, this is that, what old mountain sandalwood?
He Linglong stood in front of the dirty wood with a confused expression on his face.
Well, that's it. Yu Liang said calmly. He doesn't know much about wood. However, he believed in the evaluation given by the magic hard drive.
Since the instructions in the garbage station are written clearly, then he can just read it according to the script. The two sisters looked at each other.
This piece of wood is a bit bigger.
But what kind of high-grade wood is this?
I really can't see it.
Taking a deep breath, Helena frowned, and said, Brother you, I checked on the internet, and they all said that Laoshan sandalwood has a fragrance.
But, this thing is a bit smelly.
Yu Liang was speechless. He can't tell people that he picked it up from a real garbage dump. No matter how fragrant things are, if they are not kept properly and placed in a pile of garbage, they will definitely be contaminated with the stench of garbage.
Turning his gaze, Yu Liang looked to the corner. There are rags, brooms, dustpans and mops. Xiao, do me a favor.
Ah, what?
Pointing to the corner, Yu Liang said, you guys help wash this wood, the surface is clean, and then see the effect. Helena's eyes widened and she shouted, okay, so you asked us to come to clean up?
Yu Liang glanced at her indifferently, and said, thank you Fei.
Helena was tongue-tied and suddenly speechless. She gritted her teeth and said, Linglong, sister, let's work.
Linglong's beautiful eyes widened, and she really wanted to say something.
This is the thank you fee you earned, what does it have to do with me?
However, looking at her younger sister's angry look, she still couldn't say anything to refuse. The two sisters went to the corner, picked up the rag and mop, and started cleaning.
Yu Liang, over there, Xiao, you didn't wipe it clean, use some force.
Helena, brother you, why don't you come to help, you are still not a man. Yu Liang took a rag, and pretended to wipe it with his hands a few times.
Helena became more and more dissatisfied.
Brother you, work harder. Yu Liang glanced at him and said, Xiao.
What?
Yu Liang said seriously, thank you for the fee.
Helena was stunned for a while, then stared at him dumbfounded,
and really wanted to say, I don't want this thank you fee. But, think about your internship income in the past few months.
Even if the thank you fee is halved, it is at least 5000 plus. So she turned around and wiped vigorously with a mop.
In her heart, she regards this big tree as Yu Liang.
Hard. Well, I feel much better. An hour later, with the cooperation of the three of them, the entire trunk was completely new.
At the very least, the dirt on it is really gone. At this time, the extraordinariness of this tree seemed to show a little bit. After the old sandalwood has shed the dirty garbage and sawdust attached to it, the whole heart of the tree becomes smooth and moist, and exudes a faint fragrance. It seems that there has been a reborn change. Linglong put her little Qiangbi on the clean tree trunk, and took a deep breath. Then, her eyes lit up slightly, and she said, hey, it's really fragrant.
I'll smell it too. Helena also brought her little face closer.
Yes, it smells so good. Yu Liang looked at the pair of identical pretty faces leaning side by side, and then smiled like a flower, and couldn't help being slightly absent-minded.
He walked up and took a deep breath. It is really fragrant.
I just don't know whether this fragrance comes from Laoshan sandalwood or their body fragrance.
Well, no.
They had just worked for an hour and should be sweating. So, it is indeed the aroma of trees.
With a thought, Yu Liang said, you're exhausted.
Fortunately, when working at home, I'm much more tired than this.
Linglong said casually. Yu Liang was taken aback, why didn't this little girl cooperate? Also, what else are they doing at home?
Which family has such a pair of lovely twin sisters, would be willing to let them work?
Yu Liang only knew that they were admitted to Yongchun University from other places. Same school, same department.
However, the situation of their original families is really not well understood.
Helena raised her head and said, brother you, I want to call Director Ian, can I? Now.
Why? I'm afraid that there will be many dreams in the long night. Seeing Helena clasping her hands together with a pitiful begging look, Yu Liang was suddenly shaken. Anyway, this thing will be sold sooner or later. Just earlier, and the rent can be paid off earlier.
Okay, let's eat first, and call during the meal.
If she wants to come to inspect the goods, let her come over after a good meal.
Okay. Helena said happily.
5,000 yuan, for Yu Liang, is 0.035 bitcoins.
However, for Helena, and in turn, it was 2 months' salary.
In this world, those who are flooded will die, and those who are drought will die.
Chapter 63 You think too highly of me. Yu Liang brought the two children to a nearby private restaurant. This is of course a high-end restaurant, and the price is not cheaper than a 5-star hotel.
Yu Liang has never been to this store, but he has been to their chain store with his master Chen Tao. Therefore, I am no stranger to the routines and eating methods inside. There are more than 20 boxes, large and small, in the private restaurant.
The largest box can seat 22 people, and the smallest box can only seat 6 people. Here, there is no hall, so privacy is very good. Yu Liang asked for a small box and asked the two children to sit in the shop. Then, he walked out of the box and called the waiter who arranged the dishes. Arrange 500 yuan per person dishes for me, according to 4 people. The waiter quickly said, okay, sir. It's late for dinner today, and with another hour of work, Yu Liang feels very hungry, so he must eat a little more. Sir, would you like a drink? Yu Liang turned his head, glanced at the two children who were whispering in the box, and said, they are too young to drink well, get me some soy milk and watermelon juice, hurry up. Okay, sir. Although private dishes are expensive, the service is very good, and the speed of serving the food is not to mention. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. At around 8 o'clock, the three of them devoured hungrily, and when they were 80% full, Helina's phone rang suddenly. She glanced at it and quickly picked it up. Director Ian, I'm eating nearby. Ah, are you here? Yu Liang blinked and nodded slightly. Helena said, okay, we'll come over right away, just wait a moment. Putting down the phone, Helena complained, Director Ian is so fast, should we want a packet? Yu Liang looked at her in surprise, and said, Xiao Xiuha, haven't you had enough yet? Helena's eyes widened, and she said, you think I'm already full, okay? Yes. He Linglong chimed in, she just doesn't want to waste it. Yu Liang grumbled, and said, but, we're going to meet the leader soon, so it's not good to have a packing box, so let's forget about it. Helena looked at the rather rich dishes, and said helplessly, okay. He glanced at Yu Liang dissatisfied again, and blamed this guy for ordering too many dishes. Pity she still doesn't know. In this kind of high-end private restaurant, there is no ordering, but the dishes are arranged by others. Liang also came here once before he knew the rules. The three got into the car and drove into the factory building. There were already 2 people waiting at the door. Yin Lin is a strong woman in her 30s. When she saw the Bentley Mulsanne, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Then, when she saw that it was sisters Yu Liang and He Linglong who came out of the car, her eyes widened suddenly, and she was almost speechless. As a colleague in the same company, Yin Lin certainly met Yu Liang. Especially every Monday morning, everyone is together. However, Yin Lin participated in the meeting as a department head, while Yu Liang was a dispatcher. But Yin Lin never thought of it. Yu Liang can afford to drive a super luxury car like a Bentley Mulsanne. She took a deep look at Yu Liang, and then at the 2 little girls who timidly followed Yu Liang like little chicks. A thought flashed through her mind. Damn, rich people really know how to play. Then, Yin Lin's face was filled with a smile that she had never seen before, and she walked up to meet her quickly. If today, instead of seeing Yu Liang, is not driving a Bentley Mulsanne, well, she would definitely not be so enthusiastic. But at this time, she has already decided. Yu Liang is actually a rich second generation. The reason why he came to the company is because, damn, who knows what's in the heads of rich people? The ghost knows what he wants to do when he comes to the company pretending to be poor. However, Yin Lin would never take the initiative to expose it, but acted as if she hadn't seen anything. However, she didn't know what Yu Liang was thinking at the moment. Anyway, Sister He Linglong's internship period is still more than 1 month at most. And he plans to leave his job and start his own company. So, I didn't bother to hide it. Director Yin, hello. Yin Lin smiled and said, good evening, Yu Liang, is that wood yours? Thank you for willing to give up such a good wood. She was initially apprehensive. How could He Lingna's connections have such a way? However, when she saw Yu Liang at this moment, she suddenly realized. This is a hero who throws a lot of money, and a Bomai smiles. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, this is. Oh, this is a friend from the antique world, Mr. Huang Haoren. Yu Liang nodded to him and said, let's go, the wood is in front of the curry. Opened the warehouse and turned on the lights. Yin Lin and Huang Haoren walked in, their eyes turned, and they saw the big log on the blank area in the warehouse without any surprise. At this moment, Huang Haoren's expression changed. He suddenly turned his head and said, Mr. Yu, is this what you're talking about? Yu Liang nodded and said, yes. It is 1 meter long and the smallest diameter is 0.96 meters. It is produced in Mysore, India. It is an old root center log. The tree is 80 years old, and it has been placed for 40 years after felling. It has completed the mellow process. Old mountain sandalwood. Huang Haoren was tongue-tied, blushing, and murmured, F***K, I'm just kidding. Now, how can there be such a big deal now?
The corners of Yin Lin's mouth twitched slightly, her face turned blue and red, and she was speechless for a long time.
I buy wood to make prayer beads for people. But I never thought that I would buy such a Big Mac. She turned to look at Yu Liang. The eyes are extremely complicated. Yu Liang, Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu. You think highly of me too. Chapter 64 Get Rich.
Huang Haoren collected his mind and walked over, then he put on the gloves carefully and began to stroke the wood. Just look at his movements and demeanor, you can know how careful he is at this time. Sisters He Linglong glanced at each other, and immediately thought of the rough movements and attitudes of the two of them cleaning this big log just now. The two sisters immediately closed their mouths firmly, pretending that they hadn't seen anything or thought of anything. Yinlin finally came back to her senses. She hesitated for a moment, came to Yu Liang's side, and said with a wry smile, Yu Liang, I'm sorry.
What?
I can't afford this piece of wood of yours.
Oh? I bought wood to make bracelets for an extremely important elder.
I only prepared 500,000 yuan, which should be enough to buy ordinary raw materials.
But this?
She said helplessly, shout he, they didn't tell me that it was such a big deal, otherwise I wouldn't have come here to take the humiliation. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, you just want to make a bracelet?
Yes.
Okay, I still have a small piece here,
which should be enough to make a bracelet. However, it will take 2 days to give it to you.
Ah, thank you, thank you. Yinlin quickly thanked her, then she remembered something, and turned to face the two sisters. Looking at these two identical faces, Yinlin was also a little confused. I had no choice but to say casually, Xiaoyi, thank you.
With a look of disappointment on her face, He Lingna said, it's okay. Director Yin, don't you want to buy it?
Yu Liang laughed dumbfounded, and said, Director Yin, Xiao Xiaohai has been thinking about your thank you fee for a long time. Yilin was suspicious, she is yours now, why is she still thinking about my little thank you fee? You rich people's thoughts are really unpredictable. However, she is shrewd, no matter what she thinks in her heart, her face is calm. The thank you fee will definitely be given, Xiaoyi, thank you for helping me find such good wood, I will transfer it to you. She took out her mobile phone and transferred 10,000 yuan directly to WeChat. He Lingna's face was full of surprises, looking at the large transfer on the phone, she wanted to accept it but dared not accept it.
He couldn't help but look up at Yu Liang. Unknowingly, she has regarded Yu Liang as the backbone in matters involving money.
After all, among these thank you fees, there is still a share of Yu Liang. Yu Liang smiled slightly, and said, take it, and thank you Director Yin.
N. He Lingna clicked to accept, and then said sweetly, thank you, Director Yin. Ha, Xiaoa, I'm not much older than you can just call me Sister Yin from now on.
He Lingna hesitated for a moment, but said, okay, Sister Yin. At this time, Huang Haoren, who was inspecting the wood, finally stopped, he sighed a long time, and said, unexpected, unexpected. Although Yilin had already confirmed that, judging by the car Yu Liang was driving, it was impossible for him to lie to herself. However, in her heart, there is still a trace of curiosity.
Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Huang Haoren shook his head and said, unexpectedly, there are still such well-preserved aniseed ingredients. It's incredible.
After a pause, he said again, hey, just now someone washed this material with water. It was not cleaned carefully, and there were some slight injuries.
Damn, hateful. He Lingna blushed immediately.
She took the wood as the hateful Yu Liang just now, and when she scrubbed it, she used a lot of strength. Thinking about it now, she immediately blushed, wishing that there was a hole under her feet so that she could hide in it. Yu Liang said indifferently, Mr. Huang, since you have checked, please give me an evaluation.
Huang Haoren is a big shot in the antique world. I came here today to see the authentic Indian Laoshan sandalwood, which is extremely rare now. However, he never thought of it.
Not only did I see it today, but I also saw a super giant. At this moment, his mood was extremely excited. It costs money for others to ask him to appraise. However, being able to identify such a large piece, and it is likely to be unparalleled in the world. This is also an honor for him, and of course it is impossible for him to raise any money. Besides, Yu Liang drives a Bentley Mulsanne, and he has such a big material in hand. Building a good relationship with such rich people is far better than earning 3 melons in 2 dates. Mr. Yu, to be honest, I really can't evaluate such a large material. Huang Haoren said solemnly, however, I think that if someone bids less than 20,000/kg, then you should not sell it.
20,000? Per kilogram?
He Lingna on the side widened her eyes, and finally couldn't help but exclaimed. He Linglong also took a deep breath, acting no better than her sister.
The two of them just wiped this thing.
No, this guy is heavy, with over a ton. 20,000/kg, isn't that?
For them, this amount of money is simply unbelievable.
Helena exclaimed, wow, brother your friend has made a fortune. This piece of wood can sell for more than 20 million.
Yeah. He Linglong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Friend? Get rich?
Yin Lin and Huang Haoran looked at each other, but they were silent.
What friends would? This is clearly Yu Liang's own.
Also, more than 20 million yuan is a lot, but it also depends on who you compare it with. One of Yu Liang's cars costs more than 5 million yuan.
Would he regard 20 million as a fortune?
However, since Yu Liang did not explain, they also chose to remain silent at the same time.
Silence is gold. Lest misfortune come out of your mouth. Chapter 65 ABCD, both. Yu Liang laughed, and said, Xiao Xiuha, do you know what a price is but no market? Director Yin won't buy it, so no matter how high the price is, what's the use of it? To be honest, he really wants to sell this thing now. Perhaps this thing is quite precious. But the problem is, Yu Liang can't appreciate this stuff. Arriving at the origin of Laoshan in India, Yu Liang couldn't believe that he couldn't find better ones in the garbage dump. So, this thing is still worth the money. Except, the stuff is too big and too good. As a result, Yin Lin couldn't afford it anymore. However, if you don't buy it, you don't buy it. It's only 20 million, which is less than 150 bitcoins. Wait 2 more days and you'll have it. Helena was startled, and then thought that Director Yin had already said that she couldn't afford it. Think about it too, more than 20 million. Who would spend more than 20 million yuan to buy such a piece of waste wood? This is not stupid. Hey, no, this old man actually gave an assessment of more than 20 million, which is probably not reassuring. Huang Haoran moved slightly in his heart, and said, Mr. Yu, if you really want to sell, I can help you contact the buyer. Yu Liang gave him a surprised look. Huang Haoran said again, don't worry, I don't want an intermediary fee. I just hope that in my lifetime, I can see this big piece, which can be carved into a suitable accessory, and I will be satisfied. Yu Liang blinked his eyes, and at this moment, he looked at him with admiration. Because Yu Liang's sixth sense told him that this person was not lying, and that these words were completely sincere. Okay, Mr. Huang, if you can contact a buyer, I can sell it. Huang Haoran said excitedly, okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. Yu Liang waved his hand slightly and said, you're welcome. He paused, and said, you too, it's getting late now. Yin Lin hurriedly said, yeah, it's getting late now, we should go back. Yu Liang, see you tomorrow. She winked at Huang Haoran, and the two turned around and left. It was getting late. God knows if Yu Liang wants to do something with the twin sisters. Anyway, they don't want to get involved, and the farther they go, the better. Xiao, do you want me to take you back? Yu Liang sniffed his arm, and said to himself, I've been sweating for so long, I want to go to the bathroom and take a shower. It's fine if he doesn't say it, but when he said that, Sister He Linglong suddenly felt something was wrong. The two looked at each other, and there was a hint of longing in their eyes. Yu Liang stretched his waist and said, hey, Jiayua's big bathroom is the most comfortable to take a bath in Indiana. I really miss it. Oh. He seemed to have just remembered the two people in front of him, and then asked, are you going or not? He Linglong opened her mouth, but before she could refuse, He Linga said, go. The little girl raised her mobile phone and said, I just received 10,000 yuan in benefits, I invite you. Yu Liang looked strange, Xiao Xiuha, there is still half of me inside. He Linga's face suddenly collapsed, brother you can't talk about which pot you want to carry tomorrow. Yu Liang laughed loudly, glanced at the time, and said, it's 8:15, it's lucky to be in time, hurry up. The two sisters were puzzled for a while. What does it mean to be in time? However, after getting along these few days, they have gotten used to following Yu Liang's arrangement. The three got into the car, and Yu Liang started it. Helena suddenly said, wow, brother you, are we leaving like this? What's wrong? Wood, 20 million. Yeah, the 20 million timber is still in curry. Yu Liang chuckled and said, don't worry, there are people guarding the warehouse. The two children felt relieved, but they were still a little confused. Someone guarded? Why didn't they see it? Yu Liang didn't go directly to Jiayue, but first drove the car to Tanny underground parking lot. I'm going to get something, I'll be right back, you guys wait in the car for a while. The two little ones nodded ignorantly. Yu Liang walked out of the parking lot and entered the International Commercial Building as quickly as possible. At this moment, he regretted it a little.
If I had known today, I should have kept the WeChat account of Chanel's sales. However, the high-end shopping malls in Yongchang closed relatively late.
The lights are usually turned off at 9:30. It's only 9:10, so it should be in time. When Yu Liang entered the front of Chanel, someone greeted him immediately. Mr. Yu, hello.
Yu Liang saw that it wasn't the last sale, but the store manager himself. It's hard for her to remember herself.
In fact, with Yu Liang's way of buying things, it's hard for ordinary people to forget each other. What's more, such a big deal may not come across once a year.
Yu Liang nodded and said, I need 2 sets of women's clothing that I can wear now, from the inside to the outside, please help me match them.
As soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Yu, what size do you want? Small M.
Both of them are petite and exquisite, and M size is definitely suitable.
You want 2 sets, are they the same?
We can help you match different styles, which look like different styles.
No, it's the same.
Okay, so what is the number of the underwear? Yu Liang was taken aback for a moment, then said, all of them.
What? ABCD, you should match all 4 of these. Most likely A or B. But Yu Liang didn't dare to gamble. As for the legendary E and F, Yu Liang felt that if he sent this number, it seemed to be more insulting, and he probably would be angry. By the way, is there a shop here that sells men's clothes? Get me a set, both inside and out. Okay, Mr. Yu, sit down for a while, and I'll take care of it for you right away. Chapter 66 Luxury is a profiteering industry.
20 minutes later, when the 2 children were waiting impatiently in the car, looking forward to it,
Yu Liang finally appeared. Brother Yu, are you going for a while? He Lingna couldn't help complaining, if you wait any longer, it will be dawn.
Yu Liang raised his head and glanced at the ceiling of the basement.
The light is very bright, no difference from daytime. Here, this is for you. Everyone has a bag, and they are all the same. Don't quarrel. In Yu Liang's hand, there are 3 big bags.
Fortunately, he is young and strong, otherwise it would be a bit difficult to hold. Throwing 2 of them into the back seat and 1 into the co-pilot, he started the car and drove towards the bathing place. The 2 sisters looked surprised.
When they got the bag, they immediately recognized the logo on it. Chanel? He Linglong couldn't help but look at her sister. Isn't this Nana's favorite luxury brand? Of course, liking it the most doesn't mean you have to own it.
Anyway, most of them just look at it online, drooling secretly in front of the screen, but they have never been to a specialty store, nor have they expected anything extravagantly.
However, they are very familiar with Chanel's trademark.
At this moment, their eyes were quite strange.
Brother Yu went up to buy clothes for them? Brother Yu, what are you doing? He Linglong asked in a low voice. The voice was low, which meant that there was no music playing in the car at this time, otherwise it might not be audible. While driving, Yu Liang said in a nonchalant tone, I have a friend who works as a manager here, and I asked him to prepare 3 sets of clothes for me. He paused, and said, after taking a good bath, I don't want to wear old clothes. They are sweaty and dirty. Sister He Linglong was originally a clean person. They can bear it if they have no choice. However, being so pointed out by someone, and then looking at the clothes on his body, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. But, this is Chanel. What about Chanel? Yu Liang chuckled and said, don't be fooled by its price, do you know how huge the profits are from clothes? Sister He Linglong's eyes lit up immediately. The 2 of them are not saints who keep their ears to the outside world. Through the introduction of various platforms on the internet, they certainly know that the ultimate huge profits in the luxury clothing industry are extremely considerable. However, how impressive it is hard to say. Yu Liang smiled and said, in the future, if you have any luxury goods you want to buy, don't go to the counter, come to me, and I can get their purchase price. He Lingna lay on the back of the chair and asked, Brother Yu, what is the purchase price? You guess. He Lingna's little face suddenly collapsed. Guess again. He Linglong was also aroused by curiosity, and said, Brother Yu, is it 1/10 of the price? Yu Liang smiled and said, hee, what is luxury? Your guess is too conservative. Wow. The 2 sisters exclaimed, suddenly felt aggrieved, and tried their best to denounce the huge profits of the luxury goods industry. Even the Chanel clothes in his hand seemed less precious. However, they do not know. Fong Jian knows the purchase price of a fart. No matter how profitable the luxury goods industry is, the purchase price of terminal merchants cannot be so low. It's not the ex-factory price of the factory, how could it drop to less than 1/10 of it all of a sudden? This is not a miscellaneous brand in a goods, but a real luxury. Only, if Yu Liang didn't say so. The two little ones absolutely refused to accept it. Yu Liang moved slightly in his heart, and said, "By the way, this is from my friend. Don't spread the word everywhere, otherwise it will be difficult for him to be a man." He Ling Long and the two nodded repeatedly. This is called making a fortune in silence, of course they understand. They have no doubts that Yu Liang has such a friend. They even have 20 million wood friends, so it is normal to have one more director of a large commercial building. The car quickly drove to the bathroom. The three separated and went to the changing rooms of the male and female guests respectively. After receiving the cards, he opened the closet. He Ling Na unzipped the belt, glanced at it, and blushed instantly. "Ling Long, brother you. What's wrong?" He Ling Long also opened the bag, and then she was also dumbfounded, and then a blush welled up on her face. In the pocket, apart from a set of seasonal clothes and trousers, there are also underwear. This is a girl's personal thing, so how can he be embarrassed? But how did Yu Liang know their sizes? No. There are 4 sets of underwear. Looking at the model number, there is still something they don't understand. In addition to the embarrassment, there is an inexplicable feeling called shaoxin, which permeates from the bottom of my heart. Of course, you can't say it with your mouth, and you have to put on a wronged look on your face. The two boys glanced at each other, neither of them dared to speak, their faces were blushing, their hearts were jumping wildly, and they entered the bathhouse as if they had a guilty conscience. Chapter 67 Skill Lock and Upgrade. Bath. Steaming. Then, Yu Liang sent the two of them back to the dormitory without arranging any further projects. In fact, Yu Liang originally wanted to go to a massage shop and take them to enjoy massage services. He has been there twice with his master Chen Tao, and he thinks his technique is very good and the massage is very comfortable. But thinking about it, the two children should be quite resistant, so I didn't mention it. I don't know if it's because of the clothes, but after the two little ones took a bath, they became even more radiant. However, when Yu Liang looked at them, their eyes were a little averted. Yu Liang was afraid that if he pushed them into a hurry, it would have the opposite effect. I didn't make fun of it anymore, and after sending it home, I drove the car to a hotel, and then went home obediently. Yu Hai and Sure Hui didn't care about their son coming home so late. They are all 25-year-old guys. Isn't it normal to go out to dinner or sing a song with friends by chance? If Yu Liang was shut up at home and tinkering with the computer every day, the two of them would have a lot of preoccupations. Yu Liang greeted his parents, glanced at his younger sister who had already fallen asleep, and was sent back to his room by his mother. Turn on the magic hard drive. The host spends 4 million today, and can draw 4 times. Do you want to draw? Weather. Yes. The next moment, the roulette appeared, and the pointer began to rotate. 20 seconds later, when the pointer stopped, the item column was locked. Congratulations to the host, the item has been drawn, skill lock card, single, do you want to use it? Weather. Skill lock card? What is this? Yu Liang thought for a while and hovered the mouse over it. Skill lock card, single. The host can use this card to lock copied skills, or previously copied skills, as their own skills. War, is there such a good thing? Yu Liang's whole body was a little boiling. He once copied the ability of a car king level master. When the skill of driving LV-A5 in a small car is in hand, the feeling of being one with the car is so clear and unforgettable. Although Yu Liang's driving skills now have improved a lot compared to when he just picked up the car. However, compared with the self who seemed to be omnipotent at that time, it was a world of difference. This can be seen from the properties panel. He didn't even have a skill in driving a small car. What is a skill? Being able to appear on the skill panel means one thing. Even if your skill is only LV 0.1, with this skill, you can still find a job and support yourself. With Yu Liang's current driving skills, he can usually go on the road without any problem. But say you want to drive for someone else? It is estimated that no one is willing to spend this wrong money. Looking at the price of the skill lock card, it turned out to be 2 points, the same as copying skills. After thinking about it, Yu Liang chose yes. Then, a form appeared in front of his eyes. However, in this form, there is only one option. Skills, car driving. Does the host want to lock the skill, car driving as his own skill? Weather. Yes. Immediately, Yu Liang felt that he seemed to have changed. But it doesn't seem to have changed. He shook his head and continued to draw the lottery. 20 seconds later, the pointer stopped again. Congratulations to the host, the item has been drawn, skill improvement card LV1, single, do you want to use it? Weather.
Skill upgrade card LV1, single. The host can use this card to upgrade one of his skills to LV1. Yu Liang was stunned for a while, looking at the 3 skills in his attribute column that didn't even reach LV1, his face turned reddish. The selling price of this item is very cheap, only a little. But think about it, this is also what it should be. If you spend $1 million, learn a certain technique. If you can't reach LV1 level and can support yourself, then you are too stupid. Continue to draw. However, the reward this time took him by surprise.
Congratulations to the host, the item has been drawn, skill improvement card LV1, single, do you want to use it?
Weather.
Worthy. Yu Liang finally understood.
It turned out that the magic hard drive couldn't stand it any longer. This was forcing myself to upgrade these 3 skills to at least LV1.
Alright. Yu Liang didn't want to fight hard, so he converted the last lucky draw chance into points.
Then, I bought 2 skill upgrade cards LV1, single, and a skill lock card, single. As the saying goes, be prepared, all the skills and items, as long as there are, he will get a backup.
Have you used the skill improvement card LV1, single time *4?
Weather.
Yes. Please choose a skill that can be improved.
Skills, computer, software, LV 0.9, computer, hardware, LV 0.4, car driving LV 0.5.
Do you still need to ask? Yu Liang used 3 skill improvement cards LV1 in succession.
His personal attribute panel suddenly changed.
Host, Yu Liang. Race, human.
Possessability, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, visual simulation, single *2, skill duplication, single, computer, software, LV1, computer, hardware, LV1, car driving LV1.
Own items.
Garbage station, permanent, portable space, permanent, map query, single, King Kong talisman, single, 5 ghosts carrying talisman, single, skill lock card, single, skill upgrade card LV1, single.
Have other.
Beauty filter, 1 year, unblock coupon. Number of lucky draws owned, 0 times.
Points, 44 points. Chapter 68 Believe in Yourself.
For a while, Yu Liang had a feeling that he was learning computer knowledge and car driving skills day by day. It seems to have been studied for several years. It seemed like only a moment had passed. However, when he woke up and looked at the time, only 1 minute had passed.
However, Yu Liang knew that he was different from before. And it's very different.
A huge amount of knowledge poured into his mind, giving Yu Liang a little bit of understanding.
If it is said that he has only learned a layer of computer technology before.
This is actually the normal level for most computer science students after they graduate and work for 2 or 3 years. It's just that, even if it's professional fur, it's also professional.
Much stronger than ordinary people.
But now, he has learned deeply to the second layer of fur, to the point where he has come into contact with flesh and blood.
As for driving skills, well, it's more than enough to be a driver, Yu Liang turned off the magic hard drive happily. Tonight, although there are no outlandish skills or items. But he is content. This kind of achievement obtained through one's own efforts is far more reliable than any skills and items. The miracle hard disk is stunned, working hard on your own? What a big face. Turned on the desktop.
Yu Liang is about to start his daily work again.
Sell bitcoins.
When he made the shot yesterday, his sixth sense gave him a very bad feeling. Therefore, he only sold dozens of them before stopping.
Hope to be able to transfer today.
I don't know if his prayers worked, but Yu Liang felt smooth sailing when he sold Bitcoin today.
On the major platforms, there are many people who have paid for it.
Yu Liang bought a total of 213 pieces before stopping.
More than 200 pieces. This is another time that Yu Liang sold such a huge amount. My heart is naturally happy. On the 3 foreign accounts, the funds have skyrocketed.
On average, each account has an additional income of about 30 bitcoins. Now the overseas account has a total of $5.2 million. The domestic account increased even more, a full 17 million. In this way, the money from the 9 bank cards added up to 26 million.
It's not too far from paying off the mortgage completely.
No, there are also taxes, and the money for future renovations.
Hey, I am still very poor.
You have to work harder. After a sleepless night, when Yu Liang woke up the next day, he felt refreshed and full of energy.
Well, when I open my eyes every day, the first thing I do when I wake up is to think about how to spend the consumption quota of today's lottery. I don't ask for points, but the places for the 3 lottery draws must not be wasted.
Yu Liang wanted to see how many moth-like items and skills this magical hard drive could produce for him.
3 million. Buying a house and a car can be consumed quickly. The former can only pay a down payment for an ordinary new house.
However, it is a bit difficult to spend 3 million on a daily basis.
Xiao Liang, you're awake.
Yes, Mom.
Just wake up, come and have a look.
Shi Hui urged.
Yu Liang walked over in a daze.
Shi Hui turned on her phone and was browsing through clothes. Not clothes for her age, though, but show clothes.
Mom, what are you trying to do?
Yu Liang felt a little terrified.
Hey, isn't this Yi's performance on June 1st?
The kindergarten attaches great importance to it and specially allocated a sum of money.
Shi Hui said happily, you also know that Yi is the lead dancer, so Teacher Lu asked me, what kind of performance costume should I wear? Don't worry, the school will pay for it and reimburse you.
Yu Liang's expression was rather strange. However, seeing his mother's excitement, he said, Mom, I think your vision has always been better. Shi Hui hesitated for a moment, and said, but, I'm afraid that I'm different from the young people's eyes.
How is it possible?
If you don't believe me, choose a set and send it to see what Teacher Lu has to say. Shi Hui was stunned, and said, oh, no, how can my vision compare with other mothers?
Yi's classmates, although they are all about the same age as her. But Yi is the second child, and most of her classmates are firstborn.
So, while both are parents.
But the age difference is a bit big.
It's only natural that Shi Hui doesn't have much confidence in her vision.
Mom, try it. Yu Liang smiled and said, you really don't like it? Shi Hui pointed to one of the pictures and said, I think this one is pretty good. Send it to Teacher Lu.
Under her son's concern, Shi Hui finally sent it out. Soon, she was pleasantly surprised and said, Son, Teacher Lu said that I have a good eye, and she likes it very much, so I decided to use this method. Yu Liang smiled slightly, patted his mother on the shoulder, and said, Mom, I knew you could do it, believe in yourself. Shi Hui nodded, and then came to a sudden, laughed and cursed, Stinky boy, I'm starting to tease your mother.
Chapter 69 The Sixth Sense, Danger, Go Fast.
When Yu Liang finished his meal and left home for work, his mood is joyful. After donating a large sum of money to the kindergarten, some invisible benefits also follow. Yu Liang doesn't care about money.
As long as it can make Yi and her parents happy, that's enough.
Yu Liang believes that as long as the clothes are chosen by the mother,
no matter how ugly it is, Teacher Lu will only praise it.
When I arrived at the company, when I got into the elevator, I happened to meet Chen Tao and Yin Lin. These two rarely walked together, and seemed to be discussing something.
Seeing Yu Liang, Chen Tao nodded, and Yin Lin immediately smiled all over her face, and greeted her, Yu Liang, you came so early, have you eaten?
Eat, good morning, Supervisor Yin, good morning, Master.
Ah.
Chen Tao hesitated for a moment before responding. He looked at Yin Lin in surprise. This old woman's eyes are usually higher than the top, and she is on a high-level path, so she was able to secure her position as the head of the purchasing department. When I saw colleagues in the company before, she was always on the shelf. Even for himself, the vice president, he was neither cold nor hot, neither humble nor overbearing.
However, when he saw Yu Liang, he seemed to be a different person. Look at Yu Liang again, this kid is young and strong.
As a result, Chen Tao's eyes gradually became strange.
In the company, it is still the same as before.
Yu Liang's position is very easy, basically there is no work. If it was before, Yu Liang would definitely be fishing for fish and reading the news. But today, he started to test the company's network security with great interest.
After all, I just raised my skills to LV1, if I can't show my skills, I always feel uncomfortable.
The company's network had always been maintained by him. All the patches that can be played have been played, and the firewall has also been installed.
He originally thought there was no loophole.
However, looking at it now, it seems that it can still be optimized. So, one morning, Yu Liang was enthusiastically tinkering with this at his workstation.
On the way, Chen Tao came in once.
Seeing Yu Liang working on the computer with such concentration, he thought that Yu Liang had taken some private work. However, after walking behind Yu Liang and watching for a while, he immediately knew what this young man was doing. He glanced at Yu Liang in surprise, he couldn't figure it out. When did Yu Liang focus so much on his work?
However, this is also a good thing, of course he will not say anything.
At noon, Yu Liang checked that the work was almost done. So, I turned off the machine and sent a message among the three groups.
Yu Liang, it's time to eat, let's come out. He Ling Long, good. He Lingna, here we come.
It was as if everything came naturally.
When they came downstairs, Yu Liang didn't ask them for their opinion. Take them to a meal point.
This is a Sichuan restaurant. Ordinary Sichuan restaurants are relatively small stores, and the total number of chefs and waiters will not exceed 10 people.
However, this Sichuan restaurant is a very famous chain store in Yongchang.
The taste is quite good, the price is relatively close to the people, and the business is extremely booming.
When Yu Liang led the two into the Sichuan restaurant, the two sisters really showed satisfaction.
They felt that Brother Yu was like a roundworm in their stomachs. He knew their tastes and what they wanted to eat at this time. Meals are served quickly and so are they.
Seeing that it was almost done, Yu Liang asked knowingly, "Why didn't you wear the new clothes you bought yesterday?" He wanted to ask if he had any underwear on.
But after all, he didn't have the nerve to speak.
He Linglong's face flushed slightly, and said, "It's not suitable." He Lingna curled her lips and said, "Brother Yu, have you heard any gossip?"
"What gossip?"
That's right, that's right." He Lingna hesitated for a moment, and said, "It's just that someone said that you are after me, sister."
Someone asked her today if Yu Liang was chasing her or her sister. Of course, He Lingna pushed it all over her sister.
He Linglong's face turned red immediately, and she said, "Who is chewing tongues?" Yu Liang also nodded and said, "Yes, who is talking nonsense?"
After hearing this, the two sisters had different thoughts. And Yu Liang secretly said, "I am not pursuing your sister, but your sisters."
It's just that this sentence can't be said now.
Suddenly, Yu Liang's face changed slightly. He turned his head suddenly and looked towards the door. A strong, unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly rushed to my heart.
It was an indescribable feeling.
The intense stimulation instantly caused his adrenal glands to surge, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Yu Liang has never experienced such a feeling.
Even when I drove my car into a human trafficker, I didn't feel that way. Danger. There must be danger. And it's deadly.
However, Yu Liang's sixth sense can only tell him that there is danger here, so hurry up.
But where is the danger?
Before it appeared, even he himself didn't know it.
Yu Liang suddenly stood up and said, shall we, let's eat, let's go." "What?"
Although the two sisters were a little surprised, they stood up obediently. Generally speaking, the guests sit at the table and call the waiter to come and pay the bill. But Yu Liang couldn't wait to leave, so he took the two of them directly to the cashier. The cashier lady did some calculations and said, "The total is 385 yuan.
"Are you using Alipay or WeChat?" "Alipay."
Yu Liang took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code to pay. After finishing all this, the young lady introduced enthusiastically, "Sir, we have a recharge discount activity here. As long as you recharge 1,000 yuan, we will give you 100 yuan, and you can use it now." Yu Liang smiled slightly, not waiting for him to refuse. Suddenly, a scream was heard from behind. Then, the crowd became chaotic. Vaguely, they all heard someone shouting.
"What?
Killed, killed."
Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay.
I saw a young man coming out of the kitchen behind. In his hand, he held a chef's knife, the blade was dripping with blood. This person's complexion is ferocious, his eyes are red, and he seems to have lost his mind. Then, with a sudden roar, he slashed at the person closest to him. The crowd screamed and fled in all directions. The two sisters also turned pale with fright and were at a loss.
Chapter 70 Seeing Blood. Kill with a knife? The moment I saw this person,
Yu Liang had already ascertained where his sense of danger came from. However, he never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing after just eating a meal.
Turn on visual virtualization.
Yu Liang made his choice without hesitation. Although it seems that it is too late to pull the twins and run immediately.
However, Yu Liang did so without hesitation. Nothing is more important than a small life. Aren't skills and items just points? As long as you spend hard, there will definitely be ones in the future. But there is only one life.
Immediately, the virtual operation interface appeared in front of his eyes.
What should you do when you face a murderer with a knife?
Nonsense, of course it is to choose people with strong martial arts and fighting skills, and then copy their skills. Using skill duplication, the group finds the person with the strongest fighting skills. A suitable candidate has been found for the host, please see the picture below.
There are more than 10 people in the interface. Not one person, but more than 10 people?
Yu Liang didn't care about being surprised anymore, so he randomly ordered a middle-aged man to enter. Different from Yu Liang's imagination, this middle-aged man is not tall and big, nor is he covered in muscle bumps.
He has a slender figure and a perfect figure of 223, exuding an indescribable sense of harmony.
Among the skills below this person, there is a skill shining with golden light.
Tai Chi LV 5. One more person was ordered. It was a big man in his 30s.
Below this person, there is also a golden skill flashing.
But Jiquan LV 5.
Yu Liang immediately understood that the remaining 10 or so people were also masters who had practiced some kind of boxing skills to the extreme.
What?
It was another miserable scream. At this time, the young man with the kitchen knife cut another person. Then, he raised his head, looked around with those eyes that were almost bleeding, and suddenly rushed straight towards the cashier. When Yu Liang was paying the bill, Sister He Linglong was standing not far behind him. But at this moment, it turned into the young man rushing towards their sisters with a kitchen knife in his hand. The two little ones trembled in fright, knowing that they should run away far away at this time, but their feet seemed to be filled with lead water, and there was no way they could move at all.
Not good.
Without thinking, Yu Liang selected a person and used him. It seems that the magic hard disk has also judged that the situation is critical at this moment, and it is not allowed to ask in detail. So, this time, I didn't even ask questions.
A huge amount of knowledge poured into Yu Liang's body like a revelation. This is the second time Yu Liang has tasted the empowerment.
It was just that moment, as if it was less than a second.
Yu Liang is already a different person.
A Taijiquan master who has practiced in winter and 9 in summer and has practiced uninterruptedly for more than 30 years. Yu Liang raised his head and looked at the young man who rushed towards him fiercely. In the hands of this young man, he held a kitchen knife with blood dripping on it, which was extremely terrifying. A few seconds ago, Yu Liang was the same as the people here, feeling his heart beat faster, dripping with cold sweat, his hands and feet were numb, and his whole body was weak. But at this time, his heart has already calmed down. Because in his eyes, although this young man looks fierce and abnormal. However, his actions were full of flaws.
It's just a kitchen knife, not a weapon at all.
If you change to a bayonet, butcher knife, the G knife, butterfly knife and so on, Yu Liang might still care a little bit.
However, just a kitchen knife? Didn't he know that with swords, stabbing can kill people?
If it is just cutting, then unless you meet unreasonable strong men like Xiang Boang and Li Yuanba, it is very difficult to hack people to death. Therefore, this kid looks fierce, but he is actually a layman. Yu Liang, who has completely calmed down, has countless ways to take him off in one fell swoop.
CCDG, moreover, Yu Liang at this time also saw the Vajra talisman in the inventory.
If it is activated, even bullets and shells can't hurt him, let alone a mere kitchen knife. It's just that there is no need to waste such a good thing now. With a movement of his figure, Yu Liang's body already swam up like a fish, like a civet cat, and within a few steps, he was already in front of the two of them, blocking the twin sisters behind. With a sneer on his face, his hand was like lightning, and the fingers were retracted, like a crane's beak, like an eagle's claw, and it was towards the young man's wrist. As long as you hold it straight, it is guaranteed that this guy's arm will no longer be able to hold anything in a short time.
However, just when he was about to hit it.
However, Yu Liang felt a sudden movement in his heart.
What? What a great opportunity. Wouldn't it be a pity if it wasn't used?
Then, his gesture changed immediately. The right hand changed from a peck to a block, and still walked along the young man's knife.
Puff.
With one blow, a long cut was drawn immediately.
The blood splattered everywhere, reddening his vision.
Most people block knives with their hands, because their arms have flesh and bones, at most they will be cut.
As for cutting off the arm, that was really delusional. Masters who can cut off human arms with ordinary kitchen knives will basically not be chefs. At least, this young man definitely can't do it. However, Yu Liang's block was extremely skillful. He was afraid that the kitchen knife was too blunt, and the blood he pulled out would not be long enough. Therefore, when the flesh touches the kitchen knife, it is deliberately lifted upwards. This mention is very knowledgeable.
With a mention, by the way, the lihuang that was chopped off was removed. Therefore, this knife seems to be seriously injured, with blood flowing.
But it's actually not that deep at all. It's just that when humans bleed, it looks terrible. Even if it's 50 cubic centimeters of blood, it's a shockingly large piece when it's spread out. But in fact, when people donate blood, at least 200 cc should be pumped. After being stabbed, the satisfied Yu Liang no longer hides his clumsiness. The left hand shot out with a bang. Tai Chi, when practiced, seems limp and powerless. But in fact, this is an internal boxing method that has been passed down by the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Its power is so great that it cannot be underestimated.
Use LV5 Tai Chi to deal with a young man who has lost his mind.
It is simply overkill. Boom. A punch focused on the young man's head.
The young man staggered and fell to the ground immediately, even the kitchen knife in his hand flew out. Then, he struggled a few times, trying to get up. Chapter 75, Your Nephew is Brave for Justice. Yu Jiang was sitting in the office, reading the approval reports sent by his subordinates this time. The position of director of the credit department of the bank is extremely critical. What they have to do is cumbersome. First, lend money to rich people to ensure that the other party's ability to earn money can repay the debt. The second is that you cannot lend money to the poor, because the poor simply cannot repay it. Therefore, when lending money, they must go through multiple audits. First of all, the other party must have collateral, and whether the collateral is convenient for auction and easy to exchange for money is something he needs to consider.
If you don't care about anything, lend out.
Then, his position as the director of the credit department will not last long at all. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang.
Yu Jiang took a glance and answered immediately. Yu Jiang, hey, old Chen, it's me.
Chen Tao, hee, I haven't seen you for a long time, let's get together and see if your fishing level has improved.
Yu Jiang, okay, let me see, how about Saturday in half a month's time?
Chen Tao, alright, call Lao Zhang and the others, let's go together.
Yu Jiang laughed and said, okay. Chen Tao coughed, and suddenly said, Old Yu, do you know about your nephew? Yu Jiang's heart skipped a beat. 927 he hurriedly said, Old Chen, did Xiao Liang make any mistakes?
Yu Liang said he sold bitcoins and made a lot of money. In addition to repaying the mortgage, he also bought nearly 1 million gifts for the family.
So, is this money really from Bitcoin?
Pat.
Yu Jiang was a little afraid to think about it. However, he didn't understand that Yu Liang was just a network security engineer, and he was not a finance or an accountant. How could he get money from the company? Chen Tao laughed and said, Old Yu, what are you thinking? Yu Liang is doing very well. This morning, he is still actively checking the company's network security optimization speed. Only then did Yu Jiang breathe a sigh of relief, and said, then you mentioned this kid. Oh, today Yu Liang acted bravely, you really don't know? Brave for righteousness? Yu Jiang was confused for a while. Are you sure, you are talking about that kid from my family? That kid, when will he have the guts to do what is right? Yeah, he was eating lunch today and met a murderer with a kitchen knife. Yu Liang acted bravely on the spot and knocked down the opponent, Kya. But, he was also injured a little bit. Yu Jiang gasped, only to feel his blood pressure suddenly rise, and his eyes even darken slightly. What the hell, what is this and what? Yu Liang actually fought a murderer with a knife today? Still injured? It's over, it's over. How am I going to explain to the mother? Wrong. Yu Jiang suddenly remembered that Yu Liang was injured, not dead, and he didn't have to explain it yet. Old Chen, what's going on? Oh, that's right. Chen Tao Balabala said what he knew, and then said, I heard that Yu Liang is extremely brave today. Old Yu, you have a good nephew. Yu Jiang forced a smile and said, Old Chen, thank you, I'll call Xiao Liang first. Ah, okay, then I won't bother you.
Chen Tao hung up the phone, although Yu Liang asked him not to communicate with his family. However, Chen Tao thought about it seriously. If he didn't inform Yu Jiang, he might not have any friends in the future. I would rather offend Yu Liang than offend my old friend Yu Jiang. So, Yu Liang, I have no choice but to apologize. The moment Yu Jiang hung up the phone, he immediately dialed out. The bell didn't ring a few times before Yu Liang answered it. Xiao Liang, are you okay? Yu Liang was startled, and smiled wryly, Uncle, how did you know? Don't worry about how I know, where are you now? Liang said helplessly, I'm in the hotel. Hotel? Yu Jiang was a little confused. Injured, shouldn't he be in the hospital? You went to the hotel, what does this mean? Yu Liang hurriedly said, Uncle, I just got a little injury today, and it's not a serious problem at all. The official and the doctor have already told me that I'll be fine after half a day's rest. He paused and explained, however, I have bandaged my hands and it will take a few days. If my mother sees it, there will be no peace at home. Besides, I don't want my grandparents to worry, so I rented a hotel outside and stayed for a few days temporarily. Only then did Yu Jiang feel relieved. He thought for a while and said, which hotel are you in? I'll come right over. Ah, Uncle, isn't this very good? No shit, if you don't tell me, I'll call your mother right away. Howard Johnson Overseas Chinese, room 1201 of the main building. Yu Liang immediately raised his hands in surrender.
Don't go, I'll be there soon.
Looking at the hung-up phone, Yu Liang said helplessly, Xiaoyi, my uncle must come to see me.
How about you go back first, pack your luggage in the dormitory, and then find someone to move it around, come over? Yeah, okay, brother let's go now, you have to be careful.
The two sisters held hands and fled away. Yu Liang doesn't want the two of them to see their relatives for the time being. And the two of them were even more afraid to meet Yu Liang's relatives and friends.
Otherwise, if Yu Liang's uncle knows that Yu Liang was injured trying to save them, they don't want to be beaten for no reason. After half an hour,
Yu Liang opened the door, and Yu Jiang walked in hurriedly. As soon as he came in, he saw Yu Liang who was tightly bound up. However, seeing that the wound was on his arm, his hanging heart suddenly let go of more than half.
Does it hurt?
Why are you so careless?
Who do you think you are? Li Lianjie or Chen Long? I'm getting impatient to fight a murderer. If you have any troubles, your parents how to do?
After Yu Jiang was relieved, he immediately scolded his head and covered his face. Yu Liang nodded again and again, accepting all humbly. Of course he understands that uncle is really worried about him and loves him.
Otherwise it would be impossible to do so.
In the end, Yu Jiang was sure that his nephew was really fine, only after the skin trauma, the anger disappeared.
However, he still promised to help Yu Gonlai. Let's say that Yu Liang is on a business trip for 3 days, presumably for 3 days, so the wound doesn't need to be bandaged. Chapter 76, Taijiquan LV1.
Yu Jiang nagged for an hour before leaving.
Yu Liang thought for a while, then walked away. This is the city center, so it is convenient to buy anything.
Walking through a street, there is also a Huawei store.
Yu Liang went in and bought a new laptop.
Although it is not the largest one, it is more than enough for daily work. The reason why I bought a computer was, of course, to continue selling bitcoins at night.
Although the hotel suites provide computer services. However, Yu Liang will not sell bitcoins on a public computer.
With a portable space, if he still does this, he will be called a fool.
Back at the hotel, I sent a message to the two little ones.
He Linglong told him that the two of them had already returned. The two of them are company interns, so of course they know that they won't last long in the company.
Therefore, when I usually live in a dormitory, I don't buy too many things extravagantly.
Of course, it is also possible that their wages are too low, so they dare not spend money indiscriminately.
All in all, they packed quickly and delivered to the hotel. The three of them also ate dinner in the hotel. Although it was the second time for the sisters to eat in this hotel, they were much more relaxed than the first time. There was no tension to be seen. Yu Liang is secretly proud, which shows that his transformation of them has been very effective. After dinner, the sisters came to Yu Liang's suite. If two people are together, then something must have happened by now.
Everything that should have happened, absolutely has happened.
However, the three are together. Anything that was supposed to happen, didn't happen.
In order to avoid embarrassment, Yu Liang could only ask the waiter to bring playing cards, and the three played poker.
However, it was 9 o'clock in the evening.
The two sisters refused to stay no matter what.
After half a day of observation, they were finally sure.
Although brother Yu bleeds a lot today, there should be no major problems, and he is in good spirits.
However, in any case, today is considered bloody.
Then, you should rest early.
So, the two of them are still out of the way. Yu Liang looked at the empty room and regretted it.
If I had known earlier, I should have excused myself from being injured and not being able to touch the water, and let them take a bath for me.
Well, try it tomorrow.
In the bathroom, Yu Liang wrapped the gauze on his arm with plastic wrap, washed it hastily, and then turned on the magic hard drive. When I woke up this morning, I was still planning.
Where are you going to spend 3 million?
But I didn't expect that such a bad thing would happen.
As a result, his spending amount was simply less than 1 million. Hey, why are Chanel clothes and Huawei computers so cheap? Chanel, Huawei, we were wrong, we will quote you in the future, we must *10 first.
Therefore, when I turned on the magical computer today, there was no hint that I could draw a lottery. However, although he failed to draw a lottery, the points that should be consumed still have to be consumed. At this time, the 2-hour limit for skill duplication has long passed. The feeling of being possessed by a martial god has receded like a tide. However, Yu Liang felt that his body and consciousness had undergone some changes. It's just that a mere possession, even if it's a Taijiquan LV5 boss, is not enough for him to master Taijiquan to a professional level. However, I can't stop Yu Liang from getting hooked.
I want to use the skill lock card, single shot. Please choose the host, the skills that need to be locked, single choice, Tai Chi LV, 5. Weather. The corners of Yu Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, you said it all, this is a multiple choice question, so why don't you ask it? Forget it, don't get angry with the system. Yes. Immediately, Yu Liang's body trembled slightly, and a lot of knowledge related to Taijiquan flooded into his mind like a tide. Yu Liang even had an urge to stand up and do 10 sets of punches. Fortunately, he is still sane now, and he forcefully pushed this idea down. Then, he said again, I want to use the skill upgrade card LV1. Please host to choose the skills that need to be improved. Note, you can only choose Taijiquan LV, 0.5. Weather. When a skill card is locked, it is actually equivalent to a semi-professional player. The LV is unified to 0.5. However, after using the skill upgrade card LV1 again, you can go one step further and become a real professional player. Yes. In an instant, more essences about Taijiquan flooded into my mind. At this moment, Yu Liang had a feeling. That is, he was taken up the mountain since he was a child. Then, get up early every day, face the morning breeze, and start practicing boxing. He has punched on the mountain road, in the hall, when he was alone, and in the hall with countless people watching. Finally, he is 16 years old. Then, Tian Liang woke up. Recalling everything he felt just now, Yu Liang's face was a little strange. Damn, he finally understands how terrifying the strength of that Tai Chi LV5 boss is. When he was 16 years old, he had practiced Taijiquan to LV1. Don't think that LV1 is a simple matter. In this world, the vast majority of people do not have any kind of skill that can reach LV1. However, that person had already done it when he was 16 years old. 16 years old. Think about what you were doing when you were 16. Yu Liang suddenly felt that compared to others, he was too small. However, it is precisely because of this that this person is able to practice Taijiquan to such an incredible level as LV5. Concentrated, Yu Liang continued to manipulate the computer interface. Soon, Yu Liang repurchased all the skills and items that should be bought. Today I used up a visual simulation, single, a skill copy, single, a skill lock card, single, and a skill upgrade card LV1. 1 point plus 2 points plus 2 points plus 1 point equals 6 points. The points were not credited today, but 6 points were consumed. However, looking at the changes in panel attributes, and the subtle changes in the attitudes of the two sisters towards themselves, Yu Liang still thinks that today's is worth it. It's just that tomorrow we must find a way to consume a little more money. You can't just sit and eat, right? Chapter 77, 57 million, the house payment is enough. Turning on the new computer, Yu Liang once again started the part that he likes to hear and see every day. Sell bitcoins. So luck today. Compared with selling more than 200 bitcoins in one breath yesterday, when 126 bitcoins were sold today, Yu Liang's sixth sense has already felt some kind of malice from somewhere. Well, can't cross the line. Be careful and keep the water flowing. Yu Liang stopped immediately. However, even so, today's income is quite considerable. The amount on the foreign account reached 6.2 million US dollars. As for the country, it even allowed him to own 36 million yuan. It is getting closer and closer to the amount of paying off the loan. Hey, I have worked so hard, how can I still have debts? Yu Liang shook his head, quite emotionally. It seems that it is not hard enough. Suddenly 277, Yu Liang's cell phone rang. Look at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock, why is there still someone calling? The parents have already made it clear that it will definitely not be them. Glancing at the phone, he couldn't help being a little surprised. The number displayed on the phone turned out to be Huang Haoran. What? How is it him? Huang Haoran once said that he should help Yu Liang find a real master who can take over the big material. However, that wood is worth more than 20 million yuan. It can't be found in just one day. After thinking for a while, Yu Liang answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Teacher Huang, it's me. Oh, hello Mr. Yu. Huang Haoran said cautiously, Mr. Yu, do you really want to sell that piece of Laoshan sandalwood? Yu Liang responded and said, yes, what's the matter? Okay, I found a buyer here. Let's see, when is it convenient to make a delivery? Yu Liang said in surprise, I found a buyer so quickly, Mr. Huang is very good. Huang Haoran laughed, and said, this thing depends on who owns it. If you meet someone you don't like, or just mediocre ones, it's really hard to make a deal. But if you meet someone you like, then they'd rather pay a premium than ask for it, started. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, Mr. Huang said that, is he trying to remind me to raise the price?
Huang Haoran was stunned, and quickly said, oh, I don't mean that, Mr. Yu, please don't embarrass me.
Okay, Q is more than a ton, how much is the other party? 21 million. Huang Haoran immediately said, as long as you agree, we can inspect the goods at any time. Once the inspection is completed, we will pay for the goods and deliver the goods. Row. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, when will you come? As long as you have time. Oh, my time? Now then. Okay, then we'll wait for you at the old place.
Yu Liang was a little surprised, he just said it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to agree. It seems that the other party is even more impatient than himself.
Glancing at the time, it was quite late.
He wanted to go back on his word, but the words had already been spoken, and he was really embarrassed to take them back. His parents taught him since he was a child that he must do what he promised others.
This is already a habit, even if you want to change it, it is not so easy.
There was no other way, so Yu Liang had no choice but to get up. This time, he still didn't call his sisters.
They can't help with this kind of thing.
Although it is already 10 o'clock, the night in Yongchang is still very lively.
The major nightclubs are even more crowded.
The hotel is located in the city center, surrounded by a very famous bar. When Yu Liang drove the Bentley Mulsanne out, there was a young lady who was dressed in cooler clothes and whistled at him proactively. However, considering that the twins were in the hotel, Yu Liang lost his mind. Driving 5 kilometers away from the warehouse, Yu Liang stopped first. Open the magic hard drive and find that old sandalwood is still lying quietly in the warehouse. Yu Liang felt relieved. These people knew that there was material in the warehouse, but they didn't take it away, which shows that they really are sincere. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Liang came to the warehouse and found that someone was already waiting here.
Moreover, it is not alone.
Apart from Huang Haoran, there was actually one person standing together. Also, there are 3 cars nearby. A car, a forklift, and a truck. The other party even drove a forklift. It seems that it is really inevitable. If ordinary people see this scene, they will definitely weigh it in their hearts. After all, this is a transaction with an amount as high as 20 million. In case of being hacked, maybe even life is gone.
However, Yu Liang didn't care. Because, his sixth sense told him that there was no danger at this time. In the place of Manhwa, especially in big cities.
Although in the business field, it is inevitable that there will be intrigues.
However, no one wants to go wrong when doing business well and earning money. 20 million is indeed a lot.
For ordinary people, it is enough to make people take risks.
However, for the real rich,
it costs hundreds of millions to buy a house.
As long as there are good things, so what if I give you 20 million? Besides, Yu Liang is not powerless. With Vajra Talisman and Tai Chi LV1, he is as stable as Mount Tai. Hi Mr. Yu, I'm Gu Jianshan from Feiyang Furniture. Yu Liang raised his eyebrows, flying the furniture? This is a nationally renowned brand. Their company has also cooperated with Feiyang Furniture before, and helped Feiyang Furniture import wood from Southeast Asia. But think about it, and only such a super big brand can have such strong funds and strength to buy a piece of useless wood. Hello, Mr. Gu.
Hee, I heard that Mr. Yu has a piece of top-notch material in his hands, and he is willing to part with it.
Gu was overjoyed, so he came right away.
It's a bit late today, Mr. Yu, forgive me. Where there is money to be made, whether it is late or not is nothing. Yu Liang opened the door, turned on the light, and said, the material is there, Mr. Gu, check it on 4.9.
Gu Jianshan nodded with a smile.
After all, it is a big business worth 20 million yuan. Although he believed in Huang Haoran's vision, he still had to test it himself. Half an hour later, Gu Jianshan suppressed the excitement in his heart, took out the contract he had prepared a long time ago, and signed a contract with Yu Liang.
This is the case with large companies and groups. Even so, Yu Liang will inevitably have to pay a tax.
But it's better than having large sums of money with unknown origins.
An hour later, when Fang Jianke arrived at the hotel, not only did he have 21 million more in his bank card.
Moreover, on the way back to the hotel, he made a bend outside and took the small piece of Laoshan sandalwood.
Calculate bank card funds. 570,075. Well, the house payment is enough, let's get the keys next week.
It's time to give my parents, grandparents, and grandparents a surprise.
Chapter 78, The Sister-in-Law.
In the early morning of the next day, Yu Liang was still soundly asleep.
The phone rang without mercy. Yu Liang was furious. He picked up his phone and looked at it. The anger of getting up suddenly disappeared. Brother Yu, it's time to wake up.
He Linglong's voice was soft and pleasant. We all had breakfast at the buffet downstairs.
Suddenly, another sweet, obviously lowered voice rang on the phone. Brother Yu, come quickly, the breakfast here is so rich.
Yu Liang sighed and said, okay, you guys eat first, I'll be right over. Standing up, Yu Liang rinsed his mouth, turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face with his hands, and it was equivalent to the completion of washing.
Since it's the two girls calling themselves, no matter how tired they are, they have to go. Moreover, although he went out for a trip last night, he didn't work, so the word tired really can't be said.
Arriving at the cafeteria on the second floor, Yu Liang had just entered when he saw the twins. However, the situation of these two people at this time is not very good, and their expressions are quite unpleasant. Because, there was a young man sitting opposite their sisters, who seemed to be talking about something. The two sisters smiled awkwardly, and some 22 were at a loss. Yu Liang frowned slightly. This person.
Never seen it? He walked straight over.
After walking a few steps, Lingna, with erratic eyes, immediately saw him. Her eyes lit up, she stood up abruptly, left her seat, and walked towards Yu Liang. After a few steps came to his side, Lingna said in a low voice, Brother Yu, you are here.
Yu Liang smiled slightly and said, What's the matter? Who is it? I don't know him.
He just walked in front of us, sat down, and started talking to us.
Lingna twitched her lips and said in a low voice, It's really annoying. Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize. Wow, who did I think it was? It turned out to be a tease.
To be honest, he has lived for so many years, and although he has heard about it countless times, this is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes. Although I was very unhappy, this is a hotel after all, so it is not easy to shout and kill.
Yu Liang walked over, nodded towards Linglong, and said, Linglong, there are flies here, let's sit over there.
Put.
The two sisters laughed at the same time. As expected of twin sisters, they are connected heart to heart, even when they smile, they are exactly the same. Yu Liang's heart seemed a little drunk at this moment.
Linglong stood up obediently, and the two sisters followed Yu Liang to a four-person seat not far away, and sat down again.
The young man's expression suddenly became extremely embarrassing. However, just as Yu Liang didn't want to quarrel in this kind of situation, he didn't want to either. With a cold snort, the man stood up and left. Brother Yu, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Lingna said attentively.
Yu Liang thought for a while and said, beef noodle soup, poached eggs, and a bowl of milk.
Okay, I'll get the noodles first. Lingna said softly, got up and left.
Linglong also got up and said, I'm going to get the milk.
Soon, the two of them brought the things over. The people around looked at this building with strange eyes.
Originally, the two beautiful twins were already very eye-catching when they were together.
But now, they are even more courteous to a young man, which is even more eye-catching.
Yu Liang ate the beef noodles, and said in a low voice, you two are too mean, since you don't like that person, why do you still listen to him?
Could it be that no one chased you at school?
With the looks of their sisters, unless the whole school is blind, there will definitely be bold people who want to embrace the beauty. Linglong drank milk in small sips, and lightly took a bite of a croissant, leaving small and fine tooth marks.
My mother ruled that you can't have a boyfriend until you graduate from university. So, when someone wrote us a love letter, we all rejected it.
Lingna nodded vigorously, and said with a little pride, well, yes, it was okay in high school, and many people in college wanted to confess to us, but we all refused.
Then today, why don't you refuse?
The two sisters looked at each other, and Linglong said in a low voice, Brother Yu, we told him that we are waiting for friends here. But he didn't seem to hear it, and kept nagging, saying how rich he is or something. Yu Liang shook his head slightly, and said, if you meet a stalker, don't be polite to them. But this is a 5-star hotel, so it would be bad if there were conflicts. Yu Liang was quite speechless. That's right, even I don't want to conflict with people here, let alone their sisters.
Well, if you meet this kind of person in the future. Tian Liang murmured. Lingna's eyes lit up immediately, and she said, Brother Yu, what should I do? Shall I call?
Yu Liang glared at her, the little girl definitely did it on purpose.
If you meet him, leave immediately. Don't get entangled with this kind of person. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Remember, safety comes first.
The two little ones nodded vigorously, expressing that they must remember it firmly.
Brother Yu, go to work later.
Linglong said softly, I see your hands are much better.
Are you still going to work?
Yu Liang said in surprise, you are just interns, so don't 740 need to work so hard. No, there must always be a beginning and an end in doing things, and we must stand on the last post. Yu Liang thought about it, and felt that it is a very good fine tradition to stick to one's post and stick to one's word, which should indeed be encouraged. Have a good breakfast, and the Japanese will go together. However, when they were about to arrive at the company, the two sisters suddenly greeted Yu Liang, and then quickened their pace together. It turned out that he entered the company first, leaving only a shadow behind Yu Liang. Yu Liang shook his head dumbfounded. They all know it themselves, and it has been rumored in the company that I am chasing one of them. Yesterday afternoon, the three of them asked for leave together again. And the two of them moved out last night. Now that they are separated, isn't that trying to cover up the truth? However, the little girls are thin-skinned, so let them go. After entering the company, Yu Liang had just returned to his desk and sat down when Chen Tao walked in and said with a big smile, "Oh, our hero is back." Yu Liang raised his head and said, "Master, I still want to thank you for asking for leave yesterday." Chen Tao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. The officials called yesterday, saying that this year's Spiritual Civilization Construction Award in the street must belong to our company. Although Mr. Su is on a business trip, he is also very happy to hear about this. You are rewarded." Chapter 79 Forced to take vacation. President Su, Suan Kue. The boss of the branch office is usually aloof, which is simply not something Yu Liang can match up with. If it was before, Yu Liang might be flattered to hear this sentence. But now, he just listens. There was no disturbance in my heart. However, he still said politely, "Then, thank you Mr. Su." Chen Tao glanced at Yu Liang's arm, frowned slightly, and said, "Is the injury serious?" "It's not heavy, it will be fine tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Hiss." Chen Tao frowned, and said, "This is impossible." "Ha?" Yu Liang was taken aback, "What does this mean?" "I asked the officials yesterday, and they said that your injuries have reached the standard of minor injuries. I hope our company can take good care of you. Mr. Chang has listened and granted you a week's sick leave on the spot." Chen Tao shook his head, said, "So, you go?" Yu Liang's expression became quite strange. "What the hell, am I on sick leave? But, why don't I know it? Master, you can see that I'm here." "Hey." Chen Tao glanced outside, and said in a low voice, "This is the leave that Mr. Cheng specially approved. If you are injured, you need to recuperate. If you are not injured, you need to rest. If you really can't sit still, come and participate in the company team building on Sunday." The corner of Yu Liang's mouth twitched. "Forget it, let's start our own company. Only when you are your own boss is the most free." He originally thought that the master was an upright technical straight man. After all, before Yu Liang came, the company's network security was maintained by Chen Tao. When it comes to technical level, he is at least LV1 or above. It's just a little bit uncertain. But I didn't expect that the master's sophistication did not look like a straight man of steel at all. Under Chen Tao's urging, Yu Liang still left the company. Among the three people, "Yu Liang, I was put on sick leave by the company, I guess I will have to go to work this week, so we will have lunch together at noon." "He Lingna, sick leave? What do you mean? Just because of brother Yu's minor injury, do you still need to ask for sick leave?" "Yu Liang, the boss gave special approval and must be implemented. There is no other way." "He Lingna, wow, paid vacation, I'm so envious." "He Linglong, brother Yu, I can't have dinner with you at noon, so I can accompany you for dinner." "Yu Liang, why?" "He Lingna, hey, brother Yu, you don't know that everyone in the company has suddenly become a gossip, and everyone is asking about our affairs, asking if you were injured trying to save us?" "Humph," they also said. "Forget it, let's not talk about it." "He Linglong, brother Yu, it's not good to let people see us eating together at noon, let's go tonight." Yu Liang naturally understands what it means to be fearful in words. But it is because the twins are thin-skinned now, so they feel embarrassed. If you were a real veteran in the workplace, why would you care about this? But think about it, a company with 40 to 50 people, there is only a little shit, if there is any trouble, it will definitely spread all over the place very quickly. Fortunately, the twins will be finishing their internship soon. Otherwise, Yu Liang would really like to change jobs for them. Nanny and life secretary should be very suitable for them. The phone rang suddenly, Yu Liang glanced at it, and answered it quickly. "Mom, what's the matter?" "Xiao Liang, you are on a business trip in Pengcheng, remember to find some time to buy some better jewelry." Yu Liang was taken aback. "Mom, what does this mean? Since when did her old man become interested in jewelry?" Or, she suspects that she is not in Pengcheng, so she wants to check this way.
Good jewelry is definitely not cheap, and it must be invoiced. Just look at the invoice and you will know where it was purchased. Could it be that he still wants to fly to Pengcheng?
When Yu Liang was suspicious, Hui said again, Xiao Liang, your sister's birthday is coming soon. It was fine if the family didn't have money before, but now you have money, you have to prepare a big gift.
Yu Liang blinked twice. My sister's birthday. Oh my god, is this still my mother? Could it be that she got Alzheimer's in advance? Mom, are you kidding? Yi's birthday is in February, this year has already passed. Hey, whoever told you about Yi, I'm talking about your uncle's girl. Only then did Yu Liang suddenly realize. But when is Yu Jihui's birthday? He really never cared about it.
His mother made arrangements for the sophistication of the world in the past, but he never did it. Hui continued, Xiao Liang, to be a human being, you must know how to be grateful. Your uncle has always treated you like your own son. You graduated from university, your uncle arranged for you to work, and your new house was also urged by your uncle to buy us, and also helped us get the lowest loan interest rate. Also, he said a long time ago that when you get married, he will give you a car worth 300,000 yuan. Although his family is a girl, it is the utmost benevolence to treat you like this. Yu Liang nodded repeatedly and said, Mom, I understand. In the company, he was able to live so chicly, of course because of his uncle's face. If there is no uncle to take care of him, how can he fish every day so openly? He thought for a while and said, Mom, I will arrange this matter, don't worry. Okay, you've grown up too, and these things should be in your hands slowly. Hui smiled and said, it's time to hang up, don't forget to bring things back. Mom, wait a minute, when is Hui's birthday? Hey, you, remember, it's the day after tomorrow. Hui said angrily, didn't you come back the day after tomorrow, just in time? Yu Liang responded, expressing his understanding. After hanging up the phone, he first came to the hospital. Minor injury, of course the dressing needs to be changed. However, after the nurse unwrapped his arm bandage, she took the ointment and looked at it for a while, but couldn't do anything. This wound. It's almost all good. It's just a thin red line, which looks a bit obtrusive. I said, do you still need to wrap your arm? If you still wrap it, it will be very inconvenient. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, let's make it a day, and we'll see it tomorrow. The nurse picked up iodine, disinfected his arm, and then wrapped it up in 3s and 5s. It's a bit hot in May. There are many young people in t-shirts and skirts on the street. However, there are also many people wearing a thin coat. Yu Liang put on a coat, and the gauze on his arms was basically covered. Then, he returned to the hotel and drove to the southern business district. Yu Jihui also works in a bank, but not in China Merchants Bank, but in an industrial and commercial bank in the southern business district. Chapter 80 Chance of Promotion. Southern Business District. It is a business card of Yongchang. Here, there are many commercial buildings, and the commercial atmosphere is very strong. The place where it was built is very bold, so there are not only high-rise buildings nearby, but also the largest park in Yongchang, with a beautiful environment. All the well-known national banks have opened branches here, and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China is no exception. This is the first time for Yu Liang to come to Jihui's workplace. However, now with navigation, everything is very convenient. Their bank is on the first floor of a commercial building. Yu Liang drove the car into the underground garage, parked the car, and when he got off, the car next to him had just parked, and 2 people got off. These are 2 women, the older one is 30 or 40 years old. The other is a young and beautiful girl in her 20s. Yu Liang naturally didn't notice them, but they looked at Yu Liang a few more times. Of course, the reason for their attention is not because Yu Liang is handsome, but because his Bentley Mulsanne is handsome. For a woman who knows what to buy, such a car is far more valuable than a man's face. Yu Liang found the elevator in the basement and went directly to the lobby on the first floor. After going around in a circle, I came to the bank. He vaguely remembered that 167 Yu Jihui seemed to have said that she worked in some marketing management department. But what to do specifically, Yu Liang is not clear about the distance between mountains and mountains. He took out his phone and made a call. Soon, wearing a small suit and attire of a professional manager, Yu Jihui, who looked shrewd and capable, ran down the stairs. Seeing Yu Liang, she was also a little confused, and said in a low voice, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Yu Liang took out his phone and shook it, and said, "It's time for dinner, shall I treat you to dinner?" Yu Jihui looked at her cousin suspiciously, with a look of confusion and vigilance. But she really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine was sold in her cousin's gourd. Curling her lips, Yu Jihui said, okay, you've come to my land, why are you asking me to eat? I'll treat you.
Yu Liang nodded and said, it's fine, it's fine. Yu Jihui rolled her eyes, knowing that you didn't invite me to dinner sincerely, and you didn't even insist on it.
Yu Liang rubbed his stomach, feeling a little hungry. You are familiar with this place, where the food is better. Yu Jihui narrowed her eyes and smiled like a little fox. Yu Liang faintly felt that this guy had no good intentions.
Sure enough, Yu Jihui said, brother, it's rare for you to come here.
I'll treat you to the most precious and nutritious meal in our unit canteen food.
Canteen?
Yu Liang opened his mouth and looked at his cousin with a smug smile. I suddenly felt that I would not love. I bought her more than 300,000 bags, but I didn't let myself eat in the cafeteria.
This girl can be thrown away.
The dishes in the bank cafeteria are much better than Yu Liang imagined. At the very least, it is slightly better than those meals in the school cafeteria.
There are not many meals here, that is, 3 meat and 3 vegetables. It's just that people who eat can choose 4 of them.
In addition to the people inside the bank can eat, their relatives and family members can also come to have a meal. At this point, the rules of the cafeteria are quite humane. Yu Liang took the dinner plate and ate it cleanly. Although he is rich now, he has not developed the habit of rich clothes and fine food. You can eat delicacies from mountains and seas, and you can eat the meals in the cafeteria.
Yu Jihui looked at her cousin suspiciously, and said, okay, what's the matter, can I talk about it?
Yu Liang shrugged his shoulders and was about to speak when suddenly a person came over, put his hand on Yu Jihui's shoulder, and slightly lowered his waist, perfectly showing the slender water snake waist and the great chest.
Yo, Hui, is this your boyfriend? We're so tight with it.
This is a girl in her 20s, she seems to be not much older than Yu Jihui. However, her CCCF figure is much better than the shriveled Yu Jihui. Yu Jihui patted her hand angrily, and said, don't talk nonsense, this is my brother.
Then, she said naturally, Yu Liang, this is my good friend, colleague, Lin Han. Ah, this is your brother. Lin Hanlei smiled embarrassedly, and then said, no, you should be an only child, why didn't I know, you have a big brother.
Yu Jihui rolled her eyes and said, I have to report to you one by one about my affairs.
This is my cousin, the kind of close relative.
Oh, that's it, hello brother Yu. Lin Hanlei sat beside Yu Jihui, smiled and extended her hand. Yu Liang stretched out his hand to shake her, and then suddenly found that his palm seemed to be scratched by something. When I looked up at Lin Hanlei, I saw that she was serious and there was nothing unusual about her.
Brother Yu, I'm Hui's best friend here, like a WeChat.
Yu Jihui blinked twice and looked at her suspiciously.
Lin Hanlei is indeed her best friend in the bank.
However, Lin Hanlei's appearance and figure are second to none in the bank. Therefore, she has always been with her eyes above her head.
If she meets boys of the same age, she will always have an attitude like an ice beauty.
It's not that Lin Hanlei was born this way, but if she showed enthusiasm, then she wouldn't have to do any work.
It's too late to deal with men. However, at this moment, Lin Hanlei's attitude was completely different from usual. He even took the initiative to ask other boys for WeChat. At this moment, Yu Jihui felt that her good friend was accidentally replaced by someone. Yu Liang couldn't help but laugh, since he is Yu Jihui's good friend and such a beautiful woman, of course there is no reason to refuse. He opened WeChat and showed the QR code.
Seeing the mobile phone Yu Liang was using, Lin Hanlei didn't show any surprise expression. Although Huawei folding machines are quite expensive, in today's society, there are still a lot of people who can spend this money to buy folding machines. It's up to you whether it's worth it or not. After the two added WeChat, Lin Hanlei suddenly turned her head and said, Hui, what did you think about what the supervisor said yesterday? The corner of Yu Jihui's mouth twitched, with a look of helplessness on his face, and said, forget it, the requirements are too high, and I can't bear them. Lin Hanlei said with regret on her face, oh, that's such a pity. The position of group leader has just been vacated. If that B***** ch becomes the group leader, our life will be difficult in the future. Yu Liang was slightly startled, and looked at Lin Hanlei meaningfully. His sixth sense told him. What this little girl said was actually said to herself specially.
Chapter 81, 20 million deposits. Hui, what's the matter? Yu Liang asked with a smile.
He shouldn't have asked about the work of the other party, but now that he has reached this point, as a cousin, he always has to mention it.
Before Yu Jihui answered, Lin Hanlei said first, yesterday, a team leader in our department resigned, got married and had a baby.
Then the supervisor told us that whoever can bring in a deposit of 20 million yuan a year will take the position of team leader. Give her. She paused, and then said, the two of us are in the department, and we are at odds with a little b asterisk asterisk ch. And this little b asterisk asterisk ch seems to have hoped to get this deposit. With a distressed expression on her face, she sighed and said, hey, if that little s asterisk asterisk t becomes the group leader, the two of us will be criticized every day. At that time, we might as well resign and start our own business. Yu Liang was a little strange, and looked at Yu Zhouhui in surprise.
20 million deposits, how much? For ordinary people, it is indeed unattainable. However, for uncle, this is not difficult, is it? You know, although it's only a deposit of 20 million yuan, it didn't name it. It must be some kind of personal deposit. With the lending power in Yu Zhang's hands. As long as he has a breath. Guaranteed that there are many people willing to solve the problem for him. Of course, the deposit liquidity of the unit is relatively large, but as long as the average deposit of 20 million per day is guaranteed, the problem should not be big. Facing her cousin's gaze, Yu Jihui said helplessly, I don't want to trouble the old man with everything, I have grown up and should be independent. The muscles on the faces of Yu Liang and Lin Hanlei twitched at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in unison. From each other's eyes saw three words, silly white sweet. At this moment, the two of them are normal people, but they both have such a feeling of spiritual connection. I have encountered this kind of thing that can be promoted, of course I must try my best. There is a way to use it, but if there is no way, it is necessary to create a way. However, Yu Jihui actually felt that she was an adult, so she didn't want to trouble her father. It can only be said that the uncle took good care of her. Basically, I have never suffered any social beatings. Lin Hanlei coughed heavily, and said, okay, Hui, then you have to find a way, you can't really let that be asterisk asterisk ch right on our heads in the future. Then, in front of a boy, Lin Hanlei reined in her horse from the precipice and kept a little bit of morality. Yu Jihui frowned, and said, a deposit of 20 million yuan, how can it be so easy, let me think about it again. At this time, Yu Liang had already fully understood what Lin Hanlei meant. Although he didn't know, how could this girl think that she could help her? But, he can really help. Hui, 20 million deposits, right? When your bank opens in the afternoon, I will save it for you. Ah? Yu Jihui's eyes widened. Lin Hanlei didn't wait for her to speak, and said pleasantly, Brother Yu, we have a big customer room, which provides special services, and we don't rest at noon. Yu Jihui was dumbfounded, she really wanted to ask where her cousin got the 20 million. This is not 2,000, nor 20,000, but 20 million. Of course she knew about Yu Liang's family situation. However, after thinking about it, 2 days ago, when Yu Liang came to give gifts at home, it was nearly $1 million in one fell swoop. Then, the deposit of 20 million yuan. She immediately closed her mouth and never spoke again. Although she said it from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to use her father's contacts anymore. However, if someone wants to help, she will not refuse foolishly. Hui, the meal is ready, let's go now. Under the urging of Lin Hanlei spared no effort, the three came to the big family room. Reopening an account and depositing money went very smoothly. After doing all this, Yu Jihui still has 10 kinds of feeling like in a dream. When the cousin delivered the bag that night, she actually knew that the cousin was completely different from before. However, she didn't realize until now that the difference is so huge. Hey, Yu Jihui, Lin Hanlei, you are here too. A vicious-looking woman in a uniform walked in. Lin Hanlei smiled all over her face and said, Zhang Yusin, what a coincidence, you're here too. Zhang Yusin nodded with a smile, looked at Yu Liang, and asked, this is? Oh, this is Hui's cousin. He came to see Hui. I want to ask Hui to help him. Hui, please help him? Yu Liang didn't change his face, but he didn't do anything in his heart. Beautiful woman, when she tells a lie, she really doesn't need to write a draft. Zhang Yusin laughed dumbfounded, and said, so that's how it is. If there is anything, I can help. Yu Liang's sixth sense clearly told him that the relationship between these three girls was quite bad. It is estimated that that Lin Hanlei is talking about should be this one. It's just that the scolding behind the scenes, but in person, it's completely different. Lin Hanlei smiled and said, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that brother Yu wants to buy a house, but he can't make up his mind, so he asked Hui to give her an idea. Oh, to buy a house, do you want to get a loan? Almost. Lin Hanlei said with a half-smile. Zhang Yusin was relieved now, she wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly said on a whim, by the way, where do you want to buy a house? Yu Liang was taken aback, how the hell would I know, which house do I want to buy?
He can't say that I just bought a new world of 90 million. Subconsciously, Yu Liang turned his head and looked at Lin Hanlei.
This movement was immediately captured by Zhang Yusen.
A look of surprise flashed across her face. What Yu Jihui's cousin, is clearly the little goblin suitor. Lin Hanlei said without hesitation, "Oh, brother Yu is interested in the Rieo community in the Wantu area of Jiangbei, and Jiangwan City in Nantang Old Street, Haishu.
But now I can't make up my mind." Zhang Yusen was startled, and said in surprise, "These two are high-end residential areas, so they're not cheap."
Yes, in these two communities, there are large houses of about 250 square meters, and the value is more than 10 million.
So brother Yu can't make up his mind.
Lin Hanlei poked Yu Jihui beside him and said, "Hui, you come up with an idea, Wan."
Chapter 82 Don't Die Well. Yu Jihui thought to himself. I have an idea. However, in front of Zhang Yusen, she still talked nonsense. I think Jiangwan City's location is relatively good, with complete facilities around and nearby schools, so it's a good choice.
Yu Liang turned his head and glanced, and found that when she said this, there seemed to be a gleam in her eyes.
Zhang Yusen laughed, and said, Yu Jihui, you said a few days ago that you like the houses in Jiangwan City the most, and if you have the money, you must buy one.
Such a subjective recommendation is not very good.
Yu Jihui twitched her lips and said, Really, I'm just telling the truth.
After speaking, she said, Brother, let's go.
Okay.
Yu Liang nodded slightly, followed the two of them lightly and left the big family room. Zhang Yusen watched them leave with some disdain in her heart. However, if the 970 kid really planned to buy this kind of 10 million level house, even if it was alone, the family must have a lot of money. She was about to leave when suddenly her heart moved slightly.
This is the big family room. They came to the big family room to discuss this issue? I don't know why, but I'm a little upset. She hesitated for a moment, came to the counter, and asked, Shaowen, did Lin Hanlei and the others do any business just now?
Sister Zhang, Sister Lin and the others have just handled a fixed deposit business.
Fixed deposit? Zhang Yusen's face suddenly became extremely ugly. She immediately said, How much have you saved, and whose recommendation name did you write?
The clerk looked hesitant. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be disclosed. However, Zhang Yuhan is also a staff member of the bank, so for insiders, there is no need to conceal this information at all. Because, after a little research, people will know immediately.
It's the deposit of 20 million that lives in Mr. Yu, and the recommender is Sister Yu. Personal savings?
Yes, private deposits.
Zhang Yusen's lips trembled, and finally she didn't speak anymore.
What a b*****ch, it turns out that the target has been completed. However, you are done when you are done, but you still have to tease me. Yu Jihui, Lin Hanlei, the two little sluts, will die badly.
What the hell, where did they find the big money? Brother, come and sit in my office. Yu Jihui blushed with excitement. Okay.
Yu Liang did not refuse, and followed Yu Jihui to the second floor. Here, there is a small meeting room. This meeting room is open, and any employee who wants to receive foreign customers can use it.
As soon as Yu Liang sat down, Lin Hanlei brought coffee. Brother Yu, this is our coffee.
Although it is instant, it tastes really good.
After Yu Liang thanked him, he took a sip and said, It's really good.
Not bad, he didn't taste anything at all.
Brother, you came here today, you can't just save money for me, right? Yu Jihui asked suspiciously. Yu Liang smiled and said, Don't be self-righteous, I came here to ask you, your birthday is coming, what birthday present do you want? Yu Jihui widened his eyes and said, Brother, you actually remember my birthday?
Yu Liang said without hesitation, Of course I remember, you are my sister, isn't it strange?
Yu Jihui asked suspiciously, But, why didn't you remember before?
Yu Liang said without guilt, In the past, my mother took care of it.
Now that we are older, it is time for the older generation to retire, right? We can't stop moving around when they are old.
Bar. Yu Jihui's face turned red slightly.
My cousin still remembers my birthday.
When you go back, you must ask your dad when is your cousin's birthday. Although she doesn't have that much money, she will definitely give a gift when the time comes.
Hui, what birthday gift do you want, tell me quickly.
Yu Sure urged.
This. I don't have anything in particular I want. Yu Jihui was a little embarrassed.
From childhood to adulthood, under the care of Yu Zhang and his wife, she really didn't lack anything. Yu Liang thought for a while and said, Well, I see that you don't have a car yet, so I'll give you a car.
What kind of car do you like?
Although Sure Hui said, Just prepare a set of jewelry for Yu Jihui. But Yu Liang thought about it and decided to give more. Of course, there is a saying called do what you can. It's one thing when you don't have a lot of money. Having money is another matter. Yu Jihui widened her eyes and said, "Brother, you don't need it, it's too expensive." Yu Liang waved his hand and turned to look at Lin Han. Although I don't know why this guy can be sure that he is rich and can help Yu Jihui. However, since she did this, she should help out again if she asks about the car. Sure enough, Lin Hanlei hesitated for a moment, and said, "Hui said before that she likes the Cayenne, the kind of urban sports car."
Hanin.
Yu Jihui raised her business slightly. Lin Hanlei quickly waved her hands and said, "Oh, I didn't say anything." After seeing Yu Liang's financial resources, she didn't want to offend Ji Hui, a little rich woman. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing, and said, "Cayenne, I seem to remember that there is an existing car." Turning on the phone, I found Qi Xiaoya's WeChat. Luckily it hasn't been deleted yet. Open it, and saw the pictures of the current car that she posted 2 days ago. Although Yu Liang didn't look at it much at the time, he took a quick look at it, and the one that impressed him most was a white Cayenne. This is a Cayenne top version, worth more than 2 million. After turning to that page, Yu Liang directly forwarded the message, saying, "Do you like it?" Yu Jihui gritted her teeth, looked at the picture on the phone, her eyes flashed with surprise. The same is true for Lin Hanlei, who is sitting beside Yu Jihui and peeping, the streamer in her eyes turns, she is extremely charming. "Brother, this is too expensive." After reading it, Yu Jihui turned off the phone cruelly and shook her head vigorously. 4.5. Yu Liang didn't know what she was thinking when she saw her, and said, "You guys have something to do, I'll sit here for a while." "Ah, yes, brother." The two girls hesitated for a while and walked away together. Yu Liang thought for a while, and sent a message to his uncle. "Yu Liang, uncle, Hui's birthday is coming soon. I want to buy her a car. Give me her ID photo." "Yu Jiang, what's going on?" "Yu Liang, uncle, you and my dad are blood brothers. We know how you treat him and me. Hui and I are brothers and sisters, and I would like to express that we can live like brothers and sisters for the rest of our lives." After a while, Yu Jiang sent the front and back of an ID card. It is normal for bank workers to keep photos of their family ID cards, and there is no need to ask their daughters for them. Chapter 83, Is your brother still missing a pendant on his thigh? ID card. Looking at the photo on his ID card, Yu Liang was a little amused. Although the current ID photos are much better than 10 years ago. However, this ID photo of my cousin was taken many years ago. So, it looks rather funny. Inexplicably, Yu Liang just remembered the things when he was a child, and a faint smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. After a while, Yu Liang opened WeChat and found Qi Xiaoya. "Yu Liang, where?" Almost immediately. "Yu Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, I'm here, what's your order?" The little girl's heart was full of ups and downs. Yu Zong couldn't be thinking about the Q7 she was driving, right? "Yu Liang, in the picture of the current car you posted last time, there is a 2.23 million white Cayenne, is it still there?" "Qi Xiaoya, please wait a moment, I will reply you right away." 5 minutes later. "Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, yes, that car has not been sold yet. In fact, this kind of fixed existing car is more difficult to sell. 22 However, by chance, I met a big head who likes to have a car and doesn't like to wait. Well, the world is so big that there are all kinds of people, so it's not surprising. Yu Liang, photo.jpg. Yu Liang, go through the formalities immediately and register under the name of this ID card. Then drive here, the sooner the better. Yu Liang, address." Qi Xiaoya was startled, she looked at the picture scientifically. It was indeed a woman, and judging by her age, she was about the same as Mr. Yu. Well, this woman. So, far less beautiful than me. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoya's confidence came. Then, looking at the other party's name carefully, Xiaoya felt more at ease. Also surnamed Yu? No need to ask, it should be a relative of Mr. Yu. It's just that Mr. Yu is so generous. To give away a luxury car worth 2 million at once is simply too enviable. If I had a relative like this. Qi Xiaoya shook her head vigorously, quickly dismissing this thought. It's okay to dream, but she can't daydream. She still has a lot of work to do. Qi Xiaoya, okay, Mr. Yu, do you need to round up the whole number for this purchase? Yu Liang, how do you plan to get another car? Qi Xiaoya was speechless for a moment. Also, if you make up 3 million, then you need to add another 800,000. Adding a Q7 is enough. Even if Mr. Yu is rich, after being fooled once, he probably won't be fooled a second time.
Qi Xiaoya, Mr. Yu, you misunderstood.
I mean, bargain with them and get 2 million for you. At this moment, Tu Xiaoya's heart bleeds a little. However, it is not too late to remedy the situation. In any case, she would rather make less money than break her relationship with Yu Liang.
Yu Liang, alright, don't bother, just make up a total of 3 million, you can get me an Audi top version S6, write this name. Yu Liang, photo.jpg. It has his father's name on it.
Yu Hai knew how to drive a long time ago, but he never bought one.
As for the reason, in fact, everyone knows.
Originally, Yu Liang planned to buy a car after going to the new house. After all, the difficulty of parking in the old community is no longer a day or two, and Yu Liang doesn't want to cause any trouble because of the problem of the car.
However, since we have to round up the numbers now, let's get one.
Audi S6 is the car my father Yu Hai has been talking about, and it is just right to get one.
On my cousin's birthday, I also gave my dad an unexpected gift.
Qi Xiaoya,
okay, but it's not too much. An S6 is not enough.
Yu Liang, find a way by yourself, keep a 6 at your place for 2 days, open the Cayenne first, as soon as possible. Although Qi Xiaoya is more than 10 kilometers away, she seems to feel Yu Liang's dissatisfaction through the words on WeChat.
Qi Xiaoya, yes, I will do it right away. She picked up the phone and called out, hey, it's me.
People said, if you want a car, go through the formalities right away.
Okay, I'll come over right away. The ID card is issued to you. You go through it first. When I come, hand it over immediately. Pick up the car. An hour later.
Qi Xiaoya drove the white Cayenne, which was only temporarily photographed, to the southern business district.
In the office.
Both Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei had long lost the intention of working. However, there are actually quite a lot of things today, and some businesses must be dealt with as soon as possible. So, the two of them speeded up, and the rush was finally completed. Afterwards, they glanced at each other at their workstations and immediately started a private chat.
Yu Jihui, Hanin, have you known my brother for a long time? Lin Hanlei, how is it possible, if I know each other, I still need your introduction?
Yu Jihui, but, I feel that your behavior today is too strange. It seems that it was deliberately in front of him to raise deposits and promote the team leader.
Lin Hanlei, oh, yes, I mentioned it deliberately. Yu Jihui, why? How do you know my brother is so rich? 20 million cash.
Rich people hold 20 million in cash, and they will never save for death. Because they can negotiate with the bank and ask for better terms. But Yu Liang saved 20 million without saying a word, and it was still a 1-year term. It can be seen from this that this money is actually nothing in his eyes.
Even Yu Jihui never imagined that Yu Liang would be so rich.
Lin Hanlei, I don't know either, it's just that I was out on errands today, and when I came back, I happened to meet your brother 930 in the parking lot.
Do you know what kind of car he drives?
Yu Jihui, what car?
Lin Hanlei, Bentley Mulsanne, the one worth 5 million plus.
So, I casually mentioned it, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful.
Speaking of this sentence, Lin Hanlei actually wanted to ask a question. Does your brother have a boyfriend?
However, thinking of the other party's attitude and appearance of spending money like water, Lin Hanlei felt a little ashamed, and couldn't ask why.
After a while, Yu Jihui still didn't reply.
Lin Hanlei was a little anxious, she looked up, and saw Yu Jihui staring at the phone, quickly pressing it with both hands. However, she has not received any information here.
Okay, I'm waiting here, you're so heartless chatting with other people. Lin Hanlei, Hui, what are you doing? Yu Jihui, I just developed information. Lin Hanlei, your brother? What did he say? Yu Jihui, he asked me to go to the basement. Lin Hanlei, what are you doing in the basement?
Yu Jihui, my brother said that he bought the Cayenne, registered it in my name, and asked me to collect the car.
Lin Hanlei? Yu Jihui, Hanin, come with me. Lin Hanlei, Hui. Yu Jihui? Lin Hanlei, is there still a pendant on your brother's thigh? Yu Jihui, Hanin. Chapter 84. Are you dreaming today? Basement.
When Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei walked down, they almost immediately saw Yu Liang standing in front of the Bentley Mulsanne and Cayenne, and Qi Xiaoya, who was tall and beautiful, but was like a bird. Yu Jihui and both of them were a little surprised. They can naturally see that the relationship between Yu Liang and this pretty little girl is not simple. Well, it seems that the little girl is a little scared of Yu Liang, and the smile on her face is a little flattering. Inexplicably, Lin Hanlei had some discoveries in her heart. She originally thought that she was also at the level of a flower in the industry, and there were not many who could compare with her. However, looking at Chi Xiaoya, she felt a little less confident.
If this is Yu Liang's girlfriend, then she doesn't have much hope. Brother. Yu Jihui trotted over.
Her eyes immediately settled on Cayenne. Although she had already rejected it just now, when this car was really placed in front of her, her mentality was completely different. Chi Xiaoya immediately stepped forward, took out a stack of documents, and said, "Hi, Miss Yu, this car has been transferred to your name. Here is your insurance certificate and the fuel card presented by our company." Yu Jihui took it in a daze, and subconsciously opened the cover of the oil card. Then, she saw a number that made her a little unbelievable.
100,000?
On the cover of this oil card, an amount of 100,000 is written. Chi Xiaoya always had a big smile on her face, and said, "That's right, there is 100,000 yuan in this fuel card, Miss Yu, you can use it as you like, and there is no restriction on which car to add." Yu Jihui raised her head with a strange expression on her face. Working in a bank, she is no stranger to sending rice, food, phone bills, fuel cards and other things to those who come to deposit.
But, who the hell can buy a car and get a gas card worth tens of millions? You know, the Cayenne isn't cheap though. But it's not a top-notch luxury car. Buy a Cayenne and get a 100,000 fuel card. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy?
Lin Hanlei stared at Chi Xiaoya intently, her eyes were not friendly. Chi Xiaoya was a little surprised and unhappy. However, when she thought that Yu Liang was by her side, she still maintained a nearly perfect attitude, as if she didn't notice it at all.
Hui, check to see if there is anything missing.
Yu Jihui checked it again. How could she know if there was any omission? Her heart was already in a state of ups and downs, and it was difficult to calm down. He glanced casually and said, "There should be nothing missing."
Okay, you can add her WeChat. If there is anything that can't be done, I'll solve it for you. Okay. Yu Jihui added WeChat in a daze. F. Liang waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's okay, you're fine." Chi Xiaoya bowed slightly and said, "Okay, see you again, Mr. Yu."
She turned around and just walked out of the underground parking lot. Just after leaving the parking lot, her expression suddenly changed.
Angry along the way. Arrogant, heartless, I drove here, and I didn't know how to give me a ride. I am such a beautiful woman, let me walk out in high heels. Demeanor, man's demeanor, go to hell, in the future no more running errands for you. Drop. WeChat on the phone rang.
Chi Xiaoya, who had just left the basement, took a look, and the anger on her face immediately dissipated, replaced by a smile. Although she knew it well, it was impossible for Yu Liang to see her expression. But the face-changing speed at this moment almost broke the world record.
Yu Liang, are you leaving?
Chi Xiaoya, I just arrived upstairs, what orders do you have?
Yu Liang, forget it, you can take a taxi, I won't see you off. Chi Xiaoya. The next moment, Chi Xiaoya made a creaking sound from her mouth. What is gnashing of teeth, nothing more. Brother, who is she? Yu Jihui asked cautiously. Oh, she's a car salesman.
The cars I bought are all for her.
Ah, how many cars did you buy?
3 or 4 cars. Her service is okay, she is on call, and she has some abilities.
So I don't bother to find others.
Yu Jihui and Lin Hanlei looked at each other, deeply shocked. This is because they didn't know that Yu Liang had the habit of rounding up numbers, otherwise it would be 10 times more shocking.
Yu Liang waved his hand and said, "Okay, take your birthday present, I have to leave beforehand." After getting in the car, Yu Liang suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, if my parents ask, just say that you haven't seen me these days and I'm on a business trip." What? Got it? At this moment, besides nodding, what else can Yu Jihui say? Watching the Bentley Mulsanne leave, Yu Jihui and the two didn't care about the test drive, but immediately turned back to the office. After all, they still have to go to work.
As soon as they stepped into the office, the footsteps of the two paused slightly.
The supervisor actually came to their office and seemed to be saying something. Not good. The two of them were a little flustered. Are they being arrested for deserting? It's strange, why do you come here at this point?
No way, they looked at each other and walked into the office cautiously. I just hope that the supervisor is in a better mood today, and don't turn on the hairdryer.
However, as soon as they entered, they found that the situation was a little subtle. Colleagues looked at them rather strangely, it was not gloating, but envy and jealousy. When the supervisor saw them, he laughed and said, "Yu Jihui, you're back." "Ah, yes, director." "Are you going to see off the guests, Li Zhao?" "Yes." The two said in unison. That's right, we are going to send customers off, and we are fishing openly. Colleagues, since Yu Jihui is here, I'll make an announcement. The supervisor coughed lightly and said, I said 2 days ago, who can help our department with a deposit of 20 million yuan? Whoever will be the team leader will be the leader. She looked around and said, just now they informed me that Yu Jihui has attracted a client who has deposited a large deposit of 20 million yuan for 3 years. Everyone applauds. Everyone applauded, even Yu Jihui's old rival, Zhang Yusen, did the same. At this time, no matter how jealous she was, she dared not show it. Now, I announce that Ji will be the leader of the second team. Yu Jihui opened her mouth. If today is a beautiful dream, then let this dream wake up later. Chapter 85, The First Back Scrub. In the evening, Yu Liang returned to the hotel and finally waited until sister He Linglong came back. Then Yu Liang took them to a nearby Japanese grocery store. Although Yu Liang doesn't like giziguo very much, he doesn't dislike this Japanese food very much. Because in terms of raw food, this country is quite unique. At the very least, in these big restaurants, the quality and quantity can be guaranteed, so that people can eat at ease. During dinner, Yu Liang watched silently. The sisters' resistance to high-end cuisine has become smaller and smaller. Although it's only a week, girls seem to know how to deal with such a situation by nature. Have a good meal and pay the bill. He Linglong smiled and said, Brother Yu, let's go to the hotel, do we still want to play cards? Yu Liang nodded and said, okay, but before you play cards, please do me a favor. What? It's not convenient for my hands to get wet. When I took a shower yesterday, I always felt that my back was not washed clean. Please help me rub my back. The two sisters looked at each other, this request. When they took a bath yesterday, the two of them slid very fast, so they didn't witness how Yu Liang took a bath 3 times, 5 times and 2 times. If you saw it, then you definitely didn't even think about it, so you refused it. But, now look at Yu Liang's arm. Well, a new round of 050 gauze has been replaced, and it has not been removed yet. Although the doctor said, Yu Liang was not seriously injured. However, at that time they watched with their own eyes, Yu Liang stood in front of them, blocking the knife with his hand, bleeding all over the floor. Therefore, this request, in their opinion, is reasonable and cannot be refused at all. Okay, we'll help you. He Linglong struggled for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Back in the hotel room, Yu Liang took out the spare clothes, and took off his shirt very readily. He was very straightforward, without any hesitation or embarrassment. But sister He Linglong turned red in the face. In this day and age, who hasn't seen a man shirtless? Their sisters are not the daughters who don't leave the door and don't go out. In the swimming pool or at the beach, don't have too many men with bare upper body. Logically speaking, they should have seen a lot, so they won't feel shy. However, in the hotel, it is completely different from the feeling in swimming pools, seaside and other places. Outside, the two of them can stare at the upper bust of the teacher. But here, they lowered their heads, not even daring to take a glance. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became charming. Yu Liang smiled slightly, of course he did it on purpose. There is a saying that is called step by step, and there is a saying that is called progress. The contact between the opposite s*x is from strange to familiar, from holding hands to the final union, there is a process of trial and adaptation. Although Yu Liang has enough patience, the relationship between them needs to gradually improve. Otherwise, if the relationship between the two parties does not develop, it will be useless to get along with each other for another 10 years. Hey, which one of you will come first? Yu Liang took the initiative to break the deadlock. Who, come first? He Lingna asked, Brother Yu, what do you mean? Hey, your strength is so weak, of course you have to take turns rubbing my back, otherwise you won't feel it at all. He Lingna was furious and said, okay, I'll come first. Because of anger, she let go instead. I picked up the bathroom towel, soaked it in hot water, and twisted it half dry. Although she was a little angry, she didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, the feeling of rubbing the back with a dry towel, that is really sour. Phew, wheeze. Although the little girl's house is small, she is really strong. Rubbing the towel vigorously on his body made Yu Liang moan comfortably. In fact, when it comes to back rubbing skills, He Lingna can't catch up with those masters in the bathing place. However, these two feelings are completely different. As long as it is a man, he will choose the former. After a few minutes, He Lingna really felt a little tired. Brother Yu, are you alright? Yu Liang hummed comfortably, okay. The two sisters had just breathed a sigh of relief when Yu Liang said inarticulately, change. Substitution? He Ling glared at the man lying on the bed. You really think of yourself as an uncle?
However, his eyes suddenly fell on the gauze on Yu Liang's arm. The great anger that day disappeared immediately. On that day, Yu Liang jumped out suddenly and stood in front of them, risking his life to fight against the murderer who was holding a gleaming, blood-stained kitchen knife. This scene has been deeply imprinted in their minds. The feeling at that moment may gradually fade after a few years or more than 10 years.
But not now.
So, although there is some dissatisfaction in my heart. But the two little girls were not really angry. He Ling Long replaced the younger sister and rubbed vigorously. Gradually, her movements became softer.
Because they found that Yu Liang seemed to be asleep. Can he fall asleep while rubbing his back?
Well, seeing Yu Liang who was slightly asleep, the two sisters tiptoed away. But after they left, Yu Liang opened his eyes.
Well, I can rub my back today, so tomorrow, can I go further? I really look forward to it.
Turning over to get up, Tian put on the computer.
I bought a car today and spent 3 million. There are supposed to be 3 draws that can't be missed. Sure enough, when the magic hard drive computer was turned on, the familiar handwriting suddenly floated out. The host spends 3 million today and can draw 3 prizes. Do you want to draw prizes? Weather. Yes.
The roulette appeared, and the pointer turned rapidly. Although this is already an inevitable scene almost every day, before the pointer stops, Yu Liang always has such a glimmer of expectation in his heart. I don't know what good props the magic hard drive will bring him this time. Congratulations to the host, I have won another, physique card LV1, can only be obtained by lottery, do you want to use it?
Weather. Physique card LV1 can only be obtained by lottery after use, the user's body can be strengthened to the point of LV1.
Note, the host's body is too poor, even with high-level martial arts, it cannot display its true power. Using the card allows the host to display its corresponding strength, and will no longer be despised by the opposite S*X.
Chapter 86 Physique LV1.
Looking at the remarks after the lottery draw, Yu Liang fell into a long speechless thought.
Not despised by the opposite S*X? What does it mean?
After these days of experience, Yu Liang already has some vague understanding and guesses about this magical computer. Although the lottery is a thing that draws a variety of things, no one knows in advance what can be drawn. However, judging from his past experience,
all the treasures drawn out must be useful. And, sometimes it's just what's needed. For example, the sixth sense, portable space, visual simulation, etc. Both are urgently needed by Yu Liang.
Moreover, the more bizarre things looked, the more he needed them the most.
So, the sudden withdrawal of this physique card today, could it be that there is another meaning?
Yu Liang immediately thought of the pair of sisters.
Could it be that they despise me?
Therefore, it is a bit urgent to cause the magical computer.
He lowered his head and looked at his body.
Although it can still be regarded as a young and vigorous category, after graduation, everyone understands it. In just 3 years, the lack of exercise was due to hard work. In other words, after a person goes to work normally, he often loses the mood of working hard to exercise. So, now Yu Liang has started to have a small belly. Although compared with the middle-aged men like uncle and father, it doesn't seem obvious.
But this body looks.
Even Yu Liang himself felt very greasy.
Hey, I can't think of it. I'm about to join the Greasy Uncle Association. No wonder the magic hard disk will draw such a reward. Yu Liang clicked yes without hesitation. Suddenly, a familiar light appeared on Yu Liang's body. Of course, only Yu Liang can see this ray of light. As for the others, even if they stood by Yu Liang's side, they would not notice the slightest abnormality. And under the shroud of this ray of light, strange and wonderful changes are taking place in Yu Liang's body. It's so warm, so comfortable. When Yu Liang used to read novels, it was written all over them. If a person's marrow is washed in a short period of time, it will make him undergo a radical change. Then, it will bring unimaginable pain, even painful. However, at this time Yu Liang didn't have any similar feeling at all. If you really want to describe it, then what it feels like to soak in hot springs in the cold winter months is not far from what it is now. This ray of light did not appear for a short time, and it slowly dissipated after a full hour. Yu Liang took a deep breath, and he immediately felt the changes in himself, as well as the infinite benefits. The body, or that body. However, this body is different. Yu Liang's toes tapped lightly, and his body immediately jumped up. Then, he jumped over the table in front of him with unusual ease. Taijikwan LV1 is a boxing technique that Yu Liang has already mastered.
However, although he has mastered this boxing technique before, it is impossible to unleash all the power of the boxing technique.
Because his body can't bear it. It's like the head says, I will. However, the body is very honest and says, no, you will not. Then, he will commit the problem of high-mindedness and low-handedness. Just like that day, when facing the murderer holding a kitchen knife. Yu Liang originally thought that he could be knocked out with a punch, but in fact, after receiving a punch, the murderer was still able to get up staggeringly. This is the result of not being able to unite body and mind. But now, this drawback is gone.
At this moment, Yu Liang's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. That little belly has long since disappeared. And in those muscles, some edges and corners can also be vaguely seen. Of course, it's not the kind of hard, lumpy dead muscles trained in the gym, but agile, active, silky smooth muscle groups.
These muscle groups can easily condense the strength of the whole body into one. Moreover, it looks extremely comfortable and coordinated, just like the way of nature, everything fits the eye. Yu Liang clenched his fists tightly, feeling great pride in his heart. He even has a strong urge. That is to immediately run to the room of the two sisters and show them the results of their hard work. However, considering that if this is done, the two sisters are afraid that they will call hooligans, and then they will never communicate with each other since then. Therefore, Yu Liang wisely dismissed this idea. With a little effort on his feet, Yu Liang started to exercise like a big horse monkey in this not so small, but definitely not so spacious bedroom. Although there are beds, tables, stools, and even a recliner in the bedroom, it can be regarded as obstacles everywhere. However, when Yu Liang started exercising, he could easily avoid these obstacles every time he jumped. Then, in midair, he punched and kicked.
At this moment, Yu Liang seemed to have practiced in this environment for decades, and the whole set of boxing techniques had integrated this environment into it.
LV, one Taijiquan has such power.
After a full hour, Yu Liang finally stopped. Until now, he didn't feel a little tired in his body. It has to be said that compared with before, he is really a different person.
Concentrate your mind and continue the lottery draw.
When the pointer stops for the second time.
Congratulations to the host, you have won the item, consumption return card, single, do you want to use it?
Weather. Consumption return card, one time the host can return this consumption through lottery tickets, stocks, etc., with a limit of 1 million. Yu Liang couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Although no statistics have been carried out, he firmly believes. This lottery item is definitely the most useless card he has ever drawn.
Let's talk about money first. Yu Liang probably will never be able to worry about money. Besides, there is still a limit to this refund? 1 million? What the hell, this 1 million is still worth a fart. Shaking his head, Yu Liang put this card behind him. It is estimated that it will be difficult to use it in this lifetime. Then, the third lottery draw begins. On the roulette, darkness spun again. 20 seconds later, when it stopped this time, Yu Liang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Hey, this thing. It's kind of interesting, hey. Chapter 87 Stone Statue Card. Congratulations to the host, you have won the item, Stone Statue Card, single, do you want to use it? Weather. Stone Statue Card, single after use, it can hide the presence of the host, making others feel that the host is a stone statue. Maintenance time, 1 hour. Note, during this period, if the body moves actively and is seen by others, the effect will be cancelled. This thing. Yu Liang didn't know how to explain it, but he always felt that this thing was quite rare. And, during use, as long as it doesn't happen to be seen by others. Then, no matter how he moves, in the consciousness of other people, he is still a stone statue. If it cooperates with the Vajra talisman, then compared with a real stone statue, I am afraid that there is no difference. However, can this thing be hidden from the camera? Yu Liang stared at the 500 screen. Sure enough, a paragraph of text appeared on it. The stone statue card is aimed at creatures, and electronic products are invalid. Hey, I knew it. The price of the stone statue card is 2 points. This score is not low, but if it is high, it is self-deception. A product worth 2 million yuan is quite remarkable if it can hide from human eyes. Also want to hide from the monitoring equipment? Then simply come to stealth. Yu Liang chose no, and then looked at his attributes. Sure enough, there have been new changes. Host, Yu Liang. Race, human. Physique, LV, 1. Possessibility, full score 5 points. Sixth sense, permanent, visual simulation, single asterisk 2, skill copy, single, computer, software, LV, 1, computer, hardware, LV, 1, car driving LV, 1. Own items.
Garbage station, permanent. Portable space, permanent. Map query, single. King Kong talisman, single. 5 ghosts carrying talisman, single. Skill lock card, single. Skill upgrade card LV1, single. Consumption return card, single. Stone statue card, single.
Own other.
Beauty filter, 1 year, unblock coupon. Own lottery draw times, 0 times.
Points, 38 points. In the attribute column, there is an extra constitution LV1. Yes, nothing much has changed.
However, when looking at the stone statue card, single time, above, Yu Liang felt a little eager to move in his heart.
Man. An evil thought suddenly came to mind. However, Yu Liang quickly pressed it back. See no evil, see no evil, see no evil. All evils and prostitution are headed, regardless of deeds.
If it is about the heart, all men and women in the world can be killed. Yu Liang reached out, put away the magic hard drive computer, and then took out another computer specially used to sell bitcoins. Although I sold that big piece of wood yesterday, I got more than 20 million in exchange. However, today the deposit is 20 million and the consumption is 3 million, which is actually a slight loss. Because that deposit is not considered consumption, it is used for the performance of the cousin. As long as the cousin is still in that bank, the deposit cannot be moved. However, a mere 20 million renminbi is nothing. Yu Liang turned on the computer and started a new round of operations. Today, the sixth sense did not give him strong, dangerous signals.
But it was not too loose.
When Yu Liang sold about 150 bitcoins, he stopped decisively.
150, foreign banks 40, domestic 116.
After calculation, foreign countries already have currency equivalent to $7 million, while domestically, in addition to 20 million deposits, they still have 50 million cash.
Enough. Satisfied, Yu Liang put away the computer, washed up, and went to bed.
When he sold bitcoins for the first time, although there were only 10 bitcoins, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep at night. But now, new abilities can be drawn every day, coupled with at least hundreds of bitcoins, wealth is increasing day by day. However, in just a few days, he has gotten used to it. Even with such a huge wealth, it still can't affect his mind. As soon as he lay down on the bed, his body fell into a deep sleep naturally.
The benefits of physique LV1 are not only reflected in Kung Fu.
Such an excellent physique also has sufficient protection for an individual's sleep. Mental weakness, poor sleep, sleepwalking, and so on.
It is estimated that he has been isolated from him since then. Next morning,
Yu Liang opened his eyes naturally.
Glancing at the time, it was only 5 o'clock.
In the past, Yu Liang usually slept until he woke up naturally when he didn't have to go to work.
Never open your eyes until 9 o'clock. But today, by 5 o'clock, he couldn't sleep.
The laziness in his bones seemed to have been completely taken away by something. His body was about to move, giving him a feeling of wanting to vent.
Well, a physical explosion.
It gave him a crazy urge to run 100,000 kilometers, to run from one end of the earth to the other.
What kind of sleep is the best for the body?
In fact, sleeping until you wake up naturally is the most beneficial to your body. However, this natural wake-up is not a lazy bed. Rather, it refers to the body fully recovering in a state of sleep, and waking up naturally. However, it is extremely difficult for normal people to do this. This is not just a matter of habit, more importantly, it must be combined with enough exercise to let the body reach a certain standard in order to achieve this level.
Just like Yu Liang at this time.
When his physical fitness reached LV1, he would fall asleep naturally at night and wake up naturally in the morning. At this moment, his 3.6 spirit is perfect, his energy and blood are surging, and he is as hard as a rock, indestructible.
He let out a long breath of foul air.
Yu Liang rolled like a carp, and jumped up from Simmons just like that. Then, he went to the bathroom, quickly washed up, changed into sports clothes, left the hotel, and went for a morning run.
The former Yu Liang was one of the most common urban white-collar workers. There are all kinds of disadvantages unique to small white-collar workers.
However, from this moment on, he was completely different. The word exercise seems to have been deeply engraved into his bone marrow.
The day's plan lies in the morning.
Once he wakes up, Yu Liang will no longer be greedy for the warmth of the bed, but face the rising sun and start a day of practice.
The exercise of ordinary people is his daily practice.
Chapter 88, It's real, it turns out he belongs to the Lin family. At 5 o'clock in the morning, there are already people in the park, and there are still a lot of people.
Most of these people are retired elderly.
But to Yu Liang's surprise, the young guy and girl can also see some. It can be seen that although many young people now talk about lying down, But there are still some who are working hard as soon as possible.
I can't see anything for a day or two. But once the time is prolonged, the lives of the two parties may be very different.
In any era, in any country, class solidification is inevitable.
So, in such an age that is not friendly to young people, what choice should we make?
That is the question of the benevolent see the benevolent and the wise see wisdom.
I just hope that no one will regret their choices in the future. Yu Liang ran 10 kilometers, very fast.
Then, he found that he didn't have any shortness of breath. It seemed that the 10-kilometer morning run could only be regarded as an appetizer and would not affect him in any way. Came to a spacious area and saw that there were not many people. Yu Liang stopped, opened his posture, and began to practice Tai Chi. Although Yu Liang himself has never learned Tai Chi. But 22, with the skill Taijiquan LV1 in his body, he is already familiar with this set of boxing methods and cannot be more familiar with it. Start, hold the ball, and split the maneys of the left and right wild horses. Tai Chi beginners tend to look at the ground when practicing because they are not proficient in movements. But Yu Liang has no such problem at all. His movements are rigid, but there is no feeling of rote. Instead, it is silky and soft, like a dance. His movements are not fast, seemingly slow without much strength. But Taijiquan is not afraid of slowness. The slower it is, the more skillful it is. You have to think and practice in the process of boxing, and over time, you will be able to come up with it at your fingertips. From a distance, someone naturally saw Yu Liang punching, and felt a little strange. As long as you are from Manhwa, you will know that Yu Liang is practicing Taijiquan just by looking at his airs. There is no way, this boxing method is too famous, and it is famous for its slow movements. It is a martial art that is most suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. Especially for people who exercise regularly, it is not uncommon to see someone doing Tai Chi. However, generally speaking, those who practice Tai Chi are older people. And a young man like Yu Liang is relatively rare. And, while watching Yu Liang punch, for some reason, the onlookers felt that this young man played very vigorously, which seemed to be somewhat different from those old men's Tai Chi. But what is the difference, they cannot tell. A well-built young man was running and stopped suddenly. He stood still at a distance, looked at Yu Liang punching in surprise, hesitated for a moment, took out his mobile phone, took a video, and sent it to a small group. Zhang Liang, everyone, wake up, guess what I saw in the park? Su Guangbiao, what good things did you see again? Could it be that you met a fugitive? Zhang Liang, short video. Su Guangbiao, isn't it just someone punching, it's slow and boring. Liu, cursor, you missed your mark this time, this puncher has a solid gait and a powerful shot. You have at least 10 years of kung fu in your hands. If you encounter it, you will definitely not be able to beat it. The group suddenly became lively. Su Guangbiao, true or false? Liu, of course it is true, and everyone has seen this person, have you forgotten? Zhang Liang, brotherly, who is this? Who is the boss of our system? Liu, he is not an official, but the one we mentioned the most in the past few days. Su Guangbiao, oh my god, I know, it was the one who hit the trafficker's car, and the one who faced the knife in the restaurant and acted bravely. Liu, that's right, that's him. Hee, I'm still wondering why this kid is so courageous. Now it's clear. It turns out that he is a Lianjiatsi, so it's no wonder. Everyone is also stunned. If ordinary people encounter human traffickers, or face murderers who have already injured people with weapons, there is a high probability that they will stay away, and at most pick up their mobile phone and call the police, and they are already good citizens. However, Yu Liang came forward twice. Apart from admiration, these officials are also a little curious. But at this moment, they are no longer curious. People who practice martial arts, it's normal to be bolder. Yu Liang naturally didn't know about this. Zhang Liang, who made the video, didn't have any bad intentions. He just thought that Yu Liang's Taijiquan was good and a little indescribably amazing, so he posted it in the group. Although the sixth sense is strong, it is still unable to give an early warning for this kind of admiration without malicious emotions. So, Yu Liang finished punching, went back to the hotel, and had breakfast. Then, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message among the three people. Yu Liang, time to get up, lazy pigs. Yu Liang, photo.jpg. He sent a photo of himself having breakfast. Half an hour, about 7:30. He Linglong, brother Yu, what are you doing? Yu Liang, I'm in the room, resting. He Linglong, have you had breakfast? Yu Liang, yes, I got up at 5 o'clock, went for a run in the morning, and just finished breakfast. He Lingna, wow, so early? It's a lie. Yuliang 6:30, how could I lie to you, I am used to getting up at 5 o'clock. Helena, impossible, we called you for a long time yesterday, but you didn't get up yet. Yuliang, that's because I bled the day before yesterday, so I was too tired yesterday and couldn't get up. By the way, don't you women have a few days every month, and you are also lazy and don't want to move? It's the same reason.
The faces of the two sisters suddenly turned red. Can it be the same? Sister, brother, you said that he gets up at 5 o'clock every morning for morning jogging, is it true or not? How could I know? I think it's fake. Why? I rubbed his back yesterday. His muscles are limp and he has a belly. He definitely won't exercise. Okay, why do you still think about this? You are not lustful. Ah, you still have the nerve to talk about me, didn't you watch it yesterday? You're going to die.
In the room, a small war broke out between the two sisters.
But soon subsided. After breakfast, the two sisters greeted each other and went to work. And Yu Liang turned on the phone.
Although it is another day of rest under orders, it seems that there is something to do today.
Tan Yun took the initiative to send him a message.
Forget about the next day, there should be several foreign bank card agencies.
Chapter 89, 11 Foreign Accounts, Great Harvest. Tan Yun, brother, I've heard about it, it's amazing. Yu Liang. Tan Yun, I heard you were injured, is it serious? Yu Liang, not bad.
It's really a good thing to travel thousands of miles without going out.
Even a company employee who didn't cooperate very much knew about his injury.
Fortunately, my parents didn't have much contact with the company, otherwise, there would have been a lot of quarrels at home.
Tan Yun, brother, you have already completed part of the affairs you entrusted to our company. Yu Liang, well, which countries are they this time?
Tan Yun, Portugal, Brazil, England, France, Denmark, Switzerland, Australia, and New Zealand.
Yu Liang, there are only 8, you have to work hard.
Tan Yun, brother, don't worry, we will speed up as much as possible while ensuring safety.
Yu Liang, looking forward to your good news, please send the information. Tan Yun sent the electronic information of the bank card, and then wrote, brother, do you really not consider those super banks?
Yu Liang, no, I only intend to open an account at the local national bank.
Tan Yun, however, the banks in the beautiful country are the most complete. Yu Liang, I already have a USD account, so I don't need a second one.
Tan Yun, brother, in the beautiful country, there is more than one super bank.
If you want to do business in the beautiful country, it is more convenient to have 2 bank accounts. Yu Liang, well, then you can help me open an account with Citibank.
Tan Yun, all right, brother. What Tan Yun said is right, in this world, it is still very convenient to operate the account of the beautiful country.
However, Yu Liang can use those US dollar accounts to spend, but he will never bind these accounts to Bitcoin.
Because, he has deep doubts and vigilance towards the character and national quality of the beautiful country. After closing WeChat, Yu Liang thought about it and started to operate the computer.
Normally, he starts fiddling with Bitcoins at night. However, it's okay to be empty now, so let's continue binding. On different virtual currency websites, Yu Liang bound 8 new accounts respectively.
Then, he started the most familiar operation.
Perhaps because of the new account, Sixth Sense didn't have much reaction when it was sold this time. 233 pieces.
8 new accounts sold a total of 233 bitcoins, with an average of nearly 30 bitcoins per account. In this way, Yu Liang has a total of more than 15 million US dollars in his foreign accounts.
Looking at the money in each account, Tian Lian was speechless.
It took him a full week to accumulate a fortune worth 350 bitcoins after he got 3 foreign accounts.
However, when the account expanded to 11, one shipment has reached more than 200 bitcoins. Of course, this is also because of the new account.
If it is an old account that has been traded several times, it is estimated that the amount that can be shipped without risk will also plummet.
Hey, it seems that making money really needs to be dispersed and broken down into parts so that it won't attract attention.
Yu Liang stretched a lot. He originally planned to spend another 3 million today, at least to spend the money from the lottery to go to the doctor.
However, for some reason, looking at so many currencies of various countries in the account
add up, there are already hundreds of millions of RMB.
As a result, a lazy, indifferent feeling arises spontaneously. He thought for a while, opened the game directly, and invested heavily. As for spending money, let everything go as it pleases, anyway, even if he doesn't do anything now, he is enough to protect himself. What he wants to do is to be the master of money and live as he pleases. Instead of everything being eaten up by the magic hard drive.
You already have so much wealth, so many magical skills and magical items. If you still have to calculate your life every day, it will be too tiring.
These 2 days, give yourself a vacation, rest and rest. Xiaoying, a street of 4S specialty stores.
Qi Xiaoya drove the Q7 and entered the Audi store. When she got out of the car, many people took the initiative to say hello to her.
In the past few days, Xiaoya has undoubtedly become a star in the city. Everyone knew that she climbed on one thigh.
In other words, I met someone who was taken advantage of. This fool only bought the current car, adding up the whole process, he has already bought 5 cars. And 3 of them are Audis. This month, Qi Xiaoya's hands are softened just by the commission alone. This kind of sales data has made her status in the company skyrocket, and even the general manager will take the initiative to greet her when he sees her. Sitting at the workstation, Qi Xiaoya took out her bag, nail clippers and other small gadgets, planning to give herself a manicure. Generally speaking, no matter how much time you spend in sales, you are too embarrassed to be so unscrupulous in the company. However, when the sales volume reaches the number 1 position in the company, anyone who sees such a small matter will turn a blind eye to it. Suddenly, a pretty little face approached.
Xiaoya, are you really going to resign?
Qi Xiaoya was startled, and asked in confusion, what? Everyone in the company will have colleagues with good relationships and colleagues with bad relationships.
This little girl is Qi Xiaoya's best colleague and friend Suli in the company. Who said I was going to resign? Suli glanced around, and said, everyone is spreading the word like this. They say that if you get paid a lot of money, as soon as the reward for picking up the car arrives, you will resign immediately. Qi Xiaoya rolled her eyes, and said dissatisfied, nonsense, my mother, I guard myself like a jade, how can I go to the big, good, money? Is it? Nonsense, of course it's true. Ah, what's going on, can you tell me about the regiment?
Qi Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but still talked about the various transactions with Yu Liang. For this good friend, she didn't hide much.
Suli thought for a while and said, Xiaoya, I think this is a good opportunity. Ah, what?
We may not be able to do this job in car sales for the rest of our lives.
Suli said seriously, I think Mr. Yu is quite satisfied with your service. Why don't you take the initiative and ask him if he needs a secretary?
Qi Xiaoya's eyes widened, she never thought that her best friend would give her such a bad idea.
Xiaoya, I just feel that sometimes, the opportunity is too late to come again.
Qi Xiaoya's heart moved slightly, and the whole person fell silent.
Chapter 90, What to do after?
In the evening, Yu Liang and the twins played cards and played rowdy together.
Although Yu Liang was very restrained and didn't move his hands or feet, he could clearly feel it.
The 2 sisters were already quite relaxed in front of him.
The relationship between them is advancing day by day. That night, he sold more than 100 bitcoins.
The increase in foreign accounts is not much, but domestic accounts, even if the 20 million deposits are excluded, have reached more than 66 million. In the early morning of the next day, Yu Liang was exercising in the park when his mother called.
Xiao Liang, have you bought any jewelry?
What?
For what? Mom, my signal here is not good, what are you talking about? Have you bought jewelry? Oh, I already bought it. What time do you go home today?
Sure, Hui urged, your uncle booked a hotel and invited our family to participate, to celebrate Hui, you can come back today. Yu Liang quickly said, yes, I am already making preparations for departure, and I will go to the airport later.
Okay, go home early. Hey, that can't be done.
Yu Liang said hastily, I'm going to report to the company, so why don't we go to the hotel at night?
Alright, come back quickly.
Sure, Hui urged a few more words before 630 hung up the phone. Yu Liang shook his head slightly.
If it were someone else, he would definitely not have the patience to deal with it. But when his mother complains, what else can he do besides accepting it?
Putting down the phone, Yu Liang continued punching.
After a set of punches, I just feel transparent and indescribably refreshing. People just need to exercise more.
But it is a pity that it is difficult for ordinary people to overcome the laziness in their bones.
Only Yu Liang could easily achieve this with his own efforts.
Back at the hotel, Yu Liang didn't go to eat, but waited for half an hour and made a phone call. When Yilingna answered the phone, Yu Liang hung up abruptly, and then sent messages among the 3 people. Yu Liang, wake up, little pigs, the sun is shining on your ***.
Yilingna's teeth itched with anger.
Looking at her dazed sister, she became more and more angry.
Why don't you call my sister and let her sleep for a few more seconds? I really think I'm easy to bully. In the past few days, because they don't have to fight for the bathroom with their roommates, the sisters live a very nourishing life, even getting up a little later than usual every morning.
She pushed He Linglong to wake up her sister. There are 2 wash basins in the bathroom of the executive suite, and they will not feel crowded when they are used at the same time. While washing her face, He Lingna complained, "Sister, you said we are used to this kind of room, how can we live in the future?" He Linglong, who was rubbing her face, was taken aback. She thought for a while and said, "Then, shall we cancel the room? Go back to live? Come on." He Lingna wailed, and said, "I wouldn't want to live in that old house. Hey, getting up in the morning to grab the bathroom is really not something a human can do." He Linglong also shuddered, thinking of the scene of 6 people robbing a bathroom. She felt a little horrified. Well, I didn't feel anything before. However, after they had lived here, thinking about that scene again, they found it unacceptable. Sighing, He Linglong said, "Forget it, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, don't think too much about it." The 2 sisters finished washing and just opened the door when they saw Yu Liang waiting. He Lingna said in surprise, "Brother Yu, why are you here? Accompany you, in case you meet someone who strikes up again, I will be your temporary boyfriend." The pupils of the 2 sisters flickered a little. "Which temporary boyfriend do you want to be?" "It's just that some things are well known, but it is very difficult to say them out." After breakfast, the 2 sisters walked to work. Yu Liang wanted to give it away, but they resolutely refused. Thinking that their internship period will not be long, Yu Liang no longer insists. After watching the 2 sisters leave, Yu Liang returned